morning. Good morning to you all. Now that I seem to have everybody's attention, I wished to tell you that in 1999, the great city of Durban hosted the 9th International Anti-Corruption Conference. And the call to action from that conference was how to get all the looted money that is sitting in various jurisdictions back to where it is supposed to be. That was Durban 1999. That was before the United Nations Convention Against Corruption came into place. That was before the African Union Convention Against Corruption. That was a quarter of a century ago. The International Anti-Corruption Conference has not been back to this continent since. The last conference was in Washington in 2022, and the next one is in Lithuania in June of this year. In between these years has now been created a gap where some regional engagements are happening in preparation of these conferences. This is one of those here in Africa. So it's my great pleasure to be here with you for this occasion. And before we kick off, we are going to kick off in a moment. So you have agendas in front of you. What is happening right now is not on your agendas because we've not yet started. Before we start, we have a team here of excellent people who are hosting us here. And we are going to hear a little bit of their perspectives from what they've so far been putting together to host us. I'm going to begin with my brother, Bright, who is going to answer just one question. Bright, are you happy with what you're seeing so far?
The mic is working. Hello? Yes. So far so good. Of course, I'm worried about the sound now, so I hope the sound can be can be addressed. But I'm very glad that I think most of the people, almost 90% or so, of the people we invited for this conference have come. We had a number of issues, of course, the PMAM issue where someone missed their flight because of that, and other issues that arose. Um, just to assure you that we are trying our very best to make sure that everything is in place. And if you need anything, please you can come and see.
Thank you so much, Bright. Bright Chizonde is policy manager, policy and information manager for TIA Zambia. He's been at the center of putting this together. A number of you will have heard from him with respect to another. He's working with a group of people, including, I'm now going to move to Miss Sinkala. And the question to you is, for the 2 days that we are here, what does communication have for us?
Okay, great. So my name is Zanji Sinkala, and I'm the Communications Officer at TIZ. So just a few things to take note of. Our socials, because we're very big on visibility. So we want you to also be active on our social media platforms. So you can find us on Facebook by searching for Transparency International Zambia. On Twitter, you can just search for, we have the handle TI_Zambia. Instagram is Transparency Zambia, and LinkedIn, you can just search for Transparency International Zambia. Then our hashtags on Twitter, hashtag Africa IACC and hashtag AIACC 2024. Then for interpretation, I'm sure you've seen each of you have either mics or receivers. So if you have a mic, you just have to connect it. If it's not connected, make sure it's connected to the headphones that you have. That's going to help you with interpretation. So if someone is speaking in English and you need interpretation, just put on your mics, put on your headphones rather. And then if someone is speaking in French, for instance, and you need English, they can do the same. So if you do not have a mic, you need to have a receiver. So if you don't have a receiver, you can just raise your hand, and I'll tell the audio team to give you a receiver ASAP. Does everyone have a receiver or a mic? Do you have a receiver or mic where you are? Great. Okay, and then for the channel, so if you have a receiver, so if you have a mic, it's automatic. You just have to wear the headphones and the direct interpretation will happen. But if you have a receiver, you have to change the channels. So there are two buttons. So you make sure it's on, press it, there's an on and off button. And then under that, there are two buttons. So you just click left and right. Channel 1 is for English and channel 2 is for French. So, yeah, this was the information I wanted to give.
Thank you so much, Sanji. And Chimuka, finally, to you, Chimuka. And then I'm saying finally because I know you have other people behind you. And you have a very special topic for us. So over to you.
Thanks, Paul. My name is Chimoka Nachirika from Transparency International Zambia. I am the Governance and Institutional Strengthening Manager. As TIS and also TI Zambia, we have an anti-harassment policy, and to ensure that each and every person who is here is welcomed and they are comfortable to participate, this meeting will be guided by the anti-harassment policy. So to enhance this platform, what we have done is that we went around to seek for specialized services in terms of anti-harassment, and we have our friends from one of the security wings that are highly trained and specialized to handle such related matters. So with me here in front, I will take this opportunity to introduce the people that are going to help us with that regard. And before I even introduce them, the designated place where they will sit, just allow me to stand. It will be the last table on my far right. So they will be seated there. If there will be anyone who is going to have such a case or an instance and so forth and so on, please take the liberty to report to these people that we have sought services from. Let me now introduce the lady that are going to help us handle such related matters. So we have Madam Benedict Piri. You can just stand. Woman Sergeant. She's one of the people that are going to help us handle such related matters. Then we have Madam Loveness Namulele, also Woman Sergeant, who will also help us handle such matters. Just maybe for those that have come in, they will be designated at my far right at the last table there. That's where that platform will be. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And allow me then to thank all of you. I have been detailed as part of this team to work with them very closely. But I understand that we now need to move to the agenda. So on the first item on the agenda is one that I will not be able to handle. It involves singing an anthem that I have not been familiarized myself with yet. So I'm going to then ask that we thank this panel with a hand clap and invite, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and then invite the person who's going to guide us through this. Over to you, Director TI Zambia, Executive Director TI Zambia, to take us through this. Very much, Paul. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, so Hamlilo, are we ready with the national anthem? So may I kindly request all of us to be upstanding as we get into the national anthem.
Stand and sing, O Zambia, proud and free, land of wake and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for their rights. We've won freedom's fight, all one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us call her people, join as one, brothers under the sun, all one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace need Zambia's sky. Like a noble eagle in its flight, Zambia, praise to thee. Oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God. Praise be, praise be. Bless our great nation, Zambia, Zambia. Free men we stand under the flag of our land, Zambia. Praise to thee, oh one, strong and free.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. I thought it wasn't gonna end. It went on like okay. So as we commence our proceedings today and for the next 3 days, allow me to get straight into the formal acknowledgements of the different people who are in this conference. So I will start by acknowledging our host, who is the Transparency International Zambia Chapter President and Board Chair, Mrs. Priscilla Chansa. I don't know if everybody will know you, so maybe, I don't know whether you want to be waving or something so that people can see who you are. Thank you so much. That's our Chapter President and Board Chair. Next, I go to the Transparency International Chairperson, Professor Francois Valerian. Did I get that right? Fantastic, Francois. We are very happy to have you. First time in Zambia, I believe. Thank you so much for being here. I move on to the chairperson of the International Anti-Corruption Conference Council, Mr. Ruben Lifuka. Mr. Lifuka. Mr. Lifuka wears many hats, so I don't even know if I've read the correct hat you are wearing today, but okay, we also have the Transparency International Vice Chair, Dr. I need to take a pause before I say the name. Dr. Ketakandriana Rafito-san. Did I get that right? You're very welcome. So we all just know her as K because the name it's a mouthful. It's like a thesis. So you're welcome. Thank you for being here. I believe it's your first time in Zambia as well. You're very welcome. I also would like to acknowledge members of the Transparency International Secretariat, headed by the Chief Executive Officer of TI, Dr. Daniel Erickson, seated right over here. You are welcome. It's also his first time in Zambia, so we've got a lot of first timers, which is fantastic to see. Right. Allow me to also acknowledge the Director of Public Prosecutions of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Gilbert Piri, State Counsel. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Piri, maybe at this point we should be saying the award-winning Director of Public Prosecutions because we gave him an award in our last conference last year. So maybe we should add that to your prefix. Seated next to him is the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission here in Zambia, Mr. Tom Shamakamba. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Allow me to also introduce and to acknowledge the chairperson of the African Capacity Building Foundation and former deputy chair of the African Union Commission and also former Secretary General of COMESA, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, Ambassador Erastus Mwenja. Thank you for being here, sir, and you are most welcome. I'd also like to acknowledge other senior government officials who are present here, representatives of our cooperating partners who I have seen. I've seen the US Embassy is here, Embassy of Sweden is here, Partnership for Transparency Fund, and several others. Thank you so much for being here. I also would like to acknowledge all the executive directors of the TI African chapters, my colleagues. Please, these you need to give the biggest applause. Thank you. I'm not being biased, but thank you for being here, ladies and gentlemen. I also would like to acknowledge representatives of civil society organizations from both here in Zambia as well as the African continent. Thank you for being here. Distinguished conference delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank all of you for having responded affirmatively to our invitation and for honoring us with your presence today. I also need to mention that we have an online audience that is following the proceedings, and we also like to extend a warm welcome to all of them. Now, before I get into the first part of this session, I would like to just give you a sense of the scope of representation that is in this room today. So can I just ask my IT people to just display something? All right, great. So that is what we are sitting with right now in this room. So we have about 113 delegates right now. Of that number, 43% is from Zambia. Let's give a hand to Zambia. And then 44% are from other African countries. Again, let's give them a big hand. We've got quite a number of African countries represented from across the breadth and length of the continent. And then the remaining 13% are from outside Africa. Let's give them a hand as well. Thank you so much. In terms of nationalities, we have 36 nationalities represented. We have 25 from Africa. And then the remaining 11, we've said extra African, but basically it means they are from outside Africa. So primarily Europe. So that is what we are sitting with today. So you can see that we've got a very good scope in terms of a representation. So thank you so much for being here. And I'd like you to just give yourselves a very big hand, because this conference would not have been possible without you being here. So go ahead and just give a big hand to yourselves. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored that this morning to be moderating this opening ceremony. And I have a very impressive lineup of eminent speakers who we are going to hear from and also engage with over the course of the next 2 hours or so. So they will each deliver some remarks, after which we will get into a question and answer session. And it will be during that session that you, our delegates, will have the opportunity to engage directly with the speakers. So without further ado, allow me to invite to the podium our host, the chapter president and board chair of Transparency International Zambia, Mrs. Priscilla Chansa, to come and give her welcoming remarks. Mrs. Chansa.
Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to ride on the acknowledgements read out by our TIZ Zambia Executive Director a few minutes ago. It my pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this first ever Africa International Anti-Corruption Conference, IACC. I particularly want to welcome all our international delegates to our beautiful country, and I hope that you will find time to visit some of our places of interest in Lusaka as outlined in the logistics note. The hosting of this landmark event is a watershed moment for us as TIZ Zambia because it demonstrates the confidence that the IACC and the global TI movement have in our chapter's ability to be the epicenter of the conversation on standing up for integrity in Africa, which happens to be the theme of this conference. It is our considered belief that we as anti-corruption actors from across the breadth and length of the African continent, working in collaboration with other stakeholders such as the government, the private sector, the media, and ordinary citizens in all our countries, have what it takes to make significant progress in the fight against corruption and the promotion of good governance. The challenges that affect our continent when it comes to corruption are many. As many of you will know, Africa's performance on the Corruption Perception Index has continued to be poor for a long time, with a 2023 CPI giving Sub-Sahara Africa an average score of 38 out of 100, making it the worst performing region globally. Additionally, well over 80% of the countries on the continent have CPI scores falling below 50 out of 100 in the 2023 report. These disturbing statistics point to the urgent need to put our collective resolve and expertise together in order to change this picture. Initiatives such as this Africa IACC event will go a long way in providing the platform on which we can exchange feasible ideas for how we can address the corruption problem on our continent. In that regard, we are confident that this event, being a build-up to the 21st IACC, which will be held in Lithuania in June this year, will generate key anti-corruption issues of priority to the African continent, and that these will be brought into the global spotlight at the Lithuania event. As I conclude, allow me to express TI Zambia's profound gratitude to the IACC and TI for the opportunity to host the continent through this conference. We are confident that the deliberations will take place over the next 2 days, will be very fruitful, and we look forward to the outcome of the conference. Once again, a warm welcome to Zambia and to this Africa IACC event. With these few remarks, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chansa, for those welcoming remarks. Can I just confirm from all you delegates that you feel very welcome? Yes? Fantastic. Thank you. All right, so we will proceed. Next up, it is my honor and pleasure to call to the podium the chairperson of Transparency International, Professor Francois Valerian, to address the conference on the topic, Building a Global Ethical Economy through Promoting Business and Public Sector Integrity. Please come.
Thank you very much. So, distinguished representatives of the Zambian government and public institutions, Mrs. President of Transparency International Zambia, Mr. Chair of the IACC Council, Mrs. Vice Chair of Transparency International, Mr. Executive Director of Transparency International Zambia, Mr. Chief Executive Officer of Transparency International, dear friends, dear chairs, executive directors, representatives of our valiant Transparency International African chapters, and representatives of no less valiant other civil society organizations, governments, international organizations, companies, media outlets, churches, all united in the fight against corruption in Zambia and in Africa. I would like to warmly thank our hosts of Transparency International Zambia for organizing this beautiful international conference here in Zambia, in Africa. Well, Maurice, on Friday, I think you posted something on the social media, and you were saying that by organizing this conference, your chapter was raising the bar just a little higher. But I do not agree. You are raising the bar just up to your chapter's level, or even still below your chapter's level, which is very high. So again, thank you very much, Maurice, all your team of Transparency International Zambia, and also our TI Secretariat colleagues for all your work in preparing this conference. Well, the topic that's been given to me is to try to explain how to build ethics in the economy. But you are the ones who have explained this to me over my years and years with Transparency International. You are the ones contributing your very powerful African ethical stance to the global anti-corruption fight. You are the ones fighting for societies grounded in ethics, inclusive societies, societies where land ownership and uses will not be exposed to arbitrary allocations, societies where citizens will have access to school and healthcare without having to pay monetary or sexual bribes, societies where the prices of products will not be inflated by the bribes paid, societies where extractive riches will enrich the people and not be plundered, societies where the investments against the climate crisis will not be embezzled, societies where public procurement will benefit to the public and public debt will benefit to the nation, societies where public prosecutors will actually work against the corrupt, societies where institutions independent from political interference will control exercise of power, and those entrusted with power will be selected through open and transparent elections and not through blatant or rampant coups. Societies where all citizens will have access to the information detained by the state, and the state will not be captured by private interests. Here, with your permission, I will allow myself to shift languages. So if you do not perfectly master French, you can use your headsets and press on 2 or 1 of the two. Thank you very much. Je sais parfaitement que se battre pour une société éthique demande de la vertu, mais aussi du courage, car il s'agit d'être confronté. Il s'agit d'être confronté à des hommes et des femmes, le plus souvent des hommes, qui sont au pouvoir et en abusent, et veulent continuer à en abuser. Et okay. So if the translators can't hear me, you will allow myself.
Could our technical team please help us?
What I suggest is that I will say a few words in French, and then I will be back to English, so that we save time. Okay, we do that. Donc, ce que je disais, c'était que se battre pour l'éthique demande non seulement de la vertu, mais aussi du courage, car on est confronté à des hommes qui abusent de leur pouvoir, veulent continuer à en abuser et sont prêts à beaucoup de choses pour poursuivre dans cet abus de pouvoir. Et ce courage, je sais que vous l'avez, chers amis de l'Afrique francophone et aussi de l'Afrique anglophone et de l'Afrique lusophone et de l'Afrique lusophone. Ce courage de tous les mondes africains est une source d'inspiration pour notre mouvement mondial anticorruption. Et maintenant, je vais revenir à la langue de nos hôtes. We all know that fighting for a society grounded in ethics not only is fighting for ethics, it is also fighting for the only economy that works for the people. Because when you have a society where all citizens are justly retributed for their work and all citizens have access to decent public services, this society produces a total economic output which is much higher than the output produced by a society where most riches are being embezzled to the benefit of the few and then wasted in useless investments. Still, the public money that is being stolen, the public bribes that are being paid in exchange for harm to public good, all that money is fueling flows of international illicit money, which are first hidden in offshore centers, cryptocurrency platforms, or purposely unregulated places such as Dubai, and ultimately invested in a few northern countries in sport cars, luxury mansions. Some people sometimes lack imagination, but at that level of assets, for the most part, in the northern capital markets, where that money simply inflates the prices of stocks, bonds, other financial products without creating any value. And all that with the active participation of individuals and institutions, mostly in the north, who have a vested interest in the continuation of what is a global economy of corruption, a global economy of corruption. And here I would like to do a parenthesis because Priscilla was very right to mention the Corruption Perceptions Index, and it's a very important index in every country, also to seek improvement in that index. But this index must also be used with caution, because we do not want this index to give the false impression that there would be a hierarchy between the countries, with some countries better than others, because those countries that have the systems and institutions that allow them to have high scores in the CPI, those very institutions and systems are those that attract corrupt money, because corrupt people feel extremely safe investing their money in those countries, which also have their full role to play in defeating the global economy of corruption. And one of the immense problems with this global economy of corruption is that it takes the wrong routes, the routes that go up north, the routes from the colonial past up to a few countries, including mine, whose responsibility I am very well aware of in the difficult legacy Africa has to live with. Now, you will tell me, this global economy of corruption, it has nothing to do with what we very wrongly call petty corruption. It is not petty for the innumerable victims, all those victims that are maintained in a state of poverty throughout the continent and other continents. But yes, it has much to do with this daily corruption, because when public money is missing, when it is lacking for providing decent public services and decent pay to the public servants, you create a vacuum, and this vacuum is being filled by public servants or others with minimal authority selling dysfunctional services for bribes. So that yes, this global economy of corruption encompasses almost all corruption. So now, this global economy of corruption is a global challenge. It is a global challenge just as the global climate crisis, the global health crisis that we had a few years ago and may happen again, the global financial crisis. So we have a number of global challenges. And in front of those global challenges, the political world is extremely fragmented. It is fragmented into a high number of different countries, governments, judiciary systems, so that we need international cooperation to address those global challenges. But this international cooperation is difficult to achieve in times of a renewed Cold War, in times also of what is often called authoritarianism or populism, which I like to call the strongman narrative, the narrative of the strongman who tries to explain to his population that he can solve it all without the international community and without the national civil society. But we know that the only force that can address those global challenges, the only force that can defeat the global economy of corruption is what we are today in this room. And Maurice, you showed us the map with all the citizenships. It is not only a Zambian civil society. It is not only an African civil society. It is a global civil society made of activists, of journalists, of whistleblowers, of young people, of women who are so often discriminated against, of men as well, men with gray hair. So a lot of people who are exchanging information, and that's the essential. So we are fighting together, we are campaigning together, we are participating in international judiciary litigations, but the most important is that we are exchanging information. Information is our raw material, information on what's happening outside, information about what's happening within civil society, exchanging about our best practices, about how we can do better to defeat the global economy of corruption. And that is what we are going to do over those 2 or 3 days here in Lusaka, Zambia, exchanging information between us. That is what we will do next June in Vilnius, Lithuania, during the International Anti-Corruption Conference under the chairmanship of our friend, our Zambian friend, Ruben Lifuka, who did so much for our Global Transparency International movement. And this International Anti-Corruption Conference is an institution which is extremely important because it reminds us that even in today's world, it is possible to attract people from all over the world peacefully to discuss how to defeat abuse of power and improve the lives of the people. Those international anti-corruption conferences have been organized in a number of different countries, on various continents, in Asia, in Europe, in the Americas, well, Asia, Europe, the Americas. I think we are missing a continent here, and I'm sure we will also discuss this topic during those 2 days. In the meantime, I wish all of us an excellent conference, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Francois, for those remarks. Francois is very passionate about many things, so he always speaks with a passion, but it's great. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, just to update you, I'm sure you will see on the program that we are supposed to have the Minister of Justice gracing our conference today. He is obviously not here with us right now. He does have an engagement this morning, and he will be joining us after that engagement. So just so that you can be updated about that. And also just to mention, like I said earlier, we are going to be having a question and answer session based on the remarks that have been made or that will be made in this session. So please take note of your questions so that when we do get to that session, you'll be able to pose your questions and just have that interaction with our speakers. So with that, it is now my honor and pleasure to invite to the podium the chairperson of the IACC Council, that's the International Anti-Corruption Conference Council, Mr. Ruben Lifuka, who's going to address the conference on the topic promoting greater international collaboration in confronting global threats. Mr. Lifuka.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Let me take advantage of me speaking to just welcome, first and foremost, Francois and team. Francois, a dear colleague and brother, we served together on the board, and congratulations for having been elected TI chair. And similarly, my young sister, Kay, from Madagascar, a long trip from Madagascar to here. We thank you for taking time to be with us. I recognize Madam Chapter President, your host. I should have started with you, but this is your home. Thank you for taking up the mantle to organize this mini event. I've seen my brother, DPP, Mr. Gilbert Piri, Mr. Shamakamba, Ambassador Mwencha, Daniel Erickson, dear brother and colleague. We fought too many battles in TI, and we were with him in Lithuania recently to try and organize for the forthcoming IACC conference. I believe one of our council members should be joining us, Professor Tuli Madonsela. She's a member of the IACC Council. She should be joining us as well. And dear colleagues from chapters, from NGOs here present, members of the media, colleagues from the Diplomatic Corps and other international organizations, you are very welcome. So today marks a momentous occasion for us at the International Anti-Corruption Conference with the hosting of a new innovative stakeholder engagement through the mini IACC series. Zambia and Colombia are the first countries that have been given this honor to host such an engagement. It is our desire as IACC that we innovate and incubate new forms of engagement among stakeholders in order to sharpen our own understanding of the global challenges that we face and equally propose and refine solutions to these challenges. Traditionally, we hold the International Anti-Corruption Conference every 2 years, but we now see the prospects of holding a series of mini conferences, webinars, and workshops in between the big events. A big congratulations to TI Zambia, the IACC team in Berlin, the TIS team led by Daniel and the regional advisors for pulling off this event and setting high standards for future events. I've been invited to give some remarks on how we can promote greater international collaboration in confronting global threats. This topic of today closely aligns with the conference theme for the 21st International Anti-Corruption Conference, which will be held in Vilnius, Lithuania from 18th to 21st June 2024. The conference theme is confronting global threats, standing up for integrity. So for those that will come to Lithuania, you'll still find that that will be the theme for the global conference. So as a preamble to the discussion on potential areas of international collaboration, it is necessary for me to highlight a few global threats that humanity and all of us today face and possibly continue to face in the next couple of years. This is not by any chance exhaustive, but should help us to put into context some of the subsequent discussions we are going to have over the next 2 days. The first global threat that I'd like to flag is climate change. The United Nations in 2022, through the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights in the context of climate change, aptly summarized that, quote, human-induced climate change is the largest, most pervasive threat to the natural environment and societies the world over. And it is a threat, the most serious threat that has been experienced, and the poorest countries are paying the heaviest price. End quote. Most accurately, it has to be stated that we are facing a triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We've just had an intense period of planet warming, El Nino climate pattern, which is nearing its peak. And according to climate scientists, the last time we had the El Nino, it pushed the planet to record warmth in 2016. We have seen an increase in scale, frequency, and intensity of humanitarian emergencies, from heat waves, wildfires, floods, tropical storms, and hurricanes. This is a global threat that we have to think carefully about. The second threat I'd like to flag is peace and conflict. The Global Peace Index of 2023 indicates that over the last 15 years, the world has become less peaceful. And the largest indicator of such deterioration were external conflicts fought, internal conflicts fought, the number of refugees and internally displaced persons, and an increase in violent demonstrations. Further, the Global Terrorism Index for 2023 underscores that violent conflict remains the prime driver of terrorism. Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the UN, in 2023 indicated that the world is facing the biggest number of violent conflicts since World War II. And 2 billion people, that's a quarter, nearly a quarter of humanity, lives in places affected by such conflicts. The third global threat I'd like us to think about in these 2 days is a threat to global freedoms and elections. Freedom House, in its Freedom in the World 2024 report, underscores that global freedom declined for the 18th consecutive year in 2023. The breadth and depth of the deterioration were extensive. Political rights and civil liberties diminished in 52 countries, while only 21 countries made improvements. Flawed elections and armed conflict contributed to the decline, endangering freedom and causing severe human suffering. Almost everywhere, the downturn in rights was driven by attacks on pluralism and the peaceful coexistence of people with different political ideas, religions, or ethnic identities that harmed elections and sowed violence. The global struggle for freedom faces a crucial test in 2024, during which more than 2 billion people will go to the polls in 65 plus elections across the world. In the biggest mega cycle of elections so far this century, voters from Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Pakistan, the United Kingdom, the USA, South Africa, Democratic Republic of Congo, Senegal, among others, are due to vote or have already voted. Ongoing attacks on pluralism have the potential to fuel voter apathy, further divisions, and even violence, as they undercut the promise that democracy can deliver for everyone, and that diversity of political ideas, belief, and ethnicity is a source of strength. The fourth threat that needs our attention has to do with technological revolutions. Technological revolutions are and have always been a double-edged sword, given how fast they are adopted for good and for bad. Laws, policies, and practices usually must race to catch up. The current technological revolution, fueled by artificial intelligence, has unleashed a dark side, including the widespread adoption of generative AI to produce what is known as synthetic content. And this ranges from deepfake videos, voice cloning, and the production of counterfeit websites. Further, high-tech surveillance and large-scale misinformation and disinformation are being exploited by both organized crime and the corrupt. All these technological challenges will present one of the biggest ever challenges to democratic processes. We are in an era of information warfare. And of course, the fifth global threat I want to highlight, which is probably something that we all speak about every so often or every day, is greed and corruption. The 2022 Corruption Perception Index by Transparency International show that most of the world continues to fail to fight corruption, with 95% of countries having made little to no progress since 2017. Greed and the lack of integrity in power holders has increasingly become a norm. Impunity fueled by dirty money, an obscure financial system, unchecked legions of enablers, and vast new opportunities indirectly offered by new technologies and globalization continue to be a challenge. Corruption and greed are at the root of environmental crimes and climate change. It is evident that what we now know as greed corruption is becoming the norm. Greed corruption occurs when corruption is used to gain special illicit advantages to which individuals are not entitled. Corruption, conflict, and security are profoundly intertwined. The misuse, embezzlement, or theft of public funds can deprive the very institutions in charge of protecting citizens, from enforcing the rule of law and guarding the peace of the resources they need to fulfill that mandate. Criminal and terrorist groups are often aided by the complicity of corrupt public officials, law enforcement authorities, judges, and politicians, which allows them to thrive and operate with impunity. Similarly, kleptocracy remains a feature of global concern. And with kleptocracy, we're referring to a government in which corrupt individuals rule on the basis of extensive self-enrichment rather than public interest, expropriating the wealth and resources of the state and of private citizens. This is a system where the state is captured by political elites, and these elites in turn use a global financial system to launder and protect their ill-gotten gains. Kleptocrats, criminals, traffickers, and their accomplices have been benefiting from the failure of anti-corruption reforms and weak democratic institutions. They are continuously evolving, and to date, they run a highly sophisticated global enterprise. Transnational kleptocracy undermines democracy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is the context which we are currently working in. As a global collective, we have repeatedly called on world leaders to translate promises to defend fundamental values and fight corruption into concrete actions. Because the lack of delivery has increased today's threats. The question is, what else can we collaboratively do? I wish to make a few suggestions, and then I'm sure you'll be able to make additional suggestions from your vantage points. Number one, we need to collectively agree on these global threats and identify our respective points of entry in firstly exposing and outlining the consequences of these threats on humanity, and secondly, advocating and motivating for immediate actions from different authorities and stakeholders. For instance, we need to speak out against the undue influence of the fossil fuel industry over climate policy development. Secondly, we should work to defend the defenders. In a world where corruption tears apart the fabric of society, countless individuals and groups from all sectors and backgrounds step forward to defend integrity and confront the forces of corruption, which causes greater damage to women and vulnerable groups. The corrupt, on their side, are becoming alarmingly used to cross any red line to ensure their impunity. In 2022 alone, an environmental activist was killed every second day, and the number of journalists and media workers killed represented a staggering rise of 50% from 2021. We should seek to raise our collective voice to honor the countless champions of integrity and highlight their determination in the face of danger. Number three, we should urgently build alliances and unite in our work. These global threats will not be addressed by one group, not government, not the private sector, not civil society alone, but as a collective. We have to work together beyond our immediate areas of comfort, whether as anti-corruption practitioners or human rights campaigners, electoral integrity advocates, or environmentalists. The work before us requires a multi-stakeholder approach and unity of purpose. Number four, we seek to bring greater understanding of the immense positive power of the latest technological innovations. And we should showcase the best examples while also learning how they turbocharge the corrupt. We should aim to equip ourselves with the necessary knowledge to maximize the opportunities brought by the current revolution, but this is intended to win the tech-fueled anti-corruption race. Number five, from a very selfish perspective, I suppose, let us use platforms including the forthcoming 21st IACC in Lithuania, as well as other continental level platforms to mobilize ourselves right from the public and private sectors, civil society, media, academia, the young generations, in order for us to define the necessary actions to counter the growth of the global threats affecting us. Together, we should determine the world we want for ourselves and for posterity. Let me conclude by stating that while these global threats paint a gloomy picture, another world is possible, away from violent armed conflicts, human-induced climate change, kleptocratic states, strategic corruption, corrupt capital, greed, and organized crime. But this other world requires concerted and immediate actions from us. We will not counter these global threats by mere eloquence of our statements, but through pragmatic actions. And the call for action is now. I look forward to seeing all of you in Vilnius, Lithuania, for the 21st IACC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lifuka. And with that, that marks the end of our initial interventions by our speakers. I'd like you to just give them another big hand, please, because I think they've done well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving into the question and answer session now. But before I allow you, our esteemed delegates, to ask your questions, I will just ask maybe one question each for all our speakers, for the three speakers, and then we'll open it up to the delegates to also ask their questions. So I'd like to start, if I may, with Francois. Right, Francois, in your remarks, you did talk about the global economy of corruption. What I would like you to do in maybe a minute to a minute and a half, is to just give us a little bit more about how we can best address and fight corruption from that perspective, the perspective of the global economy of corruption, just in under a minute and a half or 2 minutes.
Well, I could do it even shorter. We need to identify the money and take it from the corrupt. So how do we identify the money that's being hidden? It is very frequently, almost in all instances, hidden behind legal vehicles, legal entities. So that we need to know who's behind these legal entities. That's what the beneficial ownership registries are for. It has not. I can't hear the translation apparently.
Technical team, can we please get this sorted once and for all?
La traduction. En fait, il faut que le président utilise le micro du podium pour que la traduction passe.
Oh,
Merci.
yeah. We should utilize the mic of the podium.
Oh, this one.
This one. So
Oh.
everyone would go there
Oh,
and
okay.
answer.
Okay. Okay.
All right, is the interpretation working? Yeah, okay, good. So, yeah, to defeat the global economy of corruption, we need to identify the money and to take it from the corrupt. How to identify the money? We identify who's hiding behind the legal entities that are being formed only to hide this money and absolutely not for economic purposes. That's the role of the beneficial ownership registries, which are now in place in various countries on all continents, in Africa as well. What is missing is the sanction, because it is very easy not to send information or to send false information. So it's our next frontier to have sanctions in place so that these registries actually work. And once we've found where the money is, then it is the whole world of the judiciary litigation, the judiciary procedures, so that we can seize the assets and send them back to the populations, not to the corrupt that stole them in the first instance, to the populations. So it is where the global civil society plays a very important role in the cooperation between civil societies from different countries to have international litigation, also litigation towards international courts such as those that exist in Africa.
Thank you very much, Francois, for that response. I will very quickly move to Mr. Lifuka. Mr. Lifuka, you are, of course, representing the IACC Council, and I would like to know, or I would like you to tell our delegates this morning what you, as the IACC Council, are most looking forward to from this Africa conference. What is the one or two key things that you really would like to see coming out of this conference?
Well, that should be easy. Firstly, happy faces. I think we're looking to see happy faces. But on a serious note, I think the chapter president for TI Zambia mentioned the TI CPI and the fact that the African region has not been doing pretty well on the CPI. So we're expecting that the platform given of this nature, not just for TI chapters, but colleagues who work in this space, will give us an opportunity to interrogate why we're not making as much progress as we should. Whilst we've seen some movements, positive movements on the CPI for some countries, for instance, that should not be a cause to celebrate when we're still hovering in the 30 or 40 region. Why isn't it possible for Africa and African countries to score better numbers on the CPI or any other anti-corruption metrics? But also, we're looking forward to a very candid discussion on, are we winning the fight against corruption? What else can we be doing? Should we still continue with the enforcement mode of fighting corruption? Enforcement, meaning we have very good laws, which are, at the end of the day, we still do not fully enforce. But our design of the anti-corruption reforms has been one that is predicated on bringing to court a few people and hoping that they'll serve as an example for others. We haven't succeeded if we look at the conviction rates in a number of countries, very low conviction rates. So what else should we be doing? What's our role as civil society? What's the role of government officials, government entities? What's the role of development partners? What's the role of the citizens? Shouldn't we rethink how we are engaging in this fight against corruption? What other strategy should we be adopting? So for us as the IACC, we see this as an important platform to think about the threats that are posed by the environment we're working in and how corruption and greed fuels these threats, but also to bring this thinking to the IACC in Lithuania. We need to hear more voices from Africa, not just on the plenaries, but in the workshops and in the engagements with other stakeholders in Lithuania. So this is an important starting point for us. We hope that this will not be the first, but the beginning of many such engagements where we can simply have a deep conversation on how we win in the fight against corruption. At the end of the day, fighting corruption, we're not fighting corruption for our own sakes, as it were, but it's for the posterity and for other people cannot even speak for themselves. We are privileged to sit in here and talk about the fight against corruption. But the impact of corruption is being felt by people who may not even have a voice. So we hope that we're giving you an opportunity to discuss, to be innovative in what we do, but also to think beyond what we already know. What we know in most cases is new laws, new institutions, and new appointments. But is that willing to suffice? So we're looking forward to innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lifuka. Last but by no means least, I will go to Mrs. Chansa. Mrs. Chansa, you've obviously taken very great pride in hosting this event. So I'd like you to just tell the delegates what the significance of hosting this Africa IACC is for you as a chapter, or for us as a chapter, because I'm part of the chapter. What is the significance of hosting this?
Thank you so much. I think for us as TI Zambia, this is a very important milestone. Firstly, it signifies the confidence that IACC and TI has in our chapter, but also the work that we're doing in the realm of anti-corruption. When you also look at the consistency that TI Zambia has had, I think from as far back as from the time it was established, we've been very consistent, and I think for us, it's really about the anti-corruption work and what we stand for. We've always been very consistent to speak truth to power, and I think all the governments will testify to that. So I think from our end, we've tried so much as a chapter. We collaborate with government. We tell them what we think they should be doing when we don't agree with something. We point out the wrongs. We also try to encourage them to become more innovative in preventive measures. So I think as a chapter, it's very enlightening to be in a fora of this magnitude, but also it's very heartwarming to realize that we are looked at a certain level from our own colleagues and from the global perspective in terms of fighting corruption. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, colleagues, we will get into the question and answer for the delegates now. So please, if you have a question you would like to ask or a contribution you'd like to make, just show up by raising your hand, and then I'll give you the chance to interact with our esteemed speakers. I am informed that we also have questions from our online audience, but for this first round, let me allow questions from the house, and then in the next round, we'll pick some questions from our online audience. So I see two hands, so we can start with, unfortunately, they're both dressed in blue. I was going to say with my brother in blue. Maybe we can start with the one in front. Please go ahead and ask a question.
Merci beaucoup je suis Christian Munzeo, je viens de la section de TI au Congo-Brazzaville. J'ai suivi avec attention les différentes présentations qui ont été faites, qui ouvrent une belle perspective déjà en ce qui concerne les discussions que nous allons avoir dans le cadre de cette conférence Afrique de l'IAC. J'aimerais en fait faire réagir les deux derniers intervenants, le président de TI et celui qui s'est exprimé pour le compte de l'IACC. Pour François, je vois que le secteur privé joue et va jouer encore un rôle très important en ce qui concerne l'alimentation des flux financiers illicites. Et donc, pensons à cette perspective. J'aimerais savoir un peu ce que Transparency International et l'IACC peuvent présenter comme agenda dans le cadre du partenariat avec les autres initiatives de gouvernance mondiale, comme par exemple l'initiative de transparence dans les industries extractives, ou comme le Fonds monétaire international, la Banque mondiale et j'en passe, pour pousser sur l'agenda de la transparence de la propriété bénéficiaire. Et à cet égard, quel pourrait être l'apport de TI s'agissant de l'appui au pays en ce qui concerne la mise en place des législations sur la transparence de la propriété réelle, parce que je suis convaincu et persuadé que cela va beaucoup aider en ce qui concerne la réduction des flux financiers illicites. Alors, la question à l'IACC, ça fait 20 ans ou 20 sessions maintenant, 20 conférences qu'on organise en ce qui concerne cette conférence mondiale sur la transparence. Nous irons en Lituanie pour la 21e conférence. Quel est le bilan qu'on peut faire aujourd'hui de ces 20 ans, de cette messe qui est organisée chaque année? Aujourd'hui, on peut voir, on peut constater que les kleptocraties montent, les coups d'État sont devenus presque la norme, l'impunité une réalité, et tous les jours nous nous retrouvons pour dire il faut qu'on lutte contre la corruption. La question, il a dit nous devons faire des choses différemment, mais qu'est-ce que l'IACC doit en tout cas faire encore plus qui n'a pas été fait pour que justement la lutte contre la corruption ait un sens aujourd'hui? Voilà et tout ce que j'avais comme question. Merci.
Thank you very much. Technical team, you are really doing us a disservice because the earpieces on the high table are not working. So we are not able to hear anything. And agony is when the moderator has not heard the question that was asked. I think I only heard two words. I heard Francois and I heard kleptocracy. So, so I assume that question is for Francois. Yeah. Our delegates able to hear the interpretation? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We are being discriminated on the high table. I don't understand. Can somebody please help us in that regard? It's sorted out. Fantastic. Thank you. I still haven't heard the question, but all right. So I think that was the second hand. You can please go ahead with your question.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I am Edward B. Koma from Transparency International Sierra Leone. Organizing this first African IACC conference, I think, is a step in the right direction that demonstrates the fact that we, the CSOs in the African continent, are ready to take the fight against corruption to another level. And if we are to succeed in the fight against corruption, there is another important sector that we need to bring on board this platform. Like Ruben was saying, partnership and collaboration is very, very key for us to make meaningful strides in the fight against corruption. One key sector that we need is the government actors, because we as CSOs can be determined in terms of fighting corruption, but we need to have the support and cooperation of the political actors. Because what we are seeing in Africa predominantly is the fact that politicians are using the fight against corruption as a political tool. They are using it in their campaigns, promising people that when we come to power, we fight against corruption. And people experiencing the impact, the negative impact of corruption will throw their weight behind them. And when once they get to power, they start doing otherwise. They start to be more corrupt, than even the ones that were there before. So the African leaders lack sincerity and commitment in the fight against corruption. So we need to bring them on board and work in collaboration with African bodies like the African Union, like regional bodies like the ECOWAS, for example, because we have the African Union Convention Against Corruption. But it is sad to note that that one is not well popularized, and even in Africa, it is quite recently that we start recognizing the African International Anti-Corruption Day. So, if we are to make meaningful impact in fighting corruption at the African level, we must ensure that we bring on board the political actors through our regional and continental bodies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edward. I believe that was more of a contribution and a recommendation, I guess, as opposed to a question.
Yeah.
I will pick one more. I have seen the hand there, but let me be a bit more democratic and go to this. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I cannot see you from here, so I will allow you to please ask your question and then ask the.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah. Cyril Bonlam from TI Seychelles. A question to Professor. Right now in the court in Seychelles, in Seychelles we have the laws in place. We have the UBO registry in place. The judiciary is independent. But we have one major challenge. As a small country, we have limited financial resources to take on these cases. We have currently a case in court right now for over $50 million that was basically stolen from the country. But these guys defending the cases are loaded. They right now employing QCs from the UK, top lawyers from the States to defend the cases. And these cases now are being dragged before the court, taking a lot of time. Now, financially, that's a burden in the country. What sort of, advice or issues that us as a small country can consider to try and basically reduce the length of time, because that translates into money that we have to pay these guys. And obviously, we have a population that is getting impatient in terms of trying to see the results. So, from your experience, what sort of advice or direction that we can guide us? Because TI Seychelles has been very, very vocal, and I think this is one of the reasons why our scores have really gone up. For I think we are now 21st, I think, highest in Africa. That was basically one of the contributor factors to this. Thanks, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I believe we have had two questions, both of which are for Francois. So I will allow a third question because I was hoping to get three questions, and I'll allow my colleague Luchembe to just ask his question.
Thank you, Chair and Comrade Christian. So, unfortunately, my question also will be directed to Professor Francois, but I'm sure Mr. Lefuka will also be able to address part of it. When Professor was talking about building a global ethical economy through promoting business of public sector integrity, what was coming out very loud is that this corruption that we are trying to address is not petty kind of corruption. It's I'll put it in a layman's language, big kind of corruption. It's involving multinationals, it is involving different corporations and power holding individuals, such that sometimes if we want to fight this corruption at local level, it doesn't really work out because it's at international level, it's at multinational levels, and very powerful individuals that are involved in the fight in this kind of corruption. I just wanted to find out from TI, how can we ensure that such kind of corruption are addressed without really affecting, the locals in these different countries that you have chapters, and in other, countries where we have, when, for example, I think when Maurice asked in terms of what actions should we be taking, you quickly talked about sanctions. You might need to begin to look into sanctions, but when you begin to put into sanctions, these sanctions, yes, will affect the multilateral institutions and the power individuals, but largely will affect the local Zambians, for example, if I put it in that context, or the Africans, the individuals who are poor people. So how do we ensure that even as we are fighting corruption, we are still safeguarding the poorest most in these countries where we're trying to address issues of corruption? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luchembe. So, Prof, you can proceed to answer as briefly as you can, but of course without losing the...
Are you hearing me? And is the interpretation working? Apparently, yeah. Okay. So yes, I will try to be brief. Very response. First of all, the role of business. It is clear that there are well-intended businesses which are genuine in their will to work with civil society organizations. You know such businesses in Zambia, there are similar businesses in other countries. Still, there is a dangerous narrative that we are now hearing, especially from some northern companies, which are implying that they would have solved the corruption problem, because now they have processes in place, they are ticking the boxes, etc. So the corruption problem, well, is not solved, as we all know. It is not solved for those companies, and there are always new frontiers. I will mention one of those frontiers. There are some international corporations which are participating in international initiatives, anti-corruption, etc. And when you look at the annual reports of those companies, they still have a number of subsidiaries that are headquartered in offshore centers. And, follow me on that, these companies are not 100% owned by the parent company, which means that they have minority shareholders. And these minority shareholders are not disclosed at all. And we still want to have a campaign. It could be the role of Publish What You Pay, of Transparency International, or others. Publish your minority shareholders, because it happened, and we could see that with scandals, that those minority shareholders in offshore registered subsidiaries of big corporations were people in charge of giving the licenses, the authorizations, ministers, etc. So that's a new frontier. Now, you mentioned, Christian, the IMF, World Bank, international financial institutions. We were discussing that last night with our French-speaking African colleagues. And one of them said something which is very true. When we have two parties on the table, the international financial institutions and the governments, they get an agreement very fast. And this agreement is not necessarily to the benefit of transparency. When you put civil society on the table, then we start having interesting conversations, and the result which will hopefully benefit to the people. And that's what we can observe in various countries where Transparency International is present. Now, on the financial burden for litigations within a country, yes, we are fully aware that there is a discrepancy of forces and of money between those that can hire, high-level lawyers, etc., and pay a lot for them, and us. Yes, but we are a global civil society, and it is now rare to find a significant corruption case in a country where it is strictly national, where you cannot have connections to other countries. A bank, which is a subsidiary of an international bank, or of a bank listed in another jurisdiction, or the use of dollars as the payment for bribes. And as soon as you have that, there can be cooperation with other civil society organizations from other countries where it is possible to have, it is easier to have pro bono lawyers, and you can have access to funding sources. Let's use the corrupt find it easy to invest in the North. Let's use this easiness of the North also to work with civil society organizations in countries where there are innumerable victims of corruption. Then the problem of how we can fight corruption without affecting the individuals in the countries. There were at least two aspects in your question. First, the sanctions. There are different sanctions. The sanctions, for example, against Russia. Right now, yes, they are supposed to affect the Russian economy, so we can assume that the Russian population may be suffering from those sanctions. I'm not criticizing those sanctions at all. I'm in favor of those sanctions, but still, we can have this debate. But when it is sanctioning bankers from international banks who met with a government somewhere, let's say in Africa, and convince this government that it would be a bright idea to issue public debt to the international markets, and then this public debt is vastly embezzled to the benefit of some political leaders. Those bankers, when they are arrested in the US, the population in the country, I was thinking of Mozambique in that case, the population in Mozambique is not suffering from those bankers being arrested in the US. So those are the types of sanctions that we want against the enablers. Without the enablers, it is not possible to have this global economy of corruption function. And that's the way we can try to target this economy, and that's the weak link of this economy, because all these enablers, they do not want to go to jail at all.
All right, thank you very much. We are about to conclude this session, but I did promise the online audience that we will get at least one question from them, so we cannot be in a meeting talking about integrity and then not show enough integrity to keep our word. So I'll ask that we get maybe just one question from the online audience, and then we will bring this to a close. Zanji.
Okay, so the question is from Lama Ngeke, and it says, considering the challenges being faced in Africa, in particular Zambia, in the public procurement, and healthcare sectors, what concrete steps can be implemented to increase transparency and accountability in these areas to deter corrupt practices? He hasn't specified this. Should I read it again? So he hasn't specified who it's for. Considering the challenges being faced in Africa, in particular Zambia, in the public procurement and healthcare sectors, what concrete steps can be implemented to increase transparency and accountability in these areas to deter corrupt practices?
I believe Mr. Lifuka has been nominated to respond to that question, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I thought you were going to ask Francois to speak on behalf of Zambia. Well, I think we've had a lot of reforms going on in public procurement in Zambia. Concrete steps that are being taken is to develop digital platforms or online platforms. EGP, for instance, the electronic government procurement system is being put in place, essentially to make it possible for people that are bidding for different government goods and services to do so on a platform that allows for checks and balances. So that is one way, trying to digitize the public procurement processes. We are also seeing the disclosure of information on a regular basis. You see that a number of procuring entities will always indicate in the public media the contracts that they have awarded. So the best contract has gone to company X and the value. And the laws now do provide an opportunity for losing bidders to challenge where there's evidence of wrongdoing. Essentially, the public procurement system in Zambia is trying to put in place open contracting systems. We're not yet there, and one hopes that we can get to a stage where even contracts that are signed will be made available and people can see the terms and conditions of those contracts. So that is one way of improving public procurement. More needs to be done in that with the reforms that we have different procuring entities. It's not just the Zambia Public Procurement Authority doing this. They are more of a regulator. So different ministries and spending agencies are the ones involved in procurement. So we need greater transparency on what they are procuring, who they award the contract to, and ultimately what the final contract sum is. Let me say this about the construction sector. This is important because at some stage I served as chair for the multi-stakeholder group for the construction sector transparency initiative for Zambia. Usually with the construction projects, the problem does not lie with the initial contract. The problem lies with the variations and extra work that are demanded. So you could have a contract being awarded at say 1 million, but this contractor knows that there's a likelihood that when they awarded the contract, there will be variations to be made because of one, changes in the design or detailed works that are needed, or there might be extra works by just giving a kickback to the consulting engineer or consulting architect. I'm not saying that's what I used to do when I was an architect, practicing as an architect. But ultimately, the final contract sum may even be 10 million. So in most cases, we pay attention to just the initial contract sum. We should be paying attention to the variations and extra works in between because they do change the final contract sum. Then Maurice, taking advantage of this speaking, I'm sure you'll not kill me for this. Luchembe did ask an important question about multinational companies. And I think Francois responded that I think we should go from here knowing fully well that you still have a lot of big business who want to do clean business. So it's not like every big business is trying to cut corners. There are so many of them who know that there are reputations to protect. However, the pool is polluted by those who like to cut corners. But the penalties are severe. We've had big businesses being debarred, say, by the international finance institutions, whether it's a World Bank, etc. They've been made to pay huge sanctions. More definitely can be done to ensure that big business are brought into line. But most importantly, what Francois said is something we need to think about. The whole issue of political settlement, where the economic elite and the political elite can determine major deals to do with resources like natural extractive resources of a country. Without the knowledge of even the populace, a mine can be given out simply because these two entities have struck a deal. They are power holding such that they can determine the entire cost of the country. So where do we take interest ourselves in, say, some of the mining contracts that are being awarded? Do we even know the details, the full details of what has been done? I'm trying to avoid looking at the DPP. I was going to say, do we even know what came out of the mining audit? Remember, the cadastre was closed. So what came out of that mining audit? Because those are the things we should be taking interest in as citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Lifuka. It's interesting that you mentioned the DPP because he does have a small reflection to make, I believe. So I will allow him just 2 minutes before I then come back to the panel to give. So DPP, just in under 2 minutes, your quick reflection.
Hello. Yes. Just briefly, just to indicate that in terms of the role of government in fighting corruption, it's quite clear. Government endeavors to ensure that no one gets away with perpetrating corruption. There are no sacred cows in the fight against corruption. I know the populace out there make it out to look as though there are people that can get away with it or are getting away with it. But from the standpoint of government, we have finite resources. The resources of the country are constrained, and government cannot allow a situation where people get away with perpetrating corruption. And government, from the context of the Republic of Zambia, has demonstrated the will to fight corruption by creating the Economic and Financial Crimes Court. And with effect from the 1st of March 2024, we have now put in place rules that will entail that economic and financial crimes court cases only last for 5 months. And should an accused person appeal, even at the appellate level, the appeal will only last for 5 months. That also goes to answer the question of the population not seeing convictions or inversely acquittals. So by the creation of this court and the rules that have been put in place is a demonstration of the will to show to the public the endeavor of government in fighting corruption. I can go on, and of course, there are institutions that are mandated to fight corruption that are receiving support of the government. One of them is my institution, the National Prosecution Authority, where there's a demonstration by government in aiding this fight by 50% increment in budgetary provision to the institution. No doubt, the Anti-Corruption Commission, the Drug Enforcement Commission, the Financial Intelligence Center also are recipient of government support. Thank you.
Thank you, DPP, and thank you also for speaking for the other institutions of government. I will bring this to a close. I will allow my esteemed speakers to just give their closing remarks in under a minute, and it really has to be under a minute, beginning with Prof.
Well, we are here all united to fight for integrity. And I think that integrity is the key to sustainability. And that is what we have to explain to governments, to companies. Without integrity, we will not have sustainable societies. We will not have a sustainable economy, including a sustainable global economy. And we will not even have, but it's probably the most important thing, a sustainable planet, because integrity is key to defeating climate change. So the stakes are very high, but I'm confident that we'll be able to address that here and in Vilnius with our chair of IACC Council, Reverend Ifuka.
Thank you. We will move to the chair of the IACC Council, Mr. Ifuka, to give your under 1 minute closure.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief in the interest of tea break. Just to say that we are looking forward to discussions around how we can confront the global threats that we live with and how we can stand up for integrity. The next panel discussion will be important as we now try and break down this theme. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow so that we can chart the way forward. And like I said, I'm hoping that this is a beginning of many such gatherings where we can meet, share notes, identify solutions, innovative solutions to the problems that we face.
Thank you, Mr. Ifuka. Mrs. Chancellor.
I think as the host chapter and as different chapters that have come to participants to convention, I think what we're looking for is really solutions, practical solutions that can be implemented, that will actually translate in seeing tangible results in the fight against corruption, that will trickle down to the ordinary citizen, especially on our continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that Paul and Bright gave me the most difficult session to moderate because all these are my bosses, and it's very difficult to tell your boss, stop talking.
So we've gone over a bit. Please accept my apologies for that. But we have indeed come to the end of our session. I would like to thank our esteemed speakers for their interventions, but I also wish to thank all of you, the audience and delegates, for your very engaging interactions. So as the panelists now depart the stage, please join me in thanking them with a round of applause for the good work done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maurice. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this panel. Now that we are officially opened, because this was the opening session, and you've all actually gone into the debate for part of the next 2 days, I feel it's the right time to actually make some announcements, which I'm going to make, but because the time has been cut short, let me then request Bright, if he's with us, the gentleman who stood in for the team that is hosting this, Mr. Bright, who is right behind here. He is going to lead us to what he calls the gardens. We are going to take a group photo. He calls it the family photo. In the gardens, it's going to be a very quick exercise, and then we'll come back and have a very short coffee break and try to be back here bright at 20 past to try and catch up with the next part of the agenda. With that, thank you so much. I will stay here and wait for everybody. I will come, Bright. So let us please follow Bright to the gardens for the family photo. And at around at 20 past, we'll be kicking off a session that leads us into the theme for the next 2 days.
Oh, okay. Hi, can you hear me?
1, 2. Umbera oye. One, two. Umbera. Simple. Simple. Hello? Hello? Oi.
Good morning.
Oi.
Good morning and welcome back. Good morning and welcome back. Well, thank you, the TI Zambia team at the back. Thank you so much for helping us close the doors. Right, let me just check. So we will invite, hello? For the next session, we will invite Ambassador Mwencha to join his moderator at the panel here. Thank you. Daniel is already here waiting. We'll invite Kay as well. Thank you very much. And we have online with us already Professor Tila, who has been following us and will join. And with that, handing over to you. Just to confirm, do we have a Prof online? We do. Thank you so much, and over.
Thank you, Paul. Can everyone hear me? Okay. So I hope you had a good health break. I realized it was a health break when we was asked to squat in front of the photo, so you can feel your legs and the blood rushing and the coffee pumping. Corruption never sleeps, as we say in TI, and we need all the energy we can get in order to fight it. So thank you very much for coming back. Just to open up, last week, or a week ago, I had a tour of Southeastern Europe and had the pleasure of visiting our chapters and partners in that region. And something that came up time and time again there was the risk of state capture. It was the shrinking civic space, and it was the overall absence of a gender narrative in the advocacy. When I look at this panel, as we're about to start, which, by the way, is phrased most of the sessions according to the language of the global IACC coming up in Lithuania, standing, which, as Ruben eloquently said earlier on, countering global threats, standing up for integrity. Now we will have sessions on standing up against state capture and IFFs in Africa. Next one, standing up for electoral integrity in Africa, standing up for gender mainstreaming, but also a session from my colleague Paul on the priority setting for Africa. So with me, this very esteemed panel that I look forward to moderating, and my ambition, I don't know if it's hubris or not, but I aim to finish at time and have a very successful discussion nevertheless, and I do think that we are set up for doing so. And with me for this is Ambassador Mwencha, the chair of the ACBF and the former deputy chair of the African Union Commission, as well as Kay, the vice chair of Transparency International, and my colleague Paul Banoba from Berlin, the regional advisor for Sub-Saharan Africa? No, Africa. Online, we have with us Professor Atiya Varis, independent expert on foreign debt, other international financial obligations, and human rights. Thanks for joining us, Professor. And without further ado, to get this exciting discussion going, I will hand over to the ambassador. You can stand here. Yeah, I think that's beneficial, even though the translation should work everywhere now.
Good morning. Is it working? Good morning. From this perspective, from this angle, it doesn't seem like it's working well. let me begin by thanking TI for inviting us to be here today and for bringing to us this very important discourse that is really existential for us in Africa and I believe worldwide. I'm also most excited to be in Lusaka for obvious reasons that have been indicated before. In the presentation, I intend to look at, as we look at this topic of standing up for electoral processes, integrity in Africa, to look at the question, first and foremost, why elections? As a precursor to the need for that integrity. And then, of course, proceed to talk about the status of electoral processes in Africa today. And in that respect, look at various angles. There is the historical aspect and what we have gone through in transiting from colonial, post-colonial, and then, of course, the Cold War. Then post-World War, post-Cold War, regionalism and democracy. Then, of course, finally look at demographic shifts. And of course, underneath all this is the issue of integrity and how corruption is a threat to democracy, but also in specific areas, elections, and how this is also a threat to development of the continent. Then, of course, suggest the way forward, and I'll be doing it rather fast. So if you find me, what is this? Very fast, forgive me because of the short time. Now, why do we have elections? I think it's obvious to all of us that the election is a process that enables the citizens to select those that they want to lead them, but also confers legitimacy and accountability, because every 4 or 5 years, whatever duration, those that are elected should come back to seek mandate or use that process to transfer power. But through elections, it also enables the citizens to participate and engage in choices, particularly economic choices and various options. In other words, policy innovation. And finally, elections do promote democracy, because democracy, as originally defined by the Greek, is government by the people, and those who are elected do so on behalf of the people. But I'm sure you have noticed that what we now witness, elections, if not well managed, they can lead to fragmentation of the country. They can lead to gridlock, and above all, they raise the cost of governance. Now, a quick one on historical perspective, the colonial legacy. And here we're looking at particularly the political parties that ushered in independence and which went forward to become governing or ruling parties. During this period, we had by and large what you might call the de jure or de facto one-party state in Africa, almost without any exception. Very few countries survived to establish democracy post-colonialism. And those that did, by the way, have continued to be stronger. Perhaps here not to say, and I say so at the end of it, that it's not a glass that is empty. It's a glass that is half full. And so is work in progress, particularly for constitutionalism and elections in Africa. But we also notice that in the process, what we have gone through in this transition from a single state to, a one-party state and during Cold War, the elements of all that was talked about here, the global goods of democracy or human rights, were very much also affected. In fact, they move in tandem. And we also saw a period of militarism where military took over, and largely because what I should have said in the first slide, elections also offers an opportunity to transfer power, and that has been a problem. And so instead of even seeing a situation where there is transfer of power, you establish a kleptocracy that hangs on the power, and there is no process of change. There is no hope for change, and thus military come in. But even then, you can hold an election, but the election is merely to legitimize that state capture. It's not the election that is really giving the choices that we talked earlier. Now, these are therefore the challenges that we talk about, the state capture, rent sinking, unlimited executive powers. And through these unlimited executive powers, you see a kind of do or die game, that those who are in power and those who want to acquire power fight to the extent that a nation is stifled in conflict. And a lot of, in fact, elections have become a new source of conflict in Africa. And you can find conflicts that are in the continent, citizens that have resigned to the fact that there is no hope of democracy and therefore resort to armed conflict. The other thing, of course, is trying to build a nation state has become a really challenge in many countries that have not enabled the citizens to express their will through the ballot. Or the citizens are so much balkanized along ethnic lines. And it couldn't have been a better place. I'm sure when we started, you remember we sang the national anthem of Zambia. And those of you remember, it says one Zambia. One of the reasons Zambia chose that is to build a nation state is not an easy task. And many African states are really not a nation state, but a state of nationals. Now, okay, now let's look at what is the current scenario in Africa. Through international pressure and also the citizens, particularly because of demographic change, we have seen change towards having regular elections, but still is what one would call second best. In other words, the elections do not, in many cases, reflect the will of the people, nor do they reflect the outcomes because of inherent challenges which we'll be mentioning, including IT and the rest. Efforts, whether it's through diplomatic pressure or election observers or economic interests or neighboring or regional countries, international organizations and treaties, have contributed to helping this process become more nuanced. But still, one would say we are far from really coming out of the woods in many countries. In fact, out of 55 countries in Africa, today, majority of them do have regular elections. Some of them merely cosmetic, but a number of them, and a few of them, can pass any quality tests that one may subject them. But of course, when you look at what is happening globally, I think it is Professor Francois who was saying here early on that the global democracy index has declined. And this it does, particularly from those countries that were, call it, the visionary carriers of democracy. We see that quality also decline in tandem in Africa. Now, what are the tools that are important for us to be able to fight? And what are the challenges that really impact on those? One of them, of course, is the media, the role that the media could play, and information for that matter. It was said here very, very clearly, and I think it was Mr. Ruben Rifuka who mentioned it, that information is a tool for us to be able to empower the citizens in the entire ecosystem of elections. And a number of us sometimes forget that election is not just what happens on that election day. It is right from the Constitution, how the Constitution enables democracy to thrive in a country, followed by electoral law. Then, of course, below that, the electoral management bodies, how independent are they? Then, of course, the political parties, how effective are they? Are they ideologically based or they are ethnic? And how does the Constitution cure those kind of things so that you can have political parties that reflect the national face and not balkanize the country along ethnic lines? But then I think what TI could perhaps be looking at is the state capture through these illicit resources, whether they flow out or they come into the country, and those who use it fight for elections, first go and defend their ill-gotten wealth, but also make entrance into elections or transfer of power very difficult. And so standing up to, we must then confront these challenges. And what are some of the tools that we could do? Of course, technology is one of them. I had already mentioned the media, but technology can be used in two ways. Technology can be used to manipulate elections. You have heard of even some of, I don't know want to call it advanced democracies, but mature or old democracies that complain that there have been foreign interferences that have swayed the public opinion to vote in one way or another. How much more that we have seen this in Africa? And so it is important for us to develop then tools in order to empower the voter and particularly to improve the process of election. One of them I would suggest here is the constitutional framework that is forward-looking. The second one, of course, having very independent electoral management bodies. And two, there is voter registration, there is voter education, there is voter intimidation, but safeguarding that voter and that the vote counts at the end of the day. This can be done through elections. But what is important here to mention is in using technology, you can use real time. And as it happens, the electoral is seized with how the voting is going on and the results so that there is no delay, because these are some of the tools that are used to frustrate the outcomes. And finally, how you manage disputes. Technology is a powerful tool, but it's going to be a dangerous tool in the future, because it was mentioned you could even end up with synthetic information. And in fact, for the future, it is even more worrying. But I think for Transparency International, what is important, and I think this was stressed in the last session, is illicit finances that enter the electoral process. How do we stand up so that in the election process there is transparency of the resources that are being deployed, the sources, and the impact that it had. And the one thing that I should mention here, which I should have mentioned earlier on, the role of violence and also exclusion, particularly on minorities, including gender. These are the issues that affect the electoral integrity of any country. And these are weighty, which require efforts. And one of the aspects I should mention here, for instance, regional organizations, including, for instance, the African Union, they have established charters on democracy, on governance, which become a source of capacity building at the national level, but also standards that should be measuring, including observations to continue to improve. Your work, Transparency International, is also important, particularly the CPI index, which continues to point to those countries where we have all these illicit finances which corrupt and which make democracy very difficult. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. And very relevant topic for the whole world, electoral integrity these days. We saw just 2 days ago the ultimate consequence of losing integrity in elections when Vladimir Putin was elected by 85% in Russia. So there's no country in the world that is immune to this. With that, I would like to go online, if possible, to Professor Atiya Vari. Professor, you with us? Yes. I will hand you over for your presentation, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. And I have to say, I have really looked forward to meeting Ambassador Mwencha. It looks like it is still eluding me. So hopefully I will one day be in the same room with him at the same time. Delighted to have come right after him. Can you hear me?
Do we have the sound appropriately? Can anyone hear? No?
Oh, is it better now?
Our technology colleagues try to adjust the sound.
All right, I'll hold on. Can you hear me? Please let me know when you can hear me. Hello?
We hear very, very weakly. The technology colleagues are working on it.
Okay, I will wait.
Give us couple more seconds.
Sure.
Can I get a sign from the tech people when it's working?
Yes, that would be great.
Otherwise, we can go to a different speaker while you're working on that. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
So the professor, the tech colleagues will be working on a solution, and I will go to a different speaker, and we'll come back to you. That way we'll be saving some time. So I will go over to my colleague, Ketakindra. Kay, the floor is yours, 15 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot and good morning again. It's a great pleasure to see you all today. I have a couple of slides, so I will ask the IT colleagues to display them just for the sake of illustration. It's a great honor for me today to share a few reflections with you on a very important topic for our anti-corruption work, which is mainstreaming gender in all our interventions. Men and women, as you know, are affected differently by corruption in different sectors and in different ways, and are subjects and objects of different corrupt practices and behaviors. Gender equality allows corrupt networks to grow, which in turn entrenches inequalities. Moreover, corruption disproportionately affects those who live in poverty, who are illiterate, or unaware of their rights as they can't afford bribes and therefore cannot access basic public services such as health, education, and social services. The providers of these services are most of the time male, which also exposes women to other forms of corruption, such as extortion, using the human body as a currency of corruption if they cannot afford to pay bribes. As Hillary Clinton rightly put it during the 1988 Beijing Women's Conference, women's rights are human rights too. Today, across the world, there is greater public attention and awareness given to issues of gender rights than ever before. But nonetheless, what the world seems to miss today is a greater attention to corruption, and considering that corruption is one of the biggest threats against human rights and therefore against women's rights. There is not yet enough sufficient mention of corruption in the major initiatives taken to promote gender equality and human rights worldwide today. Indeed, achieving gender equality and the empowerment of women is integral to each of the 17 SDGs. We all know that. Gender equality and women's empowerment is not only specific to SDG 5, but it encompasses all of the SDGs. But equally, the work and research undertaken by TI and its chapters has shown that corruption undermines each and every SDG as well. So research as well has shown that women are especially vulnerable to the negative effects of corruption in countries where they lack control over resources. In developing countries, including some African ones, securing police protection and obtaining justice from the courts depends heavily on the ability to pay bribe. So where women lack the resource to bribe, they are especially vulnerable. So allow me to take a few examples for highlighting to you the need, the imperative need to gender mainstreaming among our activities. So in the land sector, for example, and especially in Africa, a large portion of arable land is in tenure by small-scale farmers, often women. In 2017 study, TI Ghana, our colleagues from Ghana, TI Ghana Integrity Initiative highlighted and described the case of displaced farmers struggling with corruption. The displaced farmers, mainly women cultivating food crops and vegetables for consumption and sale, are big losers in times of displacement. In such contexts, where power imbalance makes it difficult for communities to demand downward social accountability, chiefs and other traditional authorities are taking advantages of the rapid wave of urbanization to maximize financial gain simply by allocating agricultural land for property development. The fact that this is done outside the scope of the prescribed legal approach, where planning and such allocation should be undertaken or supervised by local planning authorities, represents abuse of process, which in itself is corruption. In the mining sector, women have an important role to play in demanding greater transparency and accountability in decision-making about mining projects. This is important because mining can have a disproportionate impact on the well-being and livelihoods of women in local communities. Greater participation by women means more accountable community and government decision-making, more accountable company conduct, and reduced risk of corruption, and all of this for ensuring better results for communities from decisions about approving mining projects. This is why strategies to combat corruption in the mining sector must support women to overcome the barriers that hinder their participation in decision-making and accountability efforts. Here again, our TI chapters have been working with women and women's groups to tackle gender inequality and support women to express their voice. For example, TI Kenya has joined forces with Kenya's Law Society to empower women in Kwale County, with understanding of their legal rights so that they can take part in discussions about resource development. In South Africa, our colleagues from Corruption Watch has designed a survey and information materials tailored to women to encourage and enable them to contribute meaningfully to discussions about mining across the country. And here in Zambia, our chapter is supporting women to meaningfully participate in consultations through the environmental impact assessment process by partnering with the government's independent environmental regulator. But I cannot end my talk without talking about sextortion, which is one of the most dangerous forms of corruption right now, one of the most difficult ones to tackle for our movement and beyond. So ethnic and cultural conditions in many parts of the globe make it extremely difficult to victim to go public and to claim for justice and report such cases or seek policy or police protection. Because most of the time sextortion is not yet recognized as a crime in many countries. Transparency International surveys for its global corruption barometer included the issue of sextortion for the first time in its 29 Latin American survey. The central finding was that 1 in 5 women surveyed said they had either experienced sextortion or have heard about it or know personally a victim of sextortion. That makes a lot. 1 in 5 women. The Movements Network, research and advocacy around the topic have since developed widely from Latin America to the MENA region, Asia and Pacific, and of course Africa. In Madagascar, the findings from a survey we did in the educational and university sectors in 2021 and 2022 showed that 62% of the surveyed people recognized the existence of sextortion, but that only a handful of victims dared to report because of a fear of reprisal. Sexual corruption is not yet recognized as a crime in my country, and we are battling to counter that. Things are moving forward in Nigeria. They are luckier than us, thanks to the work of our chapter, the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, which in partnership with other creative structures counter widespread sextortions. In 2022, as a result, the Nigerian Senate approved and sent to the House of Representatives a sexual harassment in tertiary educational institution bill. And that's a major step forward. All of these examples tell us that the gender perspective is a key component when developing effective programs and projects to fight against corruption. But concretely, what can we do more? What should we do more? Well, the implications for women and men of any planned anti-corruption action, including legislation, policies or programs in all areas and at all levels, have first to be taken into account with the ultimate goal to achieve gender equality, and then incorporating a gender perspective into the situational analysis is the most important stage to ensure that the gender perspective will be reflected in the planning, design, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of the results and lessons learned from any program, any project that we are undertaking. This is very important. And then, in terms of project design, it is also imperative to highlight the link between countering corruption, the SDGs agenda, and gender. Understanding how the SDGs are interlinked with the mandated area and gender makes for better policies and more effective action to attain sustainable development targets. I'd like to draw our attention on the fact that the UNODC provides us with precious guidelines towards a gender approach to corruption. It recommends us to shift from just add women and steer anti-corruption policies, which reinforces harmful gender stereotypes, to applying a rights-based approach. It also emphasizes the need for anti-corruption policies to take into account a gender perspective between men and women and more balanced power relations, but also to take advantage of the possibility to directly implicate those most affected by corruption to co-design anti-corruption policies. But most of all, we need to include the voices of victims of corruption into the co-design of such interventions. And we also need to criminalize sextortion. This is part of the most burning issues right now in the anti-corruption world. But in face of so many problems, I would like to end on a positive note. Last week in Madagascar, we had the great pleasure to host the annual meeting of the ISTA project. So ISTA stands for Inclusive Service Delivery Africa. So we were a bunch of chapters out there, 6 or 7 of us, discussing about the ways how to deliver women and girls on the continent from corruption and foster the access to basic services for those vulnerable women and girls. And we had plenty of ideas for doing so. And part of this strategy is, the need for us to, and for public institutions to take measures to close corruption loopholes in the education and health sectors. For women and girls and groups at risk also of discrimination, to become increasingly aware of their rights. And this is our duty as civil society organizations to help them achieve and attain this level of knowledge. And finally, for national, regional, and international stakeholders to increasingly recognize the need to mainstream anti-corruption in service delivery. This is work in progress, but I do believe that if we all understand what is at stake, if we do commit for making change where we are taking action, adding a gender mainstreaming to all of our efforts, the world we're living in will soon become a better place. So please, let's try harder. Thanks a lot for your commitment.
Thank you very much, Kay, for that very relevant topic. Relevant once again for the world, but just as much, if not even more, for Africa. I would like to go on with my colleague Paul, so we give maximum time for the technology colleagues to address the challenges we had with getting the sound through. So, Paul Banova, with no further ado, the floor is yours. 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And in reflecting, the task ahead of me was to take a look back at the last, since the last time that we met, and highlight events that reflect or could deflect or could affect some of our current priorities in the fight against corruption. For that, I have a few slides which the tech team will help me project. And for that, I have selected only 4, just 4. And I have shaped them using the selection as the top city, the top film in that period, the top blog or blogger, and the top t-shirt. So starting with the top city, I don't know whether the slides are ready. Happy to get your support. 1 second. Okay, so I'll just keep going. Let me know when it's up. Okay, there we go. So you can move on to the next slide. So this is the top city. I don't know whether you can recognize it. I know at least one person in the room can recognize this city. And coincidentally, total coincidence, this city was voted last week as the top destination to visit by the publisher. Where is that name gone? Lonely Planet. Lonely Planet, thank you very much. Lonely Planet voted this, but my selection of that city has nothing to do with the Lonely Planet vote. But you should be able to recognize the city. There are buildings behind this giraffe. It's the only city in the world that actually has a capital city that has a national park in the center of the city. I know that my colleagues from Lusaka will dispute that because there's a national park 30 kilometers from here, but this one is right in the city. And this city is none other than Nairobi. And I think I'll get some slack for this. The reason for the selection is different, nothing to do with all those other reasons. It's because within the period we're discussing, Daniel, it gave us a very important African Union declaration. And it's called the Nairobi Declaration after this city. This is Nairobi. And the Nairobi Declaration, you can move to the next slide. The Nairobi Declaration is pivotal because in September last year, beginning of September, there was this very large discussion on climate issues hosted by the Republic of Kenya, which ended in that Nairobi Declaration, which looked at issues that affect almost all our priorities. The ones that I will highlight out of time are issues like the energy transition. Energy is a big issue in our conversation because surprisingly, for Africa, the electricity access, things like the ability to clean cooking facilities, the bread and butter issues that are now agitating citizens are quite, they're all affected and they're turned in here. But the declaration itself, picking just one or two items, has both calls to action, but also commitments from the African governments present at the time and well, the community that was there. The one that I felt needs highlighting is to decisively act to reduce Africa's loss, the 27 billion annual loss through profit shifting. And with very decisive measures, like by 50% by 2030, which is in about just a few years' time, and 75% by 2050. And the number of, when you read the declaration itself, there are quite a number of things to look through. But why are these things important? And I'll move to the next shortly, but why are these important? A lot of our priorities are going to go to an audience, the state actors that actually move the decisions in our spaces. And when they get together and make commitments, we have an opportunity to follow up on commitments that they've reflected on and made on all our behalf. And these are some of those. Another one within the same frame is the decision by the African Union to accept the invitation to join the G20. Pivotal because, and again, that is against September last year, pivotal because of the conversations, many other conversations, but notably the one on the recovery of African assets, which are now framed in the common Africa position on asset recovery, but not being at the table where the decisions are made regarding the destination countries, that's the places where these assets are sitting, was a huge limitation to the conversation of return of these assets. And there is a big dilemma in the rooms of asset recovery conversations because it's not the same. The folks in destinations where these assets left and the ones in destinations where they're sitting are all using the same term, asset recovery, but it's not quite the same when it comes to bring back these assets. And then you get a conversation of, okay, organize yourselves to receive the assets. Have you put in place a framework? What about victim compensation? What about, so the discussion goes back and forth and some things remain unresolved. But I believe that when Professor Attila gets the floor, she will delve into this a bit more. And we will move on to the next slide, which then speaks to my top film. And I hope it's also recognizable. And I know that very many good African-related films came out within this period, but this is my selection, The Warrior King. I hope it's nobody at all. It's not known. So, Kingdom of Dahomey, so many years ago, had this elite warrior unit made of only females, and now there's a big film about it. But the only reason I select this, next slide, Chief, the issues around gender which have been eloquently covered by Kay, which I will not dig into, apart from just one, that a number of us here were present in Atlanta last year. Out of the 10 decisions came out of the UN Conference of States Parties on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And 10 resolutions, 2 decisions. Out of the 10 declarations, 10 resolutions, 1 was on gender, promoted by the Republic of Ghana, so quite notable. And again, a resolution that shapes our work and can fit into some of the conversations that Kay has so elaborately put forward that shape the discussion the next 2 days. I will move on to the blog, the top blog, and with my apologies to Afro bloggers, our friends at Afro bloggers have a competition where they select the top blog. So I wouldn't use the same criteria. The top blog for me is a blog from someone very well known to us, John Githongo. I did not get his permission to use this photo. What I did instead was to capture the blog itself. So it's out there, it's public, it's on the U4 website, and the link is up here. But he does a 2-part blog that challenges all of us in the way we think about the anti-corruption work we do today. He's actually saying we need a rethink of the way we do anti-corruption, a total rethink. And he traces it back 30 years from the beginning, and he says some of the problems that we're seeing at the beginning that led us into the fight against corruption have re-emerged today after our having invested 30 years. Coup d'etats, which were the talk of the era, the way in which political power was transitioning, are now back in the same places in rapid succession, one country after another in the Sahel. And he's also pointing out that the reasons for this are also something to look into. The dissatisfaction of a young, educated population that does not have access to employment, does not have access. It's all this agitation and anger coming up. And he also points out quite a number of dilemmas about what we call accountability. There is a dichotomy. We have states that are performing quite well on some of our democracy indices, while at the same time the rights issues problematic, or at least viewed as problematic in the same states. And yet, there are those who are performing quite well and scoring quite well on some of these other indices without delivering services to their people. So the agitation of young people who are in a state where their state is not delivering to the expectation is something that we need to think about as we talk about accountability. What happens beyond accountability? And John therefore makes a conclusion about a total reshape and a total rethink, makes some proposals which we can get into. It's a nice short read, a top blog. I will move because of time to my final one. I think we missed it. So the final one, my t-shirt. So the top t-shirt. The top t-shirt is this one here. It's been around for some time, but it was made very popular 6 months ago by one of our heads of state who called for us to make some noise. And it points out a few things that, 2 things particularly that we wish to look into. The former president of Gabon, that is, His Excellency Ali Bongo, when he was placed under house arrest, managed to sneak out a clip that called on all of us to make some noise. And truthful, I mean, he had a point. This should not be the way in which we expect power transitions to happen in a country like his. But the curiosity for me is the choice of tool. For somebody who had a toolbox, a very large toolbox, the choice of tool for someone with his office was very curious, calling on citizens, now, all of us, make some noise. And of course, we've dramatized it. There are now some memes, there's a song, there's a lot of things, and it's coming down, but it was quite high at the time. And the discussion that I feel we need to have about this is 3 parts. That the tool itself is legitimate. We need to make some noise. The quality of noise, when to make the noise, and all these things is something to discuss. But the call to make noise, which we all make once in a while, is literally calling on citizens to take up action against what is wrong. When we do that, we need to consider whether the people that we're calling on to take this action have the right equipment, they're equipped to take action, but they also have the right protections to take that action. And those are two things that I hope that can fit into some of our conversations. But I'll also just end by saying that, just in response to Ambassador Mwecha's comment, that we have a very important tool in Africa called the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance in Africa. It's been in place for a while, 38 states parties, members to this charter. Gabon is not one of them. It's not one of them. So had Gabon been a state party to this convention, the call of His Excellency Bongo would be different, because so there are things which were just not in place, which we should be putting in place, which you can call for putting in place. The noise, the quality of noise would be different if some of these things are in place. So it calls for some of our agitation to help put this in place in time. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. That was quick. And once again, important topics. The relevance of youth, the relevance of activism are once again international, global issues that we need to deal with. And the T-shirt with the "Making Some Noise" slogan gives me a good segue to getting hopefully the technology fixed with the professor.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you perfectly. Thank you very much. You're making noise. The floor is yours.
Clearly, I was meant to speak after the T-shirt, without a doubt. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience in giving me this time to speak. It's an honor and a pleasure to be on this panel. When you couldn't hear me, what I was saying, that I have been looking forward to being in the same room and space as Ambassador Mwecha, but it looks like it continues to elude me. However, this time round, at least I'm on the same panel as him. So I hope I will one day get to meet him soon, despite both being from the same country. So I was very delighted to be asked to speak about this topic on state capture and illicit financial flows. And I'm even more glad now that I speak after the other speakers, because my perspective, I think, adds a different nuance to a lot of the conversations already had. When I was looking at issues around state capture and, how do we stand up against it, I kept trying to understand, well, okay, this is about corruption when we talk about state capture. And then what does it mean? It's also about the popular vote. And of course, elections have already been discussed. And in this particular year, what we do have is what is being called globally the year of super elections. I believe there are going to be over 73 elections across the world. And a quick check showed that there will be over 20 of them held on the African continent. So what's the state capture going to be in this particular context for the continent? Started to give me a lot of concerns. So if you go to the next slide, you will see that the conversation around state capture is about what is this definition. But because I come at it from the financial perspective, what I kept trying to look at is who captures the state and what are they capturing? And of course, it is all about the finances. And state capture is about being able to get into government. It's about leveraging formal and informal networks in order to continue to both stay in government, but very often also to profit from this particular space. And what is the trickle-down effect of state capture? And there are many effects, but one of the biggest philosophical underpinnings is this understanding that there's a limited amount of resources available, and so there's a need to capture the resources. And if we're trying to capture the resources, it means that there isn't enough to go around. But in reality, this isn't the narrative that we should be pushing. The continent is one of the wealthiest. The people are amongst the youngest. And the level of literacy is growing at an incredible pace. So what happens when there is this kind of state capture? Well, first, it undermines foreign direct investment in the local economy, because those involved in state capture very often are putting their finances outside the country and not within the country. Sometimes it could be within the continent, but often there is a move outside. But because we started with elections, there is also an increase in state capture before an electoral cycle. there is an influx of money moving across borders before an electoral cycle for purposes of use for political party campaign financing, for example. And this is what allows me to start to touch on stand up for illicit financial flows. And what does that mean? It starts to increase the amount of illicit financial flows. And this in turn is going to weaken democratic institutions and prevent growth going forward. So these almost are a cyclical and a loop on top of each other every single time. But you've noticed that I haven't mentioned genders until now. Well, the understanding of illicit financial flow and state capture, as we have pushed for affirmative action policies, for example, as well as pro minority policies, means that state capture and illicit financial flows is not a gender neutral space. Actually, what we are starting to see is that government tenders are being won by both men and women, for example, people with disabilities, and it isn't always the best person selected. Often it is part of the whole state capture premise. So there have been conversations around who really owns a company versus who is the public face of that particular company, and where the money then goes, and who actually owns the people that are benefiting through state capture. Is it still the elites that were already in place, or is it a new set of elites? And the questions that are starting to pop up is that very often women are both part of, inclusive in, and very much players within state capture processes, as well as within illicit financial flow processes. They are the enablers, they are also accountants and lawyers in those very same spaces. And so it isn't just about those that are not benefiting. From my perspective, it's very much a class-based issue. It is that the poor are continuing to struggle on both genders. And as we go higher up, what you start to see is both genders playing a role across all spaces. So that then takes me to my next slide, which is if you're starting to see the linkages between state capture and illicit financial flows, what should be the way forward and what should we be looking at? Well, we have to revise policies. One of the things I looked at when I wrote my book, Financing Africa, was I compared access to information. So access to information generally across the continent, and at that point in time, in 2019, were about 18 countries across the continent that had laws or some kind of reference in their constitutions to the right to access information. On the other hand, I went to have a look at participatory budgeting or participation. And what was very interesting was that the same countries that had access to information often did not also have an enshrined right to participation. So we need to make sure that first, citizens and societies have access to this information, that we're able to bring to the light information not only on state capture, but also on illicit financial flows. And it does have the backing at the African Union level and globally currently. And then we need to make sure that citizens and societies, after having access to information, are then able to participate effectively and call to account states and their governance that are engaged in issues that obfuscate finance issues in their countries. So what can we do? We can look towards shaping the framework for taxation, regulation, and oversight. Currently at the General Assembly level, there is a multilateral tax convention that is being debated. It was led by Nigeria. It has the support of the African group. And this is a particular space that is very important. But we need to take a step further. Beyond tax conventions, we also have to look at the broader space of illicit financial flows that is beyond taxation. And that takes me to the issues of fiscal legitimacy and financing. In my March report to the Human Rights Council, I talked about the fact that while we are pushing for a tax framework and while we are pushing for players in this space, what is going to become more important, because we have to have a level playing field, is going to be the principles that we use to guide the negotiation processes, whether at global or continental or national level. There are 7 principles that become extremely important. These are what I call the principles of fiscal legitimacy. They include transparency, accountability, and responsibility, which are the commonly known good governance principles. But from a finance perspective, they need to be effective and efficient. But I think most importantly, all of these need to sit in a basket of fairness and justice. And when I speak about fairness and justice, I refer not only to actual fairness and justice, but also the perception of fairness and justice that has to be seen in a system so that citizens and societies do not then resort to violence, as has been referred to by previous speakers on the panel. Next slide. I come to a conclusion, and next slide again. I come to a conclusion with 3 or 4 points. Sorry, final slide, go ahead. And that is, how would we do this in practicality? For me, in practicality, we have to look at how we register companies, who registers them, who owns them. Is there a registry of shareholders in countries? Very important. And is it a publicly available register? We need to look at tenders across government entities. We need to ensure that tenders are actually won by those who deserve to win them, and that we know where the money is going and it doesn't go across borders. So if I was to take one thing away from this conversation, for me, it would be that we need to follow a principle-based approach, that there are interventions at a more granular level, but the principles of it are clearly going to be what is most important. I thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to the discussion. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor. And with that, magically, we're actually ahead of schedule, which is great, because then we can have a more deeper discussion. Just a quick reflection from my side. This conference, as the Africa IACC, is leading up to the global IACC in Lithuania. And the kind of issues that we heard about as the theme was being unpacked by the panel this morning are the themes that we likely will see much of in Lithuania as well for the global event. We spoke a lot about state capture, but many of the issues that are precursors to state capture, ignorance to the rights of women and the issues of gender, weakened society, ignorance of the inclusion of youth, ignorance to electoral integrity, ignorance to petty corruption. All of these things, bit by bit, chip away on our democratic institutions. And once again, as I reiterate, it should be obvious to everyone, but this is a global problem. This is happening in Europe, and it's far gone in some countries, like Slovakia, like Hungary, and obviously it's a done deal in some countries like Russia. And it will certainly, and is certainly happening here with the coup d'etats and other attempts that we're seeing. Us, as an anti-corruption community, we have gone from 30 years ago being a community focused largely on anti-corruption and corruption as an issue of financial inefficiency. Money was being lost in economic development. Money wasn't going to where it needed to go. To corruption being a matter of geopolitical security and survival of democratic states. This has consequences because whereas I would argue that 30 years ago everyone was interested in fighting corruption, today fighting corruption means getting enemies, because we have those who try to proactively infiltrate the processes around elections or try to use public procurement or foreign direct investments. We see that doesn't have to be always illicit, but large infrastructure projects being done by foreign actors, very common here in Africa, but also elsewhere, which often come with the lack of transparency leading to public officials getting bribed or getting dirty, or stepping away from the democracy that they're supposed to protect. Before I hand over to the colleagues in the room to ask questions, and I hope there will be a lot, just to say that we should realize that any one of these issues, the ultimate consequence of them not being dealt with is an absence of democracy. And right now, not only in Africa, but in the world, democracy is losing. As much as we are doing a valiant job, and I'm speaking here now to the tip of the spear of the corruption fighting in Africa, you should have kudos, you should have recognition for all good that you do, all of you. But right now, we're on the back foot, and we need to innovate and assess what we can do in order to get ahead of the other side. And that's why these 2 days are going to be so interesting. I have some questions in backup, but I'm more curious to hear what questions might come from the floor. So, and do we have online questions as well, or this is a physical only? In any way, I'll start. Well, I have one there, gentleman in the hat. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Joshua Muteti, come from Transparency International Kenya. Just a reflection and then a question to the last speaker. From the first speaker on how we have had democratic consolidation from since independence and all that, I think there is a lot to attribute to what we call the colonial legacies, whereby the established political culture was one of an extractionist sort of governance, where in form of establishments, like in East Africa, in terms of how the roads were built, it was on how fast they can extract the resources. Same way how the roads were, infrastructure, the way it was built in the north and the south. And that has translated into the consequent political cultures and administrative policies that have, when we have elected leaders, what they think is how much they can extract and continue to expand their political dynasties. So there is a lot to be done in terms of changing that, and in terms of having this investment being taken to the young people so that they can now start appreciating some values in terms of accountable democratic leadership that benefits the citizens. In terms of registering companies and how to open the register to the public, this is a very challenging area, and this is to the last speaker. I'd really love to hear what are some of the proposed strategies that what are some of the areas of advocacy that you can propose, that you can adopt in our individual countries when we are pushing for the public to open, for the registries to open the register for accessibility to the public. And also in terms of accessibility, what will that mean in terms of access, in terms of utilization of data that is open to the public? And also, okay, that is just basically what I'm looking at, because what I know is Nigeria is one of the countries that has opened the register. But in terms of access and all that, I haven't been able to look at that. So perhaps maybe if you can propose some of the strategies we can adopt, both from the demand side and, in terms of civil society demands, and also from the side of the government. How can we work? How can we incentivize them to open these registers? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think I'll take 3 or so questions and then we'll dish them out. We'll go over there now. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. My name is Manangombe Peter from Zambia. I listened carefully to the presentation on elections, and I totally agree with the need for independent EMBs, but also putting in place electoral dispute mechanisms that are also sound and speak to the issues of integrity. When I read through a report called Electoral Reform Technical Committee Report of Zambia, and how the people were suggesting around strengthening our own EMB, it appeared as though
just by the addition of independent, you know, to the ECZ would then mean that the institution has become independent, because the report does not go further to describe, you know, in much more specific terms what that meant, how the commission will be constituted, and so on and so forth. But I think it also, the focus has also been mainly on the composition as well as the appointment, and does not go down to reflect on issues of financial independence, but also structural independence in view of the commission being, you know, taken to further districts. So I want to find out from you, and in your view, what are some of the things that we should be looking for specifically in terms of making those institutions more independent? But I think coming to the judiciary and others, it has been very, very difficult to establish the how independent, for example, the judiciary may be from the executive, especially that the executive would almost appoint, you know, judges at all levels, and without a much more transparent way of doing so. What we see are names that are presented, but where do the names actually come from? And then that's, you know, tied into the issue of integrity, as well as the issue of the powers of the president. But finally, you mentioned the aspect of technology in elections. And I think the last 3 days, there's a conference in Nairobi around AI, you know, versus elections. But that now tied to the aspect of the fight against corruption, and especially around electoral corruption and facilitating integrity in that regard.
Thank you. And I think there's a lot of questions, and we'll do another round. You to the left there, yes. Yeah, to my left. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I get this one over here. So I just wanted to make a very quick submission, which is that in Africa these days, what we find is that corruption is still very profitable. The risk is very low, and so then it makes it one of the most enticing sort of investments. Low risk, high reward. And I think that the cause of this mainly, Ambassador mentioned the role of the media. What you see in most countries these days is the overemphasis on sensational and negative stories about government. And when you do this, you sort of draw a line where everyone who sort of likes the government feels like you're just working for the opposition, and those who are in opposition sort of like the media. And the moment there's a change in government, you see the reverse. You know, there's very little nuance, and there's very little technical depth in the reports that we find in the media. You see governments then trying to incentivize the other side of the media to also report positive stories. And so then they end up buying and paying these media houses. So you see this sort of polarity in the media reportage. Those who are strictly against government, and those who are strictly for government, obviously, for obvious reasons. Then another political cleavage that we have not yet paid so much attention to is the religious bodies we have in this country, in our countries. I give the example of Ghana first, who about 70% of the population self-profess to be Christians. And most of these people are found in new charismatic Mormon churches. There's very little transparency in those churches, especially around financing. Nobody reports on their accounts. And there are actually sermons that are preached that sort of questions the idea of transparency and demanding accountability from leaders. For most people, this is their first exposure or education to the issue of transparency and accountability. They are taught not to question their leaders. And so you see this seeping through the population, and so very little question, and people just take things on the surface of it. And I think that is an area we can look into to unlock the challenge of dealing with corruption on the continent. Thank you. Thank you. Great 3 questions, and there's more online, so we you certainly will be able to stay until lunch starts. We will not have fought off all the corruption that quickly. Professor Atia, do you feel that we can start with number one?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Just double checking.
Yes.
Okay, super. Thank you. So I will start first with the last question, the gentleman from Ghana. There is a very interesting approach being taken in Rwanda. It's been in place for quite a few years now. If a religious institution is involved in any kind of business activity, then each business activity has to be registered and the books of accounts have to be submitted as though it is not a religious activity. And in addition, any charity that goes from that religious that organization, for example, if it's a supermarket, if there is any charity either through the profits or through the sales of the goods that go at a discount, that is not allowable under Rwandan law. So this is one place where religious institutions at least are not allowed to engage in business activities and then use it as a religious activity. It is a layer of control, but it's also a layer of accountability that is quite interesting. As regards Joshua's question on registration of companies, well, across the African continent and actually across the world right now, what we have is a case of laws being passed called registers of beneficial owners. So, in most countries, if you own a shareholding of 10% or more of a company, then you have to register the ownership of the human being. So, you cannot have a company owning the 10%. Now, this particular register of what we're calling beneficial owners, or the human being at the bottom, is just being rolled out across the world. So it's going to take some time, but I would like to encourage TI to actually follow beneficial owner registries to begin to see who actually owns assets, because this is something that has been elusive until now. The challenge we're going to face is that there are questions around security of people and their assets, and it is also got a lot to do with the trust individuals have with the state. So you will probably see people selling shares or divesting from a country as these laws are being rolled out to move to spaces that are more obscure. Now, tracing and tracking this becomes very important because it also shows you where either there isn't trust or faith in a government, but also where possibly the money is not from licit means. And tracing this then really becomes very useful for us in trying to find illicit financial flows that are probably illegal or black money or corruption related. So I would like to encourage that. How to make it happen at a granular level is to really watch the process right now as it's rolling out, but also to start to see if we can have registration of trusts. There are certain countries in the world that register trusts. For example, Liechtenstein registers trusts and trustees. Trying to track through those spaces can be very useful. And the last is making sure that if you're in an investment group or you have a stockbroker, that these joint investments are also broken up. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. And my panelists, somebody wants to fill in on the first question? No? From my side, I think Professor covered the question very, very well. I just wanted to highlight that when it comes to beneficial ownership registers and data access, what we are seeing is that it's not always, or it's increasingly rare, that the global north are going with example. Yeah, and I'm using this term global north with care. The EU and North America, let's put it like that. And we have the European Court of Justice decision on beneficial ownership register access from 2 years ago now that highlighted that. And what we're seeing is that countries, most clearly exemplified by Ukraine, but also Estonia, and I'm sure there's several examples here in Africa as well that I would like to know more about, that are innovative and willing to take risks for the good, can make greater headway in ensuring transparency, beneficial ownership transparency and other transparencies, by not carbon copying what is being done in Europe or North America, which these days are actually not that impressive, where you see, as much as I respect privacy as a principle, the privacy lobby favoring the kleptocrats and those who have proceeds from grand corruption. And I encourage colleagues in this room to advocate for innovative approaches in this area. And that also goes to access to information and digitalization, where there's a great potential of leapfrogging ahead of the global north, so to say. The second question from Zambia, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. I think that was a question from Joshua. And no, let me just make a comment from Joshua. And I couldn't agree more with you, Joshua, when you talked about the colonial legacies and how that legacy was carried on in the single, party states, but also has continued to live on, still rearing its ugly head, even as we see today, because the moderator did mention about implementation of some of the national projects, which are done with very little transparency. But here I think what is important is if these institutions that continue to put pressure on governments to introduce proper governance, for instance, the multilateral development finance institutions, they have a lot of weight behind it. And I think, TI itself, the founder was originally from the World Bank, and therefore some of the tools I'm sure he came up with is seeing from the World Bank how countries were misusing funds, allocated them whether they came from the World Bank, but also other sources. It's very important. But also pressure, peer pressure. But more important to me is the citizens, if they continue to agitate. You saw what happened after the Arab Spring. Even those kleptocracies that were untouchable started to cave in. And so I think there is value in pressure so that we can really get, as it were, value for resources that are spent on behalf of the country. Coming back to the question of Joshua, your question is centered on three aspects. One, how can we truly make EMBs, I think it was from this side, truly independent? Then the role of the judiciary, and finally on technology. EMBs, you mentioned some of those tools in your question. For instance, how they are constituted. I guess in some of the tools that one sees around, and having sat at the African Union, I saw a few good examples around the continent where, for instance, the EMPs are not just appointed by very powerful state, but also reflect the character of the state in terms of regional representation, or party contributing to the number of them sitting there. Of course, making sure there's no paralysis, but also empowering the sufficient with the tenure so that they are not subject to appointments and being sacked on media, but also how resources are allocated, and so that they are insulated from state capture. The judiciary, as you mentioned, actually is extremely important. The judiciary, just like ENPs, is also subject to state capture. And we have seen this around the world. Let's admit it. But the quality of the judiciary, just what we said of the EMP, applies for the judiciary. How they are appointed. In some of the countries, if you have an effective judicial service commission, they should be able then to give guarantee of tenure for the judicial officers, and so that they are also insulated from the state. Of course, that doesn't mean complete, and also even the way they are financed. The judicial budget, for instance, shouldn't be coming through, allocation from parliament. It should be allocated in a more, call it, insulated manner from manipulation from the state. On technology, I think what you have seen, and I think it's been mentioned here time and again, that the future was going to be a lot on TikTok. You've seen what's happening, whether it's TikTok, on technology, whether it is on whatever, we are going to see a lot of it. And because of the dangers, particularly AI has. But technology is also equally good. I mean, you have now blockchain. If, for instance, you really wanted to run a transparent election, why do we make our elections very expensive? You can use blockchain to register your voters. Your voters can even vote from the comfort of their room using blockchain without having to have all these queues and making difficult voter intimidation, and have an effective, transparent election, under which you can be able to audit and ensure that those who are supposed to vote. But of course, that has never been interest, particularly in those entities that want to retain the advantage point which they already gained. And so it's a fight to claw back on those gains from those that try to keep it under their lock and the key. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yes, just to comment on the technology there. Obviously, having started my career in the area of technology, I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist of sort in technology in elections, in the actual election process. It's a challenging dilemma with ensuring that those who cast their votes remain anonymous, while being able to ensure that nobody casted a vote twice. And blockchain in that area opens up a new possibility, but one that hasn't been fully resolved just yet. Because imagine, I took the example of Russia, there's probably many examples here in the region. If those 15% who did not vote for Putin could be traced back through a digital election system, that would not be very good. And that is a challenge with one of the several challenges with digital systems for elections. But I agree, there is certainly a future in that area. Does anyone? Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. On the EMBs, I think it is a common problem that we are all sharing across Africa, and we had the presidential elections in Madagascar last year, who really illustrated the need for more independent EMBs. I think that civic oversight from citizens, from voters, will also increase the chances for having more independent EMBs, but that requires first a kind of awareness and consciousness of citizens to get involved into the process, because we notice, a lot of citizen apathy, I will say, or even resignation from the political thing because of many factors, of course. But if we reclaim that space and have more CSOs into the AMBs, representatives, I mean, that may play a role in cleaning them up. At the same time, it is also our duty as CSOs and citizens to put more pressure on the government so that they release the AMBs, if that's a word, I'm not sure, from their influence, because what we have noticed, at least in my country, is that the EMB is really captured by the executive power. So we need to rethink about counter power, not only institutional, but rebuild that topic in the optic of an active civil society, but also an active citizenship, through which we can revalue elections as a component of a democracy building. Because right now, for me, elections doesn't mean at all, democracy in our country perspective, at least. So that calls for a broader reflection. And thanks for the question.
Thanks, Kay. That concludes the second question. The third question, or did you want to, Paul? Did you want to shoot it? Go ahead.
Part of the question, Daniel, was on media.
Yeah, and the last one also, the media comes back, so you can take. Yeah, go ahead.
And just one quick comment that actually, in terms of the various institutions, we call them that stand in the accountability chain, there's some that are particularly problematic when they fall vulnerable to corruption. And if your police system is corrupt, means really the first point of contact for a citizen to report corruption is compromised. Now, if the media is compromised, there is, of course, it just opens up a world of challenges, and it's been a long conversation, the so-called brown envelope journalism. It's around, and colleagues in Zambia know that quite well. It's been a discussion. The challenge, though, is that in terms of the media and media participating in space in governance, is that there is also decreasing support to professional media. It's been decreasing over a very long time. Media development, the actors that were in, at least on the African continent, supporting that, the internews and a lot of the support that was the Panos institutions has really waned over the last few decades. And coupled with that is the idea that the definition of journalism now is also changing with the technology. So it also throws in another curveball. And the only hope is that in that dilemma, you can also then just fight within the media, like just put out the correct information. But the dilemma is, I don't think that solutions have come up. It's just a whole chain from misinformation, disinformation. It's constantly supplied malinformation, fake news. I don't have solutions for that, but recognize the challenge that it is.
Since we migrated to the last question, does anyone want to go touch upon that? The last question, but there was also including media there.
Yes, I like the way the question was framed, that the gains from corruption are more than the risks, and because of that, I mean, corruption will continue to be rampant, and there is the solution. It is going not to be easy for us to eliminate corruption. Let's not, but we can minimize significantly by making the risks higher. And where are the risks? I think in the last session, it was mentioned about the whole chain, whether it's from police, the prosecution, to judicial, working in concert. That is easier said than done. But then, this is where all these institutions, depending on how they're framed, in terms of their constitution, financing, and also the rules that were mentioned even in the first session, we can continue to minimize, but also make it very difficult for those who engage in rent seeking. They also seek these elective offices so that when they are there, they can defend it because they know they can. I mean, you have seen even in mature democracies, people are taken to court for various crimes, but then they say, I'm campaigning now, I cannot be taken to court. That tells you how difficult it is to fight crime. But then if you make that penalty big enough, and it all depends on the constitution and how that constitution is applied, you will start minimizing.
Thank you. And from my own side on that last question, we might have time for one last question after this one. Yes, to say that I agree that corruption is too profitable. Otherwise, it wouldn't be happening. I mean, we're living in capitalist societies, and if the risk of being corrupt exceeded the profit, people wouldn't do it. But there's a long route to take, and it's a global problem. This is not something you can fight in one country, and we heard that several times, and that's why we're here, and that's why we'll hopefully see each other in Lithuania as well. We will work on a global level. As TI, we try to focus or divide our work conceptually in three areas to make it harder for the corrupt to steal these assets, to make it harder for the corrupt to hide those assets, and to make it harder for the corrupt to enjoy those assets. So the acronym is SHE, has nothing to do with women, but it's easy to remember. And working along those lines, the ambition is exactly that, to make being corrupt, more expensive, and more risky. I'll take one last question. I think Sheila was first there. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Daniel. I was about to trump the women card.
Yeah.
There's no woman has asked a question since we started. And I was going to hold Kay to account because she talks about gender. And I was worried about the representation in regard to the plenary, but thank you. And thank you to all the panelists, Kay, Paul, Ambassador Mwencha, and Professor Waris for the contributions and the presentations that you have made. I think they're very interesting discussions, just also highlighting the intersections between the different themes that you have highlighted. Maybe my question particularly to Ambassador Mwencha, because, and we come from a country where, you know, we've had issues with our elections and the problem of electoral integrity is still something that we're trying to address, despite the fact that I come from Kenya. My name is Sheila Masinde from Transparency International Kenya. Sorry, I didn't mention my name earlier. And we've had a challenge in regard to our election system. We've put in place laws, we've put in place institution. We have an independent election management body, as you have someone addressed the importance of having independent EMBs with security of tenures. We have all that in place, but still we have a problem that every election, the acceptance of results, there are always issues in regard to how that process is conducted. And I think we've talked about it, even Professor has talked about the issue of state capture, campaign financing, and so on. And you've talked about even having independence of the judiciary, including financial autonomy of judiciary, and not just, and this is not just for Kenya, but many other countries. And the problem in Kenya is seen across different countries. And I think that we have an issue of trust deficit in our systems, in our institutions, because many countries have done what they can in regard to, protecting the integrity of the elections, in regard to putting in place laws and policies and systems and so on. But we still have that problem of trust. How do we build trust in these processes to ensure that we then secure the integrity of our elections? Well, my sister, you ask a very direct and specific question. I think one of the aspects perhaps one could resort to is to look at some of the reports that have been prepared by various monitors, where they point out specific, what we might call pain points in the election process. And those points will come, whether it is in the election, the registration, how it's being done, and how the citizen can, of course, see for themselves in order to reduce the trust deficit, that this process has been fair and open. But then go through, if I stayed on one point on, say, the process of voting and tallying and announcement of election results, this could also be a key. And that's why I said in my presentation, if we implement the technology, and I agree with the point you mentioned, I wouldn't use Russia as a proxy because that's not in any way even striving to be a democracy from my point of view. But I would then say, if for instance you use the real time, that as people vote, you have seen it, it can happen from a polling station because it's very clear. If you look at technology, I've participated in countries in elections where, as you vote, the tallying point can show in real time through the media that this, and use the media to show that this election from this point segment or this constituency or this region is going on, and this is the results as voted. It will improve trust. It is a process. But as you say, deficit, trust deficit, once you have it, it generates a
Thank you, Ambassador. And with that, we reached the lunchtime. I'm going to fly in my face there, sorry about that. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Professor Atia online. Thank you, my dear panelists. Excellent discussion. Thank you all for the questions. And continue these discussions as we're taking breaks and throughout the course of the days. Yeah, we have a lot of work to do as a community. It will be nice to talk to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any of the colleagues organizers? Yeah, yeah. I don't know what's next, so I will just.
Thanks, Daniel. Thanks so much to your panel. Maybe another round of applause just to pick that up. Thank you. That particular round of applause, Daniel, is because you've caught up with time. We had a bit of a time crunch, which you managed successfully. We have a very interesting session after lunch. We have a colleague who's coming from a community that is becoming a bit of experts in fish. We'll be talking about the governance of fish. The official title, as very well elaborated, is environmental issues and inequality. But my brother Cyril, and I know he's going to look after me after I have said this, is CEO of the Fisheries Transparency Initiative, and it's a new team, and fish is a very big issue. I don't know whether we'll hear from him. So we'll be handing over to Lovania right after lunch to tell us more about all that. What we are trying to do is to be back here before 2 so that we kick off at exactly 2. Then we'll have caught up with time perfectly. I understand the idea was that everybody at this point in time should have what the team has called a lunch coupon. And if you don't have it, Bright is standing at the back to see your hand. So one person, Bright, needs your attention. Just one. No. Oh, no. So the panel, everybody who's doing on the panel, you don't have one, but everybody else should have one. No. Okay. So do some people have this, though? Am I making an assumption? So Bright, the people who don't have and need your attention will be walking through that door behind you. But and Bright, before you disappear, where are we for lunch? Zanji, do you know? Tamika knows. Thank you.
So lunch is just as you head out, you turn to your right and you see that the tables have been set up for us. So in the lobby area, as if you're going to entrance.
Thank you so much, Tamika. So those who need coupons, what do we do, Tamika?
Please see Bright or Sandy. They're standing right there behind.
So 2 colleagues at the back to take care of that. And we will aim to be back here at shortly before 2 so that we kick off at 2. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lunch.
Sound check one. I can hear myself. Yeah, because I'm monitoring. Now it's clear. Sound is even bit. No, like quality of sound. Yeah. Yeah.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. One.
I was texting her about you. Thank you. Very glad to have you. That's so nice. That's very important.
Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really pleased to note that we did have on the menu for lunch some fish, because I was actually not kidding. We do have some fish to discuss this afternoon, among a number of other things. I think it's given good names. In Mahi, I had it called the blue economy, and other names like those. So I believe they'll put it in better terms than I'm putting it. But to guide us through that discussion is Lovania. Lovania Patab is the chair of the board of TI Mauritius, a role that she's held for some time, holding the fort there. But before that, she actually did quite some work in other areas, including the prosecution space, and also served as a judicial officer. Worked also beyond Mauritius in countries like Seychelles. So you're sitting in exactly the right space, and over to you and your panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Yes. Oh, good. So welcome back from lunch. This session is very innovative and very important. So please bear with us. The arrangement is going to be like that. There's going to be a first session with Cyril from Seychelles Fishing Authority. He's going to talk to us about challenges of the fishing industry in Seychelles for like some 15 minutes. Then we will have our panelists. We have 4 panelists who will be presenting their subject for 15 minutes as well. And then we will have 15 minutes of question and answers. So let me present our first guest. He comes from a country where fishing is one of the pillars of its economy. As a country, it faces illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, known as IUU. Seychelles has faced many challenges, and Mr. Cyril Bonland is going to tell us about the Seychelles experience, how they cope with all the challenges they face. Cyril is the chair of Seychelles Fishing Authority. He has a long experience in the fishing industry and is a member of the Fisheries Transparency Initiative. So over to you. I'll just greet him in Creole because Creole is our common language. Allez, vini présenter modalon, which means come and present your subject, my friend.
And in Creole, it's merci. Good afternoon, all. It's an honor and pleasure to be sitting here and giving you some insight in areas of fisheries in Seychelles. And I think on the program as well, they mentioned the nexus between environmental corruption and inequality in Africa. I won't go into the details of that to you. You guys are more expert than me, but I will surely cover some aspect of link between environmental and inequality in Africa and in Seychelles for that matter. Basically, Seychelles has an economy, as mentioned, tourism and fisheries. We are a group of islands, 100 or so islands, covering 1.4 million square kilometers of water. So our water area is a lot more than the land area, and therefore that's why our economy is on fisheries. Now we've been basically involved in industrial tuna fishing industry, mainly exploited by the Europeans, Japanese, Taiwanese, and Japanese. Despite that, Seychelles itself has not really maximized the benefits out of that industry and that sector, mainly because the way the agreements was negotiated with the parties involved. And it was only recently that with the new government in place that we are trying to relook at the agreements and try and see if we can claw back some of the benefits. Seychelles, we transship in excess of 400,000 tons of tuna. And we are one of the 3 major processing plants in the world, owned by Thai Nguyen and 40% by government of Seychelles. But there again, the agreement was negotiated. We are not really maximizing the benefit of that. Just to put in context, because of the way the licenses are negotiated, we have a quota, because there's pressure on yellowfin tuna, of 50,000 tons within our EZ, and the licenses as well. When we issue licenses, the parties can fish outside our EZ as well. 50,000 tons of tuna, if you, a quick calculation, translate around 2 billion rupees worth of revenue, but that goes to the boat owners. We get out of that maybe around just 10, 15 million rupees out of that. And this is why, like I said, we have been shortchanged that. We are now at the stage where we are trying to promote local Seychellois investors within the processing area. I mentioned that we are one of the largest canning factory in the world, but the money in tuna is mainly the loin business. And for reasons that we never understood up until the new government came in place, no licenses were issued to Seychellois businesses to exploit the loin business. And what we're doing right now, the government has put in place programs so that Seychellois investors can get into that business and therefore generate some additional funds locally. Now, we do have serious problems with regards to the impact of the tuna fisheries on our economy, positive and negative. Positive, like I said, we generate some funds, though not enough. The negative is that these tuna fishing companies, they are using fads. Fads are aggregating devices that attract tuna mainly. And but when they catch the tunas, they leave the fads to float, and they end up on our beaches, and they pollute our beaches. Seychelles depends on tourism, and what we are finding right now, we just started an exercise on a couple of islands. We're collecting on average between 1,000 to 5,000 tons of discarded fads, and that has a significant impact on our beach, and which ultimately, if it is not contained, might impact on our tourism revenue as well, because we want to end up having beaches. Another negative impact is that because these personers are using big nets to catch the fish, they obviously cannot select what fish they catch, not only tunas. They catch turtle, dolphins, sharks, and the pressure on our local fishermen is that they find themselves now having to go further and further and further out at sea to get the catch, to get their catch. And we had some problems some years back, but it's coming back again, which is the piracy issue. It's coming back in the Indian Ocean. I think only 2 weeks ago, one of our Coast Guards, together with the French Navy, caught a Somalian dhow, was trying to come into our waters. So there again, there is a pressure on the our fishermen, because now they are being regulated by the Coast Guard when to go out, when not to go out. there again, the impact on the revenue of our local fishermen. And again, this is where I mentioned that there's a link between environmental corruption, because that's an impact, the fads on on our beaches and our shores, plus the fact that the nets are catching a lot more than only tunas. So our fishermen now is good to go further out and with less catch, and therefore an impact on the revenue. So we've been trying to work with these companies to cut down on the fads. But as you all know, the lobbyists are very, very rich, deep pockets. So I think there was a session in Kenya 2 years ago, a year ago, where there was some pressures to cut back on the fads. But for some reason, the Kenyan representative at the last hour pulled back, and the lobbyist defeated the proposal to cut back on the fads. And the flip side to that, there's what you call a pole and line, where you catch only the big tunas. But now the pressure is the lobbyists for the pole and line are pressuring the people using fads to cut back on the fads, because then with catching big tunas, you have a selected market, and which means that your price of tuna will go up, and therefore those lobbyists will earn more money. So basically, we caught within a rock and a hard place. Whichever way we turn, we end up having to fight both parties in how to fish sustainably, and at the same time try to sustain the revenue we derive out of tuna. I think I've heard some discussions around how do we influence these people who are basically exploiting our extractive industries, tuna, and to other African countries, it could be mining, woods, and everything. But in Seychelles, we're trying to see how we can put pressure, if I can put it that, on those government to try and make it a bit less impactful of the exploitation. But the problem that we have, again, is the lobbyist and the pressure. I mean, I've been involved in negotiation whereby we've attended conferences to try and put pressure to support the fishing industry. But as you know, as a small island, we depend a lot on some subvention or donations. And we're being told that if you don't pull back on this one, you're going to lose on the other one. So again, we end up have to compromise on what we can do. So all in all, we at the receiving end of lobbyists, people with deep pockets, and despite the fact that the current government tries its best to contain the situation, it's becoming more and more difficult, because now what they are using as a tool to put pressure on us is that they are putting more pressure on the quota. They're cutting back on the quota. It used to be 50,000 tons, and we're being told that as of next year, the quota will go down to 35,000 tons. Whereas them, because they've been fishing for the last 40 years, they call themselves distant fishing nation. And because they've been in the industry for a long time, and because of their power and influence, their quota are a lot more than what we should be enjoying in our EZ. With regards to containing the impact on the environment, we did our bit. Out of the 1 million square kilometers, we gave away 30% of that to try to contain the exploitation of the tuna. But as you know, tuna is migratory. What we don't exploit, it goes out. Somebody else takes it from us. But this is what we're trying to do in some ways to try and mitigate the impact of overcatch within the environment. I think I've covered basically where we are with regards to fisheries in Seychelles, but I'll be able to answer any other questions if you so have. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyril. Thank you for giving us an insight of what an island economy challenges are, specifically regarding the fishing industry. It is great to hear that pressure has to be put so that the government addresses the over exploitation of fish, how it is important to promote locals to have a share of the fishing industry, and how to fight against pirate fishing. We will have questions for Cyril at the end of the whole session. So now let us come to our second phase of our session. So as you all know, environment corruption generates a lot of money. Interpol and UNEP have figured out that as much as $258 billion annually are stolen by criminals, depriving countries of revenue and development. For forestry alone, the figure is $13 billion. Wildlife illegal trade, $23 billion. Poaching, wildlife trafficking, illegal logging, pirate fishing, corruption in the granting of permits and licenses in the extractive sector are areas where corruption is thriving in Africa. So our participants today will be giving us various presentations about how corruption in environment is very present in Africa, and how this situation is indeed depriving the population in Africa of benefiting from certain sectors like health, education, and other sectors. So let me present to you our first speaker, who is going to be Ernest. Ernest is going to address you in French because he comes from the République démocratique du Congo. Ernest has a master's degree from the University of Oslo. He has founded in 2004, together with some other friends, the Ligue Congolaise de lutte contre la corruption, LICOCO. Ernest is the executive secretary of LICOCO, and today he will take us up through his experience on the impact of corruption on environmental issues in his country. Tafadzwa on my left is the executive director of TI Zimbabwe. He is a development economist. He has had the opportunity to work both in government and civil society organizations. He holds a Master of Science in Economic Policy Management from the University of Zimbabwe. His experience has given him both an inside and outside view of governance and democracy at national, regional, and international level. Tafadzwa also will present to us the experience of his country, mostly in terms of wetlands, the situation of wetlands in his country, and the situation of how there is poaching of wildlife in Zimbabwe. We also have Maria. Maria, you will have to present yourself. I think I lost your CV, but you are from UNODC. You are the regional anti-corruption advisor at that level, and you also work with other organizations for the promotion of anti-corruption measures. Kay, is a Malagasy corruption and pro-democracy activist. She is the Executive Director of Transparency Madagascar and the Vice Chair of Transparency International. She is also a member of the International Board of Fisheries Transparency Initiative and sits within the advisory board of African Women Against Corruption. Kay will present to us findings of corruption in wildlife trafficking in Madagascar, how corruption fuels wildlife trafficking and brings poverty and inequalities in the community. She will also touch on the need for climate finance transparency in Madagascar. So my first participant is going to be Ernest. Thank you, Ernest, to start this discussion.
Oui, oui, merci beaucoup, madame. Bonjour à tous. J'espère que vous n'êtes pas fatigué avec la nourriture que nous avions prise. J'espère que vous êtes tellement actifs que vous allez bien contribuer à nos exposés. En fait, comme vous le savez, les études scientifiques disent que la cause principale du réchauffement climatique, c'est la déforestation industrielle et humaine et la dégradation des écosystèmes. Or, la déforestation est faite de façon industrielle et de façon aussi humaine. Et au niveau de notre pays, la déforestation industrielle est faite par les entreprises forestières, les entreprises minières et les entreprises pétrolières. Au niveau de la RDC, par exemple, l'octroi des licences au niveau forestier se fait de façon vraiment opaque, à tel point que les agents de l'État qui octroient ces licences forestières se font corrompre. Les agents de l'État qui contrôlent comment se fait l'exploitation forestière et minière se font aussi corrompre. Et au niveau du code minier et du code forestier, il existe une taxe que nous avions créée, nous avions mis en place surtout dans les codes miniers, parce que les codes miniers, les entreprises minières utilisent un grand espace forestier pour l'exploitation minière. Or, cette taxe-là, c'est que lorsque vous coupez le bois, lorsque vous coupez les forêts, vous devez aussi restaurer l'espace et vous devez aussi planter d'autres arbres. Mais à cause de la corruption, effectivement, les entreprises payent, mais l'État détourne cet argent-là. Et conséquence, des grands espaces sont détruits sans qu'il y ait la restauration de l'espace ou le reboisement. Ça, c'est au niveau industriel. Et si vous regardez les images au niveau de la région, au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, au niveau du Congo, vous verrez qu'il y a beaucoup de trous causés par l'exploitation minière, mais sans qu'il y ait effectivement reboisement. Pourquoi? Parce que tout l'argent qui est payé par les secteurs miniers, tout l'argent qui est payé par les industries forestières, cet argent est détourné par les officiels publics. Et au niveau de la déforestation humaine, c'est les communautés qui utilisent les forêts pour le bois de chauffage, pour cuire les aliments, étant donné que ces communautés vivent aux alentours des forêts et on utilise ces bois, on utilise ces forêts mais le degré de déforestation n'est pas tellement grand par rapport à la déforestation industrielle. C'est pour cela qu'au niveau international, on a mis les initiatives pour atténuer ces réchauffements climatiques, pour effectivement promouvoir, pour effectivement lutter contre le changement climatique. Et parmi ces initiatives, il y a ce qu'on appelle l'initiative pour les forêts de l'Afrique centrale, qui a été une initiative du gouvernement norvégien, qui est allouée, qui se déroule au niveau de l'Afrique centrale. Il y a 6 pays de l'Afrique centrale. Il y a la RDC, il y a le Congo-Brazzaville, il y a le Cameroun, il y a le Gabon, il y a la République centrafricaine et il y a la Guinée équatoriale. Au niveau du bassin du Congo, ce qu'on appelle le bassin du Congo, au niveau du bassin du Congo, la première phase commençait en 2018 jusqu'en 2023, ça faisait 5 ans. Et au niveau de la RDC, les fonds qui ont été alloués pour atténuer cette déforestation humaine, c'était de 250 millions de dollars. Mais les acteurs qui interviennent pour mettre en exécution cette initiative qu'on appelle CAFI, donc l'initiative forêt pour l'Afrique centrale, ces acteurs ne sont que des agences multilatéraux ou des organisations internationales. Par exemple, en RDC, il y a la Banque mondiale qui intervient, il y a la coopération japonaise qui intervient, il y a la coopération belge qui intervient, il y a UNDP qui intervient, il y a UNOPS qui intervient. Donc, ce sont des grandes organisations, GIZ qui intervient aussi. C'était des agences qui viennent appuyer les initiatives gouvernementales pour effectivement atténuer le changement climatique en République démocratique du Congo. Mais qu'est-ce qu'on constate? Après 5 ans, après la première phase de 2018 en 2023, on constate effectivement que la déforestation continue. Pourquoi est-ce que cette déforestation continue? C'est parce que les citoyens qui dégradent ou qui coupent les forêts, qui coupent les bois, les citoyens ou les communautés ne sont pas bien appuyés. Au lieu qu'on puisse les appuyer à faire l'agriculture, on puisse l'appuyer à faire la pêche, à faire l'élevage, tous ces fonds-là, on ne sait pas jusqu'à preuve du contraire comment est-ce qu'on les utilise. On utilise les 250 millions peut-être pour des réunions, peut-être pour des consultances, peut-être pour des suivis et évaluations, pour des voyages de suivi, pour tout ce qui est scientifique là. Or, le changement climatique n'est pas scientifique. Le changement climatique, c'est la pratique, c'est les actions. Donc, moi qui ai tout près d'une forêt au centre de la RDC, j'utilise les forêts pour ma vie. Je dois, si vous me dites de ne plus couper les bois, vous devez me soutenir ou vous devez me donner d'autres alternatives. Et si vous ne me donnez pas d'autres alternatives, je vais continuer à couper. Et c'est ça le principe. Or, ceux qui ont reçu cet argent, les FAO, les PNID, on ne sait pas ce qu'il faut avec cet argent. C'est 250 millions de dollars. Alors, il y a une autre phase qui est venue de 2023 jusqu'en 2028. Toujours le gouvernement norvégien avec d'autres partenaires, la Grande-Bretagne, la Suède, l'Allemagne, je pense, la Belgique, la France, ils ont mis encore 500 millions de dollars. Les 2 phases vont 750 millions de dollars. Mais lorsque vous rentrez, vous partez, vous voyagez dans des villages, vous ne voyez absolument rien. L'impact n'est pas vraiment visible. La déforestation continue, malgré 750 millions de dollars, mes chers frères. 750 millions. Normalement, on devrait avoir soit des éleveurs de grande qualité, de l'agriculture, de l'élevage, mais lorsque vous arrivez par-ci, par-là, là où il y a des projets intégrés, vous ne voyez pas ces grands éleveurs, vous ne voyez pas ces grands pêcheurs, vous ne voyez pas ces grands agriculteurs, vous ne les voyez pas. Alors la question que nous nous posons, où vont l'argent? Et comme vous le savez, toutes ces grandes organisations, leur budget de fonctionnement est très grand. Très, très grand. Et ils ont dans un pays où ils travaillent, un pays à risque. On nous appelle un pays rouge là. Où pour y aller, seulement un voyage là, vous devez être assuré. Donc vous partez au Bandundu, dans le centre de la RDC, vous devez louer un avion. Parce que bon, le consultant qui vient, il doit être bien payé là. c'est 20 000 $ par voyage. Alors s'il fait 50 voyages, bon, imaginez les chiffres, c'est combien? Lorsque la Banque mondiale vient de Washington pour venir et faire une mission d'évaluation pour leur programme, il va louer tout un avion venant, si c'est du Cameroun ou si c'est Côte d'Ivoire, je ne sais pas. Donc, c'est des ressources qu'on utilise et qui devraient soutenir les communautés qui dégradent les forêts ou qui coupent les forêts, les arbres, mais on ne donne pas à cette communauté-là. Conséquence, la déforestation continue. Conséquence, les citoyens sont toujours dans la pauvreté totale et ça crée des inégalités énormes. Donc, vous comprenez que la dilapidation, même s'il n'y a pas des actes de corruption, comme ce sont des grandes organisations, on peut dire qu'il y a dilapidation des ressources. On affecte des ressources là où on ne pouvait pas les affecter. Mais ce sont des bons projets qui sont validés au niveau international, au niveau de Washington, au niveau de Berlin. Mais nous, là, comme changement climatique, nous les subissons actuellement. Vous regardez ici en Zambie, on nous dit que la pluie, maintenant la pluie, il ne pleut plus. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a toute une dégradation du secteur, comme la Zambie et la RDC, c'est le même presque, la ceinture du cuivre, ce qu'on appelle Copper Belt, c'est la même exploitation. Les entreprises ne reboisent pas. Conséquence, il y a dégradation, il y a réchauffement climatique.
Ernest,
Donc,
Ernest, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oui,
If you can wind up, yeah.
Yes. Conséquence, c'est que vous imaginez la corruption, que ce soit la corruption affecte effectivement ou a des conséquences ou impacte effectivement les changements climatiques, étant donné que les moyens mis pour lutter contre ces changements climatiques, les moyens sont effectivement détournés. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Ernest, for this presentation. I'm sure some of you, like myself, we didn't know what was exactly the situation in Republic Democratic of Congo. It seems that deforestation and mining has caused lots of problems for your country. And it would seem as well that aid is not exactly addressing those issues, and the impact of aid is not being visible. Thank you, Ernest, again for taking us through this challenge which many countries of Africa face, deforestry, forest logging, which I'm sure is bringing a lot of money for some people and some corporate bodies, and also the mining industry, where we all know that permits and licenses are subject to corruption. Those issues will have to be addressed again and again before we manage to make people and citizens realize that they have to address the subject because they are the victims of corruption in those sectors. Thank you, Ernest. So now we have Tafadzwa. Mangwana Anif Tafadzwa. I know a bit of Shona as well because I lived in Zimbabwe. So Tafadzwa will present to us the situation in his country, how bad it is with regards to the protection of wetlands, and also how bad it is regarding wildlife trafficking. Over to you, Tafadzwa.
Sure. Thank you very much, Lovania. Actually, Masquera say. So that's how we respond to the greetings from Rovania in Zim. So I do agree with the previous speaker that indeed corruption has serious ramifications on the environment and consequently on climate change. And of course, as Transparency International Zimbabwe and probably Transparency International and anti-corruption activists, we need to pay specific attention on corruption in the environment. I'm going to speak specifically around the manifestations of corruption which affects the environment by actually way of sharing some of the examples. So in 2013, we had the greatest scandal in Zimbabwe, where there was cyanide poisoning in the Hwange National Park, which is one of the greatest or the biggest national parks in our country. So the cyanide poisoning resulted in about 300 elephants dying. This was a very big scandal in our country in 2013. And investigations which were carried out established that this was work of an organized syndicated crime, where the syndicated poachers were actually working together with officials in the Parks and Wildlife and other law enforcement agencies. Of course, you see how corruption in the sector does affect the environment and actually wildlife, especially in terms of biodiversity. So this is one specific incident which happened where the law enforcement agencies upped their game in terms of protecting the environment, bringing the culprits to book. But 2 years later, in 2015, we had a similar incident in a different national park, which is called Gonarejo National Park. And in this national park, there was also cyanide poisoning, which did not only result in the death of elephants, but it also resulted in death of other species which are in this national park. And of course, similar investigations were carried out, and also they discovered that it's because of the poaching syndicates, which are actually working together with law enforcement agencies. And I also want to just share that the researches that we've done is Transparency International Zimbabwe has also shown the serious implications of corruption, not just on the environment, but on the broader economy. And in most cases, corruption happens when syndicates are involved. And indeed, it is an organized crime. So I also want to speak specifically to laxity in terms of enforcement of environmental policies and frameworks. This normally happens, especially when mining companies come into the country, and also big infrastructure projects when they are being implemented. And in most cases, the environmental management agency officials, they connive with these big companies to the extent that they issue environmental impact assessments without following due processes. And this is something which happens across different sectors, be it in infrastructure, be it in mining, and also involving bribes, where even the small scale mining companies and individuals also illegally obtain these licenses, and of course cause degradation to happen. And currently in Zim, I think about 2 weeks ago, the Director General of the Zimbabwe Environmental Management Agency was actually arrested on allegations of corruption, where he issued EAIs without following due processes. So if you go online, you can actually see that particular case trending. And this is something that civil society organizations in my country have been grappling with for so many years. And we strongly feel that when the agencies or anti-corruption agencies, law enforcement agencies are involved, it is extremely difficult to combat corruption in our country. Then the last case that I want to share with you involves the issuing of or illegal allocation of land on wetlands. This is something which is quite serious in my country. And normally the victims are the poor and vulnerable. You know, everyone wants to own a house in an urban setting. And we do have what we call land barons. They illegally occupy the spaces, then they allocate land to the unsuspecting public. And once they acquire the land, they do everything that they can, including special foundations. You know how to build in a wetland. You have to put special foundations, invest a lot in terms of building. And when the government get to know about it, that some parts of the protected area are actually being occupied. The unfortunate part is that when they come in, they target the victims, who are the people who acquire the land from the land barons. And we have had several cases of houses being demolished in Zimbabwe. So this is the public that have bought the land, and of course they can't access and probably acquire land which is quite expensive, so they go for this land, they build their houses, and after building their houses, it's actually the government that comes in and affects them in terms of that. And this has had serious implications on people's livelihoods. Serious implications on people's livelihoods, and I can't mention some of the implications that Ernest has spoken about, but it's something that is quite imminent in our country. And we, as Transparency International Zimbabwe, we have been responding to this particular challenge. And I also want to say that these are similar challenges that we face in the region, including Zambia itself. And through joint projects that we're implementing with TI Zambia, we had the Accountable Mining Project, and we did have a specific component that looked around how do we ensure that there is, we mitigate the implications of corruption on the environment. And currently we are also implementing a joint project which is starting shortly with TI Zambia as well, which is on the just energy transition. And this is an area where most of the deforestation does happen, because these big companies come and say, we are going to put up lithium, which is something which is going to mitigate against the other industrial ways of coming up with energy. And in the process, there's justification to continue deforestation, and ultimately it affects in terms of our climate change. I thank you.
Thank you, Tafadzwa. Thank you for giving us grassroots examples of how environment corruption is happening in your country. And you mentioned that there was a need for policies and frameworks for the future. Let us hope that TI Zimbabwe gets full support to put forward those recommendations to improve on environment issues in Zimbabwe. Now I give the mic to Maria, who is going to talk to us about trends, what she has observed as trends in the continent. And I'm sure she's going to give us practical examples of, as well as how corruption is affecting environment in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon. As you asked me to introduce myself again, so my name is Maria Adomait. I work as the Regional Anti-Corruption Advisor for Southern Africa of UNODC. And I am also overseeing UNODC's global work on corruption related to environmental resources. So it's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And also a difficult spot speaking after the lunch. So I want to start with my main point. I hope you remember this, if nothing else. So my key point and message is that sustainable planet is not possible without the sustainable management of environmental resources. And corruption impedes the sustainable management of environmental resources, as simple as that. So when we talk about climate change, about pollution, about biodiversity loss, corruption is really an accelerator of all these threats that are basically threatening our existence. So in combating this environmental crisis, the African continent must continue and put more and more efforts into strengthening corruption prevention and combating corruption. As we know, Africa is one of the richest continents in terms of biodiversity and natural resources. Your continent hosts 1/4 of the world's mammals and 1/6 of the world's forests. And as we also know and have heard before from my previous panelist, that the rural populations in Africa especially highly rely on these resources for their livelihoods. So their benefit really must be kept in mind. But unfortunately, this richness also attracts criminals. And the crimes against the environment, as we call them, could also be called environmental crimes or nature crimes, really are generating enormous profits for criminals. And actually, it is by now one of the largest and most profitable forms of transnational organized crime globally. In this title, Crimes That Affect the Environment, we list wildlife crime, forestry crime, crimes in the fisheries sector, illegal mining, and trafficking in precious metals and plastic and other waste. And again, corruption helps the criminals to commit these crimes, to conceal these crimes, and to avoid convictions for these crimes. There we are. There are some key characteristics of the natural resources management that makes it particularly vulnerable to corruption. So first of all, there are huge amounts of money involved, like we just heard earlier. So this is often very political. Secondly, forests and oceans, they are vast, geographically very dispersed, and often very, crimes happening in the remote areas as well. So oversight is, of course, really difficult. There's a considerable lack of transparency still in the sector. And it requires quite high and specialized technical knowledge that the countries can adopt effective policies so that they ensure this balance between economic development and conservation. And this expertise is often still not available. And finally, the sector is composed of really wide range of stakeholders, both public sector, private sector, with really diverse interests, and often also spread in different jurisdictions when we talk about fisheries, for example. So these elements, combined by specific issues in each and every local context, makes the sector really vulnerable to corruption. So as corruption unfortunately spreads in the African continent, and more reports are being made available on the link between corruption and crimes that affect the environment. And also, as we as UNODC have been supporting authorities that are responsible for the management and protection of environmental resources, we have supported corruption risk assessments of these institutions. There are some patterns that have emerged and that I would like to bring to your attention. Maybe we could divide this into two groups. So some are those that sort of appear always at the same stages, regardless of natural resources question, and use similar modus operandi. And those where the corruption sort of varies depending on what natural resources is in question. As my fellow panelists have really dived deep into some specific areas, I will focus on these common trends for now. So first of all, what we have really commonly observed is that no matter what natural resource is in question, the criminals trade in influence and bribe high-level public officials to pass favorable policies and regulations that set private interest above the conservation efforts. We have heard about state capture previously, and unfortunately, this is true also in the natural environmental sector. Corruption also allows illegal enterprises to be presented as legitimate sources of wildlife or fisheries or forest products. So through corruption, these illegal enterprises can obtain permits to then trade environmental products and launder illegal goods into legal markets. Third one, of course, also legitimate businesses and front companies are used a lot to launder illegally obtained natural products. And some legitimate businesses may also resort in corruption to increase their profits or to stay in business. The next point is that corruption facilitates criminal operations because it weakens the ability of public officials to do their job. So whether this is the managing and protecting environmental resources, whether it's about managing borders, whether it's about managing and regulating markets for environmental products, corruption can really nullify all existing controls. Maybe some examples. Public officials can easily circumvent national regulations and issue irregular permits and licenses, equally when it comes to fisheries, wildlife, forest, expansion of agriculture, and so on. And corrupt networks also quite often bribe customs officials to allow certain shipments and products go through without the normal customs inspections. And quite critically and unfortunately, the criminal groups are also in many countries infiltrating the staff structures of the organizations that have been put in place to manage and protect the natural resources so that the crimes can be more easily committed. And finally, and similarly also to all the sectors, corruption also hinders the criminal justice systems. Maybe it's just two issues that come to my mind when I heard about my co-panelists to talk. So one special for the fisheries sector and other one for the forest sector. So the fisheries sector, I think, due to the huge economic importance of this sector, it is also often really, really highly political. So this political interest then and economic return of exploiting the fisheries resources often really override the management of the fish stocks and fish resources. So there has been considerably less political will globally to address corruption in the fisheries sector than in other sectors when it comes to UNODC support. So our corruption risk management efforts at the fisheries sector, for example, have been less successful than in other sectors. And when it comes to forest, the situation is quite different again to other sectors. You know, when the fish is fished, fish is gone, or when the rhino is poached, the rhino is gone. But when the tree is felled, there is something that is oftentimes more valuable than the timber, and that is the land. So therefore, we really have to move the discussion when it comes to corruption in the forests from illegal trafficking in timber to actually look at the land issues. So the corruption risks there are often linked to land tenure and ownership, classifications, and so on. Also, attention there has to be put in the forest planning cycle, you know, because the decisions are taken at different stages, even more than in other sectors. So some corrupt decisions that might be taken now can actually have the impact 20 years from now. A few words. Do I still have time? 4 minutes, okay. About the role of intergovernmental organizations, I was asked to talk a little bit about that too. So when corruption happens and results in the loss of wildlife or fisheries or forest resources, the effects are felt not only nationally but internationally. You know, the demand for wildlife products, for example, of course, then puts pressure to the source countries, or fish, you know, if there are depletion of fish resources in one country, then this might also impact the fish stocks in the next country, for example. But similarly, if some countries are putting, or one country is really putting a lot of effort to preventing and combating corruption related to environmental resources, sometimes result in further pressure on resources in neighboring countries where they might have more flexed and weaker controls. So this interconnectivity makes the role of intergovernmental organizations quite important. Their roles are, first of all, to facilitate collaboration and discussion. There's often a lot of communication between the authorities that are responsible for management and protection of environmental sources and anti-corruption authorities. So we tend to talk among our own groups, but often not bring these two groups together. Of course, the international organizations provide technical assistance, can serve as repositories for data and information that allows for more effective policy decisions to be taken. And also, these organizations often facilitate the sharing of expertise and best practices. UNODC, we are the custodians of the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime and UN Convention Against Corruption. And by now, all African countries, apart from one, are the members of the Corruption Convention. So that is a really good basis. Really quickly still talk about a resolution that was adopted in 2019 by the Conference of the States Parties that first time links together the issues of corruption and crimes that affect the environment. So the resolution highlights the concerns of countries over the role that corruption can play, and also how big source of income this corruption is for criminal groups, that they use it then for other criminal activities. And this convention asked states parties to assess and mitigate corruption risks in these sectors, and calls them also to investigate and prosecute the crimes, including by using financial investigation techniques. Very final point, during the last Conference of the States Parties in Atlanta, over 30 countries, international organizations, CSOs came together for what we called an environmental day. So we had high-level discussions, we had technical discussions on the different aspects of corruption related to environmental resources. And the key outcome really from these discussions was that challenges are so vast that if we are not working together, there is really not much hope. So this is my second key point. We need to all work together. I give you one last figure that always shocks me, that I think puts things in the perspective. So in the last 30 years, since 1990, the world has lost 37 football courts worth of forest area every single minute. Every single minute since 1990, we have lost 37 football pitches full of forests. So I think this wraps it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for reminding us of the need of management of resources on the planet, which is becoming more and more very challenging for all of us. You have mentioned also that we need to strengthen tools against corruption. One of the patterns you have mentioned, which is emerging in many countries, is that criminals trade in influence and trade in high officials. You have also told us about the fisheries sector, which you consider to have many political issues, and also that we cannot regard deforestation as such, but we must also address the land issues which go with it. And lastly, you have mentioned that we need to work together because environment has no borders. Thank you. So now I will hand over the mic to Kay, who is going to present to us the unique situation of Madagascar regarding environment.
Yeah,
Over to
thank
Kay.
you. Thanks a lot, Lovania, and thanks to all the presenters already. It's always hard to speak, to be the last person to speak because you guys have already said everything. And please allow me, Lovania, to take 1 minute of my time to wake up the room a little bit, because as corruption never sleeps, so should anti-corruption fighters. So please, I just have a small game just to wake the room up. Let's just count 1, 2, 3. It's complicated, right? We will start it. You just say 1, 2, 3. Come on. 3. Hello. You are free. You just say free. 1. No, 1. Daniel? Yeah. Louder. Ruben. No, 2. Jeez. Okay. Okay. Louder. 1. Sheila? Karam? Oh, you too. François? Ernest? Yeah. 1. Hey. Yeah, let's continue. Yeah. Yeah. Ma'am? Yes. Perfect. So who are the ones in the room? You guys are bananas. Who are the 2s? You are mangoes. And who are the 3s? Strawberries. Yeah, so cheers to all the fruits and the numbers in the room. Give yourself a round of applause. Okay, this is a very serious topic. I mean, corruption and environmental crimes. And I do think that all of the cases that has been depicted, we can all relate from sensitive countries and fragile countries like ours, like Madagascar as well. In Madagascar, for instance, we do have a lot of trafficking of wildlife species. And one of the biggest projects that our chapter is doing is countering corruption in wildlife trafficking, which really relates to the smuggling of turtles. So in Madagascar, in one single seizure, you can have 10,000 individual small turtles flying to China. So this is a kind of thing happening, and all of this is fueled by corruption. Maria already depicted the mechanism, so I won't get back to that. But what I would like to do now is to shift in a little bit from my initial agenda. Sorry, Lavanya, because we have been speaking about a lot of problems, but I would like to dig a little bit into solutions as well. Some of them have been already mentioned by Maria, but I would like to share with the good practices that we might have found in Madagascar that might be maybe replicated elsewhere. So lately, and this is something maybe interesting, is to create the nexus, as Maria said, between all of these sectors involving environment. So most of the time we think about land and environment only, and we do have the practitioners forum on these issues, which have been created by Transparency International, WWF, and other stakeholders, and UNODC is also part of this. But I think that we have to broaden the scope a little bit, because beyond land, you also have to include all extractive industries, mining especially, and fisheries is also an extractive industry, let's not forget about that, but also climate change and broader environment and human rights, because communities fall under this human rights category, and human communities are always the final victims of corruption and all kinds of environmental crime. So if we do broaden this lens, then we will have more people and entities taking part into the fight against corruption in all of these sectors. So building this huge network of practitioners who bring us more advantage, and more power. So we tried that in Madagascar, and it seems to work, especially when it comes to put more pressure into law enforcement entities and individuals, because law enforcement is always the missing link, if you want, because we do have all the legislation, we have the institutions, but nothing is happening because there is no law enforcement, and then there comes a lot of impunity. But if you unite all the practitioners, especially civil society organizations and people, but also grassroots communities from these various backgrounds, then you can have some better results. So that's one of the things I wanted to share. And then touching on the issue of climate finance, I wanted to share an experience at this time on behalf of the movement. We do have this project named Climate Governance Integrity Program, the CG program, which is now operating in more than 18 chapters across the world. And I think that its perspective is interesting because it combines action towards climate policy, climate activities, climate justice. At the same time, we are promoting integrity in all of these. And this relates at the same time also on the need to a better climate finance and governance, transparency and accountability around the world. Because as Ernest brilliantly explained, there is a lot more financial flows growing around climate change. But are our governments in those fragile countries of ours ready to receive such money? And is this money used in the right way? These are the big questions that we have to be aware of, and we have to build the knowledge and abilities of our communities to, first of all, gather and understand the information around climate finance, but at the same time be able to demand for more accountability from governments in the use of this funding. Because if climate finance is derived from its initial goals, it's always the communities who are going to pay the price by the end of the day. So whether it is environmental crime, whether it is embezzlement of climate funding, it's always communities paying the price. And those two curses are always fueled by corruption. So you easily see the linkages between all of this. Then a call to action. It's up to us, people who are aware of those trends and also aware of those mechanisms, to wake up the rest of the world in global forums, especially. As Maria said, most of the time we are speaking to the convinced already. All of us in this room know about these trends. All of us are convinced that this should be a priority. But what about our people, the people from our governments back home? What about some parts of the civil society? And what about the communities who are at the heart of this phenomenon, but most of the time don't know about the main trends? So it's up to us to raise the bar a little bit higher in terms of access to information. Let's share what we know and let's involve as well people into this joint action, because we won't succeed if we are, if we act alone or with only our friends and like-minded organizations. We need to convince more people to join the fight. So please seize each and every occasion. It's not just about climate COPs or biggest events, but each and every event, even at the regional level, at the African Union for us, at the SADC community, everywhere, we have to raise this issue of environmental corruption and climate funding transparency as one of the priorities to consider on the continent. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Kay. There's no need for me to make a resume of what you have just said. It is so clear. So I'll now invite, because we only have 15 minutes left, I'll now invite questions from you people. So we'll take one question at a time. Thank you. So, yes, go on.
Thank you for the chance given. My point relates with still something that we discussed in the morning session as well. So things that make actually proceeds of corruption to be very lucrative and very valuable is the destination. So with this regard, still natural resources and especially forest, fishery and related matters still link with where, value is set by the destination country. So with this regard, what efforts are being made to, significantly affect this great value that is provided by the proceeds of the proceeds in the destination country? Unless those are made, then obviously it would be very difficult to rectify the problem that we're seeing.
Who would want to address this problem? Ernest?
Merci beaucoup. Effectivement, lorsque vous regardez l'exploitation ou la vente d'espèces rares ou l'exploitation illégale de certaines espèces forestières, la destination, c'est les États européens ou la Chine. Si vous regardez par exemple la vente de bois rouge dans la région, ça quitte la RDC, ça va jusqu'en Afrique du Sud et on exporte ça en Chine. Et la Chine transforme ce bois rouge, ce bois noir, en meubles. Et les meubles nous sont vendus soit ici en Afrique, soit en Europe. Donc, le plus grand bénéficiaire de cette exploitation illégale de certaines espèces forestières ou de certaines espèces animales, c'est les États chinois, la Chine ou certains États européens. Ça, c'est un. En ce qui concerne l'exploitation minérale, effectivement, les consommateurs, c'est quoi? Lorsqu'il y a l'exploitation illégale de l'or, par exemple, où on dégrade le sol par l'exploitation artisanale de l'or, les consommateurs finaux, c'est quoi? C'est soit à Dubaï, soit à Anvers, soit en Inde, soit aux États-Unis. C'est bien. Or, on dégrade le sol. Or, ceux qui exploitent illégalement l'or, que ce soit en RDC, que ce soit au Zimbabwe, que ce soit en Afrique de l'Ouest, ne payent aucune taxe de reboisement. Aucune, parce que c'est des personnes qui exploitent. Ce sont des individus qui exploitent. Ce sont des gens qui n'ont pas d'emploi, qui exploitent ces histoires-là. Donc, je pense que les consommateurs finaux aussi ont la responsabilité et il devrait, c'est comme ça qu'il y a eu même des initiatives de traçabilité. Mais ces initiatives ne sont pas concluantes.
Can we have another question? Yes.
Great. So, listening to all the panelists,
Can you, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you just present yourself?
All right. So, my name is Mary Awelanada. I come from Ghana. I work in the TI chapter there. So, listening to colleagues and the panelists, it's become apparent that we have a problem we need to work on. In Ghana, the story is not different. We see a lot of pollution. Our water bodies are polluted. We've heard that in the next 10 years, we would be importing water if we do not attend to the issue of illegal mining in our communities. We have seen a lot of forest degradation, logging, and mostly illegal. We also have issues around the licensing regime when it comes to contractors felling and also logging. When Ernest was speaking, I noted that rosewood has become a very lucrative uh, export piece in our country, even though there is legislation to say that it should not be felled. We see our political actors colluding with contractors to ensure that they are exporting this out of the country to China, as he mentioned. So for me, sitting and reflecting, we are at the African Anti-Corruption Conference. What are some of the key examples we are taking from this meeting? How are we going to ensure that we are making it difficult for the corrupt to steal, to loot, and to enjoy? Thank you very much. For all the panelists, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Kay, would you like to reply to this question? At least try to reply. That's a big challenge.
I will speak from the perspective of the climate funding, Mary, climate transparency, as this is one of the latest reports that we released in Madagascar. So what we did is to conduct a corruption risk assessment, and we assessed 5 main funding mechanisms in Madagascar, including the Green Climate Fund, the World Environmental Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and the Red Plus mechanism. So these are very famous funding mechanisms in the climate change area. And we found that there are huge risks of corruption, especially in the allocation of funding and the selection of projects, because most of the time they lack, like objective criteria. And the funding will be then given to people who are related to the government and to environmental institutions, not only based in objective criteria, linked to the real damages on the ground in terms of environment. So the communities who most need this funding won't receive any funding. So we put that into highlight, and then we made a series of recommendations, and we said, beware. I mean, those are the traditional mechanisms, and these mechanisms are funded by global institutions. But at the same time, you have also the increase of private funding in the climate change sector, and you also have to be cautious in using those private funding because a lot of them are doing some greenwashing. There is a huge discourse around that, especially around carbon credit. So we have to be aware of what is at stake as well and who is willing to do what. And then the main thing is, and that joins the message of Transparency International, is really the need of creating a global accountability framework. In all of these big instruments, legal instruments, anti-corruption instruments that we do have, just as we have to include gender mainstreaming perspectives, we also have to include environmental ones, because these are the 2 main pillars of anti-corruption today, which are most of the time forgotten. So there is a huge advocacy to be conducted. For instance, if there is a way to
update a little bit the UNCAC, and that was one of the topics that we discussed about in Atlanta. Remember, we should need more about this climate finance transparency and the fight against environmental crimes. And some of the resolutions that we presented as a movement spoke about those needs to update the legal discourse. So that's another advocacy. So, you know, I've gone too far, but nonetheless, Mary, I think that there are some things that we can replicate in order to really prevent people from enjoying what they are stealing, as you say. But the first thing is to know where are the loopholes of corruption in your country. I think that we have different contexts, and even if we do have common grounds, it is important to really know the ground first in order to find the most adapted remedies. Thank you.
Maybe I can add a little bit. There are few, I think, tools that have proven to be effective and should be used more. One is really the corruption risk assessment and management at different levels, but it really can help us to make sure that there is no more room for corruption in these organizations that are mandated to protect and manage environmental resources. Also, the use of general anti-corruption tools in the environmental sphere, talking whistleblower protection, beneficial ownership transparency, public procurement issues, and so on. So there is a lot what we can use that is working also in the other areas. Of course, interagency and international cooperation, receiving information, mutual legal assistance easier from other countries, and then of course financial investigations and to move more on the parallel investigations when we are investigating other types of crimes, for example. And again, just bringing the international community together and coming from the climate change, climate funding issues. During the last conference in Atlanta, we launched the discussion paper on this topic. There is a lot of information, a lot of talk, some concrete action, but still not enough. So now we are hosting a number of expert discussions now together with the TI, Basel Institute, and WWF and World Bank. And then at the IACC in Lithuania, we are going to launch the next version of this paper. But this is really something that we hope expert contributions for, that we can together come up with some more concrete solutions. Thank you.
I will allow a last question. Yes.
Chair, there are hands this side as well. Thank you. I'm Benji Mufalo. Well, I'm from Zambia. I think it's Tafado. I noted you mentioned that you're going to have a collaborative Just Energy project with TIZ Zambia. I want to find out what issues you're looking around that, because for most of the world, they're going solar, which recently is not as green as it is when you're going to have solar farms, because the effect of a farm, whether it's a solar farm or any agro farm, basically increases deforestation and displacement of societies. So I really want to hear more what your Just Energy project is all about.
Thank you very much for that question. So that project entails the development of a specific tool that we are going to use as both chapters to analyze the negative impacts that are coming with just energy transition. And those are some of the issues that we are looking at, which also includes the aspect of deforestation and also displacement of certain individuals, because we want to accommodate just energy to take place. So it's a tool that we are developing, which will be used in Zambia and Zimbabwe to ensure that we analyze the corruption risks associated with just energy.
So the conversation may go on, because what what we discussed in this session is very innovative, and now we must go back to our chapter and make our citizens realize that it is very important that they address the issue of environment and corruption. We must also be putting pressure on our respective governments to have laws and policies which are going to combat that type of corruption. And also, we must follow the money. I don't know how exactly we are going to do that, but we must definitely follow the money because there is so much loss of revenue for many African countries, and we will have to face those challenges ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists, and now to the next session.
Thank you so much, Lovania. I understand that it has become, yes, I have to recognize that you kept time. And there's also most gender balance. The panel here is giving itself a lot of credit for a number of things. It was the most gender balanced panel. It was also the most time cautious panel and time sensitive panel. So, and they also have enforced the culture of taking photos in front of us. And we will allow them to do that for a second. And because they have recognized themselves, we recognize them as well. When two panelists from this excellent panel mentioned the need to raise the bar, it reminded me of a quote from this region, from the Bishop Desmond Tutu, a very, very famous figure in this region, when speaking to activists, and he was saying, do not raise your voice, improve your argument. So I think that's a quote that we will take to heart. He said it in a well-meant way. But thank you so much for this panel. What we have on the agenda is that we will go for a break. I hope I'm getting that correctly. And that break is already ready for us in terms of break. It's going to be short if we are to keep the time that we've gained, and be back, and we will be led through a very exciting panel led by Sheila from Kenya. I'll tell you about it when we're back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Coffee break is right behind us. I also understand that there'll be 3 people from TI Zambia, elegant people who will help us come back in. So they'll do it with a smile. When you see these people, they're trying to shepherd us back in to conclude the day. Thank you very much. you? Yeah, good to see you. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the last session of the day, which should be kicking off in about 2 minutes. It's my pleasure to invite Lamasi, who's going to guide us through this with your panel. I do understand that we do have already with us Dr. Kaba from the ACC, and we already also have with us Mr. Edmond Shoko from AfroSci. I am informed that we still have, although I wasn't sure of this information, that we still have our colleague from Open Ownership as well, Mr. Mutale. If you may come forward, we have 90 minutes to 90 minutes, yes, 90 minutes to
That's correct. Yes, thank you.
So are you missing one more person?
Yeah.
That is Edmond. Edmond is right there. Edmond, can I invite you to come and join Sheila? Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Sheila, for kindly accepting to lead us through this work. Sheila is well known to many of us. I think Sheila joined the movement before I did, and I've been in the movement for a while. A few days, same month, but a few days. Sheila Masinde is Executive Director at TI in Kenya and doing an excellent job with her team. She's been with that team for a while and has done a number of roles in the same organization over time. So she's one of those executive directors that could point you to any corner of her operation, and she's familiar with it quite well. She also has a background from what I recall in the media circles, working with institutions like the BBC and among others. And therefore, she comes with a very unique perspective to issues of civic engagement using the institutions within that space. And it is therefore my pleasure to invite you, Sheila, to guide us through this session on civic space and standing up for accountability in Africa. Over to you.
Thank you, Paul. I think Daniel must give me your HR records so that we know who joined TI first. I keep arguing with Paul. He says, no, you joined after. Then I said, no, on the first day I joined, my then executive director, one of the instructions he gave me is that there's a young gentleman, that time Paul was referred to as young gentleman called Paul Banova, who you should call. So I think that settles the debate of who came first. But yes, we all have a great experience in TI and have enjoyed it. And good morning, everyone. I was checking to see if you're awake. I was waiting for someone to respond to me with good morning, just to know whether you're awake or asleep. But I think Care and Lavanya did a good job in terms of keeping us awake. In Kenya, we normally call the last session of the day, we call it in Kiswahili, Lala Salama, meaning sleep well. That's what we call the last session of the day. But I can see I won't have a challenge with that we are all active and quite engaged still at the end of the day. And I ask us to just give it the final kick. You know, in the football match, when you know that you have to score and we have 10 minutes to the last 90 left, 80 minutes to end at 90 minutes, and you like to give it the last kick to make sure that you score against your opponent. I ask that we give that same energy to this last session so that we can be able to enjoy our evening. And I promise we have a very good panel, not so gender representative, but I think as moderator, I take the place of 2 women because I'll speak as much. 3. So I think we are fine in terms of gender representation. I think I also just wanted to highlight, I don't know whether Morris is here, because in the morning he asked whether we feel welcomed in Zambia. And I had told him, no, I won't feel welcomed until I see the traditional dances I normally see when I come to Zambia. Ruben is here. So Ruben, I said, I'm not going to take the plane back to Nairobi until I am sufficiently welcomed by the Zambian dancers that I always enjoy whenever I come to Zambia. I've not seen them here, so I'll wait for them. So I don't know what the Zambians will do to ensure that I get to feel welcomed with the way I'm usually welcomed when I come here. But so far we have enjoyed ourselves, and we thank TI Zambia for the lovely hosting and convening that they have done and making us very comfortable. So our last session of the day, as you can see on the program, we have two topics. The main one that will set the tone for this session is a presentation on evidence, civic space, and standing up for accountability in Africa. And we have none less than Dr. O'Brien Kaba. He's a lecturer of constitutional law at the University of Zambia. He holds a doctorate, master's, and bachelor's degree in law. Dr. Kaba is very familiar with our sector in terms of civil society and also governance work. He's previously worked in development cooperation. He formerly served as a child protection coordinator of Plan International. He's worked also as elections manager for National Democratic Institute at NDI in Zambia, and also has been a political specialist for the US Department of State at the American Embassy in Lusaka, and also as a human rights and rule of law advisor for the German Development Corporation, GIZ. So he's very well versed to take us through this topic on evidence, civic space, and accountability. A very timely topic, I must say, because we've had concerns for many of us in our different countries around the political, economic, social, and legislative environment in which many of us operate, and how restrictions on some of these elements place hurdles on our ability to be able to push for and realize accountability and address the fight against corruption. So we will have him speak first. And then after his presentation, we'll delve into a panel discussion on leveraging on technology in evidence generation and regional advocacy. Again, a timely conversation. You'll recall, like at least in almost all the session, particularly the first session and the second session that we had, we started talking about technology because it is driving change in society. Different actors are aligning themselves with technology, in terms of finding the technological direction of the future, and also as civil society, governance practitioners, the TI movement as well. We can't really be immune to these effects on technology. As mentioned in the morning, we have opportunities, but there also have been challenges in regard to the use of technology. I think our IACC Council Chair Ruben Lufuka highlighted that technological revolution is here with us globally, but while technology can be considered a force for good, it can also be regarded as a disruptive force, considering the fact that we are living in an era of information warfare, large-scale fake news, disinformation, misinformation that is being exploited by the corrupt. But for this panel discussion, we want to be able to demonstrate innovative ways in which regional advocacy, technology and regional advocacy can be leveraged in our work. And it's really one of the tools that we believe can be used to generate evidence. And we will want to showcase some of the work that we've done around technology in this area to push for greater accountability. So with that, I have two panelists, and allow me to introduce them at the point where they come in for the panel discussion, so that we can just go straight to Dr. Kaba to just set the tone with his presentation. I think he's promised that you'll take less than 15 minutes, and then we can delve into the panel discussion, and hopefully we can release all of you by 5:30 p.m. or earlier for the day. Thank you. Dr. Kaba, if you can speak from there, I think it's fine.
Thanks very much for inviting me to be part of this session, and thanks for letting me set the tone for the discussion. So basically my role is to frame the discussion and around civic space and standing up for accountability. In my view, there cannot be accountability without an enabling civic space and civil society to occupy that space. The fight against corruption cannot be left to government alone. It is a public good, and like any public good, the citizens must be interested in it. So civil society and actors outside government are an essential part of any successful fight against corruption. And being from civil society ourselves, I think we're familiar with the role civil society plays in the fight against corruption. These include raising awareness, corruption prevention campaigns, participation in law and policy formulation, monitoring the implementation of anti-corruption strategies and legislation. Civil society is also often involved in whistleblowing on many cases of corruption. Civil society also exerts pressure on governments to act on allegations of corruption, or sometimes to redress legal and policy deficiencies. So having acknowledged the role of civil society, I think it should also be acknowledged that in order to effectively carry out these tasks, civil society needs an enabling environment. That is, there should be space to freely organize and express themselves in ways that enable them to participate in the shaping of their political and social environment. They should be free to associate, should be free to assemble, and to speak on matters of public interest. So in my view, without the enjoyment of these fundamental rights, civil space is endangered, and it therefore becomes hard to hold government accountable. In our case in Zambia, for example, the decline in freedom of speech and the closing of civic space from about 2017, that is going by surveys by Afrobarometer, you can see that there's also from that time a coincidence in the increase in systemic corruption and grand corruption in the country. So unfortunately, instead of celebrating this role of civil society, many governments across the continent scared of being held accountable by civil society. Civil society is often treated as an enemy, and therefore many repressive tools have been devised to limit this civic space. So these tools include limiting foreign funding or putting or imposing restrictions in terms of foreign funding of civil society in some African countries. We have also a new breed of laws which impose onerous registration or regulation on civil society. So in the case of Zambia, for example, we had NGO Act in 2009, which imposes onerous restrictions. But for various reasons, it hasn't been fully implemented in the case of Zambia, but in other countries, similar laws have been implemented. Another tool which is used is often targeting individual heads of civil society organizations through threats, actual arrests. In extreme cases, there have been assassinations. There have also been an abuse of public order laws to restrict the activities of civil society. I think probably one of the most known in the context of Zambia, I think around 2018 or so, a small group of civil society organizations met in a hotel somewhere on Copperbelt to discuss the budget, and then they were arrested by police officers that they didn't have, they didn't notify the police or something like that. So many countries have such similar laws that are used by authorities to restrict the activities of civil society organizations. And finally, I think there have been instances across the continent where media houses that give space to critical civil society organizations are either threatened or are completely shut down by government. So these developments, in my view, are worrying as they ensure that civil society organizations cannot perform their role in holding government effectively. We need to stand up for accountability, but in my view, we cannot effectively stand for accountability without recognizing the role civic space plays in holding government accountable. The fight against corruption cannot succeed without the active participation of those outside government. So I end by quoting the words of Peter Ejin, who states, "Only an effective coalition of state, business, and civil society can bring transparency and accountability to governance, not only to the fight against corruption, but other ills of globalization too, including injustice, inequity, poverty, violence, conflict, environmental destruction, and climate change." Thank you.
I hope I'm now visible. Maurice, you're back. I said I'm not leaving Zambia until I get my traditional dancers. Even Madam President has agreed. Yeah, so thank you very much, Dr. Kaba, for that fast presentation to just set the note for our session and really just emphasizing the essence of civil society involvement in policy, legislative work, whistleblowing, monitoring implementation in regard to anti-corruption interventions. And also you have highlighted some of the threats that are being faced in many countries in regard to civic space restrictions, limiting of funding, retrogressive legislation, clamp down on the media as well. And I think many of us can speak to that from our several countries. In Kenya, the name that sometimes we are called as civil society is evil society. So every time civil society makes a significant, has a significant intervention that will affect something that the elites or political players are trying to do, you find that they revert back to that name, evil society. So I totally relate to that aspect around, just the threats around civil society, and also just trying to paint a civil society in a negative light. So we will come back and we'll be able to interact with Dr. Kaba's presentation. Right now, I want us to go to the other topic that we had for this particular session. It's a panel discussion that we are going to be talking about technology and how we can basically leverage on technology as actors in this space in Africa, as well as push for regional advocacy. So leveraging on technology in evidence generation, but also using it to advance our regional advocacy interventions. And for this panel discussion, I have two people who have joined us. We have Edmund Shoko. He describes himself as a preeminent thinker who influences key decision makers in organizational strategy and good governance through the audit of emerging issues in the public sector. He is a chartered accountant by profession and holds an MBA in business strategy and a Master of International Commercial Law. He's currently pursuing his PhD in law at the University of Helsinki, and he's also an UNCTAD Fellow. And currently he leads Supreme Audit Institution Capacity Buildings Initiatives for AfroSci-E. I believe E is for Anglophone, AfroSci Anglophone. Yeah, for Anglophone countries. So he'll be speaking to us, particularly in terms of how we leverage on technology to advance our work in the public audit space. So we'll be engaging on that. Our second panelist is Mutale Mukuka. He's a development professional. He has about 8 years experience of international development experience, and he currently works for Open Ownership as a country program associate. And working closely with the regional manager for Africa, Mutale is responsible for supporting technical delivery to national governments, implementing beneficial ownership transparency in Africa, and sustaining and growing working relationships with other national stakeholders across Africa. So we'll be engaging in particularly in regard to the use of technology for BO, and also how do we leverage on this to advance our advocacy. I think in the first two sessions, we talked extensively as well about beneficial ownership. So this is an opportunity to see how we can leverage on technology to move the needle further in regard to transparency and beneficial ownership in our various countries. So I'll go first to Edmund and just pose this. In the AfroSci region, Anglophone region specifically, how is the public sector auditing profession leveraging technology to enhance public accountability, public audit accountability to be specific?
Great. Am I audible? Or I need this one? All right. Yeah, thank you so much, Sheila, for starting us off there. Probably in the most sober way that is required at the end of the day, the graveyard shift. But I also want to start and appreciate O'Brien for the way he articulated the canvas of challenges which civil society organizations are facing. And it becomes familiar to us as supreme audit institutions. As civil society faces their own form of persecution, those who are corrupt have designed their own form of persecution that goes after supreme audit institutions. The thing with corruption, colleagues, is when you go for it, it has the tenacity to fight back. It's fighting back civil society. It's also fighting back supreme audit institutions. Now, our role as supreme audit institutions is to express opinion, give audit reports to Parliament, and put bare out in the open government activity in the public financial management space. And technology has become one of our best friends going forward. How has it done that? Well, it has made sure that when we approach the future, we know that the information system technologist is not the auditor of the future, but rather it is the current auditor who needs to understand information system technology. And whatever technology that we have, there's a backbone that it falls under. Whether it's a drone, whether it's artificial intelligence, there are three things that we're getting from technology, folks. First of all, technology is assisting us to be efficient and effective in our audits. Secondly, technology is assisting us to be transparent and more accountable in the work that we're doing. And lastly, by removing that human element, technology is helping the auditor to be less biased and reduce the detection risk and the audit risk. Oh, so many times we come and we say, oh, how come the auditors didn't pick it up? Sometimes we auditors don't pick it up simply because we're human, just like you. But look, how has it helped us? We've got several things that have happened. The use of data analytics and automation. We have been doing quite a lot of those, using that for our revenue audit, especially in the EI sector, the audit of sovereign wealth funds. We're coming up with all these models that are helping us understand the risk, study the patterns, anomalies, and potential fraud. Secondly, we are getting assistance by creating an environment whereby we have continuous auditing and monitoring. We're using technology to leverage to ensure that audit processes are ongoing and up to date, reducing the chances of errors and irregularities. During the days of COVID, we've used this technology specially to audit disaster situations. Auditor General of South Africa used it to audit floods. Zambia, currently, they are using it to audit cholera. Kenya, drought, and Liberia, Ebola. We're also using technology to create collaborative audit platforms. This is where we share information, folks. Intersci has working groups which share information on specific subject matters, whether it's extractive industries, audit of infrastructure. We're using technology to talk to one another. But also, we're using technology to communicate with our auditees and interested parties. Like, for example, if you go to Uganda, the SAI and the anti-corruption agencies, they're sharing a knowledge platform where they can actually interrogate information and they can see information real time and act upon it. Lastly, we're using technology to help us with auditing remote areas. How remote is remote? Well, sometimes when we talk about remote, people think we're talking about going into the deep, dark Amazon jungle or somewhere where human beings cannot go. Yeah, fair enough. That is true in some instances. There are areas where auditors are finding it difficult to go, like in the rural areas where there's no transport systems and no good networks. But we're using it in some cases to audit some of the most immediate places where we cannot go. Like, for example, when we're doing destructive tests on large infrastructure, we're using nanotechnology to audit what is 7 meters or 3 meters underground, somewhere where we can't easily go. as auditors, of course. We're using drone technology to audit extractive industries, mine taluses. All of these factors we're putting together, all to achieve three things: efficiency, effectiveness, transparency, accountability, and lastly, to reduce the audit risk. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll be coming back particularly to understand. They want to clap. Yeah, I think, yeah, very elaborate, very well presented. That deserves an applause. But we'll be coming back to just understand how civil society can also be able to leverage on such technology, but also working with public audit institutions to be able to advance their work on public audit accountability. But I want to move to Mutale just to be able to explain to us how open ownership is using tech to collect, analyze, and also share data on beneficial ownership.
Thank you, Sheila, and good afternoon to everyone. So once again, my name is Talem Kuka, and I work with the Open Ownership, providing support by way of technical assistance to governments that are implementing beneficial ownership transparency reform. I'm always reminded not to assume that everyone knows what I know. So in terms of prefacing my intervention, I'd just like to quickly start by highlighting what beneficial ownership transparency is. Because I do not want to assume that everyone in the room understands what that concept is. So beneficial ownership transparency is essentially an area of policy reform that requires corporate vehicles, so companies, trusts, partnerships, foundations, other legal arrangements, to disclose their real owners, the natural persons, the warm bodies who ultimately own, control, and/or benefit from that entity. Disclosure, of course, is made to the government through a designated agency, and usually it's the agency responsible in jurisdictions that we work for registering companies. And in the case where jurisdictions have a high prominence of trust, the entity responsible for registration and regulation of trusts. So I just wanted to highlight that just in terms of prefacing the conversation. The idea is for this information to be collated in a central register so that government, companies that want to conduct due diligence, civil society are able to use this information to achieve their various policy goals. And of course, beneficial ownership transparency then becomes an important anti-corruption tool because it helps to identify how companies are being used, in the case that companies are being used to perpetrate corruption, money laundering, and other predicate offenses of money laundering. So in terms of answering the specific question on how we are using technology, leveraging on technology to generate evidence and enhance regional advocacy. So my first point of departure would be to highlight that as open ownership, we have developed what is called the beneficial ownership data standard. This is a standard that sets a framework for how beneficial ownership information should be collected, how it should be stored, how it should be used by users of beneficial ownership information. And the idea here is really that we create a system, international system of BO registers that can speak to each other. So interoperability for us becomes key because we know that corruption usually takes on a transnational nature, right? It cuts across multiple jurisdictions. So to be able to make sense out of information in generating evidence on how companies may potentially be used in corruption, in laundering money, etc., you want to have the ability to be able to link information across different jurisdictions to see who ultimately is behind the company that is spread across multiple jurisdictions and how money flows across these jurisdictions through these different companies, etc. And so the board standard is developed in line with international best practice. And the way that we operate then as open ownership is to look at what exists by way of national registers. And we convert beneficial ownership data sets drawn from these national registers and make this information available in what we are calling an open ownership register. So this is a register of beneficial ownership information. Again, information is drawn from national registers, and the idea is to provide a tool, an open source tool, where investigators, anti-corruption agencies, whoever is interested in this information is able to access this platform and begin to connect the dots really. Who is behind company A? How does it link to company B, which is known to control company A and has been involved in a corruption scandal, etc., etc. And so essentially with this open ownership, global register developed by Open Ownership rather, one is able to search records of up to 29 million beneficial ownership information. This is drawn from disclosures made by over 10 million companies or close to 10 million companies, and has data on individuals from at least 200 jurisdictions. So already that tells you how rich this information is based on what currently exists by way of national registers. We have developed tools further to be able to make sense then out of this information. One such tool, for example, is what we call the beneficial ownership visualization system that helps you then to visualize information, right? So you're looking at information drawn from national registers, but the question then becomes, how do you make that linkage between one company incorporated in Zambia, another company incorporated in South Africa that has an ownership interest or bio ownership interest in this company? That company then has another company that owns or controls or benefits from it in the Seychelles. So this system then allows for you to visualize this complex ownership chain and ultimately get to the top of that chain to identify the natural person, the warm body who ultimately owns, controls, or benefits from that particular entity you're interested in. So this is part of the work that we have done in leveraging on technology to generate evidence. But really the idea for us is to make this information available to key users of this data. And the key users typically are law enforcement authorities, civil society for advocacy efforts, but as I mentioned earlier, companies as well in conducting due diligence. So as a company, you want to know, who am I getting into business with? Right? Is this company linked to any company that has had a corruption scandal, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just in terms of highlighting what we are doing, where we are, but also to go further and say we are working with other technology providers to support more use of the beneficial ownership data standard. And the idea is that, again, once you have information drawn from various data sets, not just beneficial ownership information, but procurement data, mining licensing data. And I think in Africa, you can all agree with me that the public procurement sectors and the mining licensing or mining sectors are at high risk for corruption. So how then do you connect mining licensing data sets? So who owns the mining license? How then do you connect procurement data sets? Who holds a public contract? Connecting that information with the beneficial ownership data set. Which companies then are they connected to? And what is the pattern you're seeing in terms of how many contracts this company is winning? How many mining licenses or rights this company is winning? So all of that information then becomes useful. And that's why the beneficial ownership data standard, which is really our flagship tool, becomes important for really entrenching in the different data standards that different technology providers have offered. So I've mentioned one, procurement data. So we work with the Open Contracting Partnership, and I'll speak more about this when we discuss how you can link information and how we've been able to link data sets to be able to map out key information. A session like this, because you're speaking about technology, ideally I would need to perhaps even demonstrate one or two things, but I'll just speak high level to what we are doing and the kind of work that we've done so far with some of these entities. So there's another technology service provider called Open Sanctions, which essentially provides a list or an international database of companies, individuals that have a political, economic, or criminal interest, right? And so again, using the beneficial ownership data standard and linking it with this data set, the open sanctions list then allows for you to identify red flags immediately. Who are the politically exposed persons involved in this chain? Who has been sanctioned by the international system for fraudulent activity, and so on and so forth. So I think in terms of just highlighting what we are doing, that is what we have been able to do as open ownership. Thank you.
Okay, the claps indicate that all wide alert. Thank you. And thank you very much, Mutale. And we'll be coming back to just how we can be able to connect the different kinds of information across different multiple data sets, as you have started highlighting. For instance, you've talked about public procurement and the issue around the award of mining licenses. So we'll come back to that. At this point, I want to just come back to Edmond and specifically ask you, from your perspective, how civil society organizations like TI chapters can be able to keep pace with the transformation that technology brings to generate and share evidence that will help us to advance our anti-corruption advocacy.
Yeah, once again, Sheila, thank you so much for helping me consolidate from where Mutali has left. And he starts the conversation very well by giving us evidence of things that are already in existence, which we should take cognizance of. What is worrying about what Mutali was sharing is that half of the things that he shared, some of us don't even know it exists. But yet it is there, produced, prepared for the likes of us to use. So how do I respond to that question, Sheila? I want to respond to that question by picking up an andragogical approach, a conversation between Plato and Meno, whereby we build knowledge through asking the right questions. We need to embrace these digital tools that he mentioned. And the question to you, Transparency International, civil society, comrades and friends, are you using this tech? This is the tech that you need to be using in your research, data collection, and evidence-based advocacy. The good gentleman mentioned earlier that Desmond Tutu said, do not shout the loudest, sharpen your argument. Use these tools to sharpen your argument. Secondly, you need to strengthen your data literacy. Here I'm talking about building capacity in data analysis, interpretation, and visualization. The question to you, in your workshops, what are you teaching each other? Collaboration and networks. You need to foster partnerships and collaborate with technology giants, experts, data scientists, and other organizations. The question to you, with whom are you collaborating and networking with as far as technology is concerned? Civil society, you're beautiful. We love you. But you're very, very, very like to keeping to yourselves until you want to make a point. And lastly, on making points, and O'Brien, I'm coming back to you here, sir. And I hope you will be the one who's going to answer this question that I'm going to pose to the meeting. Promoting transparency and open data. This is where we're saying civil society needs to understand that your cause, no matter how brilliant, no matter how good it is, it does not exist in a vacuum. It's good we're advocating for the cause, but let's also advocate for ancillary causes, such as promoting transparency and open data. The question, O'Brien, without offending Sheila, how are you contributing to the discussion on transparency and open data when you do your advocacy? And in saying that, once again, I thank you.
I have half a mind to retire from this position as moderator and leave it to Edmond. He's doing a much better job in terms of posing the right questions and with very, very in the right tone, I must say. But he's asked us a question: are you using? Trying to use his tone. Are you using this tech? Are you? Silence in the room. Are you? I can see a few nods, a few Some are shaking their heads, some are nodding. The other question he asks is, we need to collaborate with tech giants. Are we leveraging on these partnerships? Are we? But I know we're in good hands. Our CEO, Daniel, is a tech giant in himself. So I know we're in good hands in terms of the application of tech. So I think I can answer in the affirmative very confidently, Edmond. Thank you. So, Mutale, you have a question that has been posed by Edmond. And as you answer that question, I also want you to go back just briefly. You had started talking about how we can connect information across multiple data sets to just get information to advance advocacy, particularly even on in regard to just connecting information on public procurement, who's been awarded contracts in the public sector. How do you connect this information with BO? How do you connect this information with that on tax compliance and so on? I think you're doing some work in terms of connecting this kind of information. Maybe you can just expound a little bit briefly on that as you answer Edmund's question as well.
I'll start with your question, if you allow, and then come back to Edmund's. So in terms of connecting multiple data sets from across multiple jurisdictions to inform advocacy, to better leverage on technology. So I had mentioned earlier that one thing we have done is we've partnered with the Open Contracting Partnership, OCP, who have also developed the Open Contracting Data Standard, OCDS, which is basically meant to sanitize public procurement, right, and reduce corruption risk, and help ensure the process for bidding for public contracts is fair and so on. So this is one thing that we have done, and again, the idea is to allow for users of this information to be able to link procurement data with beneficial ownership data to then be able to see who ultimately is behind the company being awarded public contracts. What you see often is a network of companies that typically will get the same types of contracts, and already that's a red flag, because then it begs the question: why do you have particular companies year in, year out, every 5 years getting the same contracts, the same type of contracts? So that becomes your red flag, and this is where the linkage between beneficial ownership information and public contract information becomes very important, because then you're able to map out the real individuals, the human faces behind these companies. In the African context, again, what we have seen, especially in the jurisdictions that we've worked, is that the individuals behind the award of these contracts that ultimately win these contracts are your politicians, your politically exposed persons, or your prominent influential persons. So this type of linkage then becomes very important. But in addition to that, we recently announced a partnership with the Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation. This is a foundation that essentially promulgates the use of legal entity identifiers. The legal entity identifier is essentially a code that becomes a unique identifier for any entity that's engaging in financial transactions. This becomes relevant to your field. What that does then is, if you're looking at a transaction done by a company and you're able to identify that company because it has a unique identifying number, and you're then able to link that information to a beneficial ownership data set to be able to then identify who are the beneficial owners of this company, right? Then already you're able to tell a story there, and you're able to immediately see red flags. For law enforcement, it becomes important for beginning to follow the money. It's financial transactions, so ultimately you're looking at where are they coming from and where are they going, who ultimately is benefiting from this financial transaction by way of where the money is ultimately ending up. So in terms of linking data sets, this is just to highlight. So on the contracting end, we have a partnership with OCPS, the Open Contracting Partnership, and we have partnered in various countries, and we are hoping to scale this work so that what you have then is a region, Southern Africa, where you have comprehensive beneficial ownership registers, you have comprehensive public procurement data sets, and that you're able then to make these linkages in terms of also identifying what is the scale of this across the region, not just in a particular jurisdiction. And there was a question around regional advocacy, and then that helps you to begin to identify where are the regions where, for example, you see that this practice is a lot more rife than in others, and that helps inform the work of civil society and other actors. There's one other institution that we have worked with, open screening, or rather with the open sanctions, where we have developed what is called the open screening project. And the idea again for this project is it links millions of open data records, so the records that are available openly. And what you're able to see then is to uncover, or what you're able to do with that information is to uncover the hidden relationships between beneficial owners, between politicians, between individuals that have been sanctioned by way of that sanctions list I talked about, but also to see a network of companies. And again, in terms of corruption, I think the idea is it may not necessarily be evidence of corruption, but it becomes some sort of indication that then allows for you to probe further, and using other anti-corruption tools begin then to make sense out of what you're looking at. So, you know, if you have a jurisdiction that conducts lifestyle audits, for example, how does that marry with what you're seeing in terms of who's benefiting from a company, who's getting contracts, etc., etc. So this is just to highlight that this is how beneficial ownership transparency as a tool in effectively leveraging technology and connecting with these key data sets then helps to effectively enhance the fight against corruption. So I'll leave it at that for now. Now I forget Edmund's question.
You want to ask him again? Okay. No, but okay, he's saying it's a difficult question, but I'm sure we'll still come back to it somehow. I want to go to plenary before I come back to the panelists to close. But before that, I just connecting the issue, the challenges around civic space and technology. I'm just wondering, how can we apply technology to deal with some of the challenges that we face around civic space restrictions and just protect the environment in which we work so that we are able to be effective in our work in terms of addressing corruption. So I wanted to pose that to Dr. Kaba, just to link these two topics. But as he prepares his response on that, I want to come back to the audience. I'll be accused of nepotism because my TI Kenya colleague is the first with his hand up. I'll come to that side. Let's start with this side. Is there any question in this last column? Okay. There's a hand here and another one there. So we take these two questions and then we'll come we'll come to that other far end column. I'll come to you, Joshua, and my colleague from Ethiopia. So is there a mic going? Oh no, we don't need the mics going around. We have the mics on our table. So if you can just introduce yourself and just ask the question.
Hello.
Yeah.
You can hear me? Oh yes. This is Madiam Kadango. I'm from the Anti-Corruption Commission, Zambia. Thank you so much, panelists, for that wonderful discussion so far. I'm basically interested in the presentation by Mr. Mtale, coming from the background of law enforcement. And just to reiterate what Mr. Shoko said, I think I'm learning of these things for the first time. I've been in the system for some time, and we've been grappling with the issue of beneficial ownership and the like through the registration agency, the Patents and Companies Registration Agency. But I've not really come across those technical tools that we could use as law enforcement agencies to help have an effective way of dealing with beneficial ownership issues. So what I wanted to find out is how do we embrace these tools as law enforcement agencies? And have you put up any measures to collaborate with the law enforcement agencies in leveraging these technologies? Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. My name is Peter from Zambia. I just wanted to go back to Edmond. I think he posed the question to Dr. Kava, and I thought maybe if you allow, I could follow up on that question, but maybe provide some feedback. So one of the things that I've come to learn is that I think civil society has tried to kind of understand a little bit what kind of information is useful to their cause in terms of advocacy. But I think there is need to further strengthen that. But the weakness for us then arises from government institutions that does not seem to kind of store its information rightly, or maybe they actually deliberately do that. They have the information and do not just want to provide it. So there are two of those things. And working in the election space, you understand that, for example, the issue around open election data is very big and important. That goes across a number of issues. So for instance, I've had a couple of people that are doing research and they'll ask you, can you give us the voter turnout by, say, age and gender? That information is not there, but it's really, really important information because it helps you plan and many other things. We don't have, for example, polling station level data so that you can understand certain trends within and make such decisions. So I think to a very great extent, institutions have not been up to task in terms of capturing this information and storing it. But I think for civil society, what would be useful is from time to time take stock of what kind of information you would need and probably engage such institutions in a much more structured way. For example, one of the things we could do is to have open data transparency conversations where we are identifying for civil society in agriculture, this is the type of information that we need. And so how do we respond? You talked about Corella, and really it's very easy then to know what kind of information you would need in that space. So civil society need to move to that direction where we are able to identify as a collective or in a certain sector or area what kind of information is useful for us for the next. You could even look at it from a national planning perspective, which is a 5-year period, and be able to then follow through with these institutions on those key issues that you want to look at. Thanks.
I think I can take two more questions. I saw, there's Daniel, and then there's the lady. I can't. Yeah. Celsa, is that? Yeah. So we can take the two questions and then come back to this middle column.
Thank you so much for the presentation. This is Celsa from DIS. So my question can be addressed to any of the panelists. So in order to leverage the full potential of technology, there are many other considerations, right? The technological infrastructure in the country, the policies. So my first question is, what kind of prerequisites factors should be in place at the national level? And the second question, when we talk about evidence-based regional advocacy, how can we mitigate the fact that at the national level, countries might have different levels of technological infrastructure? So how can we overcome that for a regional advocacy? Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila. Daniel Eriksson, CEO, TIS. Obviously, I cannot prevent myself from commenting on a panel on technology because it's my sort of project at heart. And the colleague from Open Ownership made several good points, and also we should highlight the achievements that have been made. Just want to say as well that from the Secretariat's standpoint and the movement, the TI movement standpoint, most of the things that we've been mentioning here, we are doing. We might not be good enough to sort of boast about them, but we're training, we're building alliances, we're using these tools, sir, in our advocacy, primarily in Europe, though, I must say. Some of my colleagues who have been part of that are here in the audience, where we're using the result of that data either directly or in following collaboration with the investigative journalists in showing to decision makers in the EU and national governments what regulations need to be changed, or simply highlighting individual cases. I just wanted to highlight as well that once again, the same challenges that exist here exists in Europe. And finding common standards, and now the open contracting data standards is a good example of an achievement. But just to say, standards was a thing that I worked on in the 1990s when I was in university. This is not cutting edge technology. You know, I have gray hair, almost no hair, but I'm certainly not at the tipping point of where technology is today. And we can compare ourselves to another NGO, Wikimedia Foundation and Wikidata. Wikidata develops standards for everything on this planet, from animals to countries, and they have covered most of it for most of the countries of the planet. I think that we, as a civil society working on anti-corruption and transparency, there's certainly more we could do in order to push great standards, as was highlighted. And I'm trying now to twist this into a question. I'm not really sure how we'll get there, but maybe to the colleague from Open Ownership, what do you see as, what is your vision in 5 years from today, particularly in Africa? Where could we be if we had political willingness with regards to data, structured data, and transparency? Thank you.
We'll take those questions and come back. I've seen your hand at the back, and also Ruben, and then we'll start with the middle row, then go to Ruben and the lady behind. But first, we address the 3 questions, and I think a comment more so that have been raised. But I had asked Dr. Kaba a question just in terms of how can we leverage on technology as well to advance civic space protection. And then we can come to the specific responses from Edmund and Mutale for the questions asked by the plenary.
Yeah, thanks, Chida. It's a difficult question. I think it also depends on the specific context of the country and the challenges civil society faces in defending the civic space. But broadly, I think what I see from the use of technology by civil society, number one, is that it really helps civil society to bypass the gatekeeping role of government or government agencies. So to get across the message, for example, you no longer need to go to a government broadcasting corporation and that kind of stuff. So technology now allows you to bypass those kinds of entities and directly send your message to the intended audience through, for example, social media and new means of communication. It also helps, for example, to mobilize online and sometimes actually to keep government away from what you're doing, especially those who mobilize through, for example, platforms such as WhatsApp. So to this extent, technologies are helping civil society. But then there are other areas of engagement, I think, where technology cannot take away human agency. I think it basically means we still have to fight for such space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start with the lady from Anti-Corruption Commission. Sorry, I missed your name. Have we engaged or partnered with law enforcement agencies in leveraging these tools? How do you embrace these tools? So I'll just highlight, in terms of our approach over the last few years to beneficial ownership transparency work, the idea was first to get us to a point where we have more and higher quality beneficial ownership information available. And so naturally the focus then has been to work with corporate registries to provide the technical support, technical assistance necessary to ensure that you have beneficial ownership information available. So help enhance compliance, help strengthen the legal framework to mandate disclosure of beneficial ownership information by companies, as well as to ensure that this information then is sitting in a central register where it's accessible. Then once you get to that point, the next step then is the use of this information. So you have the information available. How then do you make use of it? Which is where potential data users like yourselves, other competent authorities, civil society then come in. So to answer your question more succinctly, is to say that yes, so now we've done a lot of work with corporate registries. We've done a lot of work with the financial intelligence units. And now we are starting to recognize that there's need to engage with particularly law enforcement, but other potential users of data, investigative journalists as well, so that they are able to really understand how to use this information and be able to conduct effective investigations. So simply put, we have put in our plans, in fact, as part of our work plan for Zambia, under what we are calling the Open in Extractives program that we are jointly implementing with the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. We have in that work plan plans to engage a law enforcement agency by way of capacity building. So really share these tools that are available that I've mentioned, but also beyond that, transfer skills, transfer knowledge that law enforcement can use to effectively investigate and prosecute cases of corruption or other financial and economic crime. So simply put, we are coming to you. It was sort of a logical way of work to say you can't engage data users when you don't have the data. What are they going to use? So let's have data available. Let's make sure it's of high quality. Then we engage the users so that they're able to make sense out of this data. So that's been open ownership's approach, which is why we've worked with specific agencies, corporate registries, financial intelligence units. I hope I've comprehensively answered your question. Where would we be in 5 years if there was political will? Our vision is full digital, full economy, digital beneficial ownership registers. Digital meaning, let me just go back. I mean, I take person, so you understand already. But what we see currently is a lot of corporate registries are still paper-based. So they have forms that a declaring entity will fill out and say, these are the beneficial owners. That information is then entered manually into a system. But what we are pushing for now, what we are engaging corporate registries to do is to digitalize that service so that information or the filings of beneficial ownership information are made online, that information is accessible to those who need to access that information, not just locally, but internationally as well, that a corporate registry that's looking to make sense out of the information that sits within their database in South Africa, in Kenya, in Ghana, is able to simply access Zambia's corporate registry database and be able to make those connections, those linkages. And that's why I said earlier that the key also is interoperability. So the systems must be able to speak to each other. And this is where the standard also becomes very important, because without that standard, without structured data, it makes interoperability very difficult. So really, it's full economy digital bureau registers that are interoperable and that users are able to use effectively. Your government agencies, your competent authorities, your banks, your tax authority, your procurement authority, civil society, the public really as well, that have an interest in this information and in the fight against corruption. So that's my simplest way of answering your question in terms of the vision. I think there was another question that relates to that question. Infrastructure, I think it was, do we have, what do we need to have in place? Yeah, so I think in terms of technological infrastructure, first of all, I think there's an opportunity already in that, and I'll speak specifically to the jurisdictions where we've done work. We are seeing that there's been a shift now to, e-government services, e-procurement. And so already what we are seeing is a shift towards the recognition that there's need to harness the potential of technology to enhance service delivery and to achieve other policy outcomes. And that then becomes the opportunity, because what we are starting to see is, of course, it's still early stages, early days, but governments are starting to look at what infrastructure needs to be put in place to be able to realize this dream. And initiatives such as these ones then leverage on that opportunity, whether it's providing some sort of technical assistance to be able to guide what this infrastructure should look like, so that ultimately all these things that we're talking about are able to be realized from the broader vision to, digitize or digitalize government. And so, because I'm not a tech person like that, I will not give you a technical answer and say we need software such as ABCD. But I think the idea is just there's this move already. I think even with public procurement, we're seeing a lot of e-procurement portals coming online across Africa and other parts of the world. So we are seeing that there's that shift. The idea is just to jump on that opportunity and build into that moving train. These standards that we're talking about, but also digital bioregisters, digital contracting databases, etc., that speak to each other, and that countries can cross-reference, counter-check information to verify, to follow the money, and so on and so forth. Long-winded, but I hope I've been able to answer it. I think those are the only questions addressed to me.
Great. Is it okay? All right. Thank you so much, Sheila. Yeah, I just want to also respond to the questions that were posed and of interest to me. The first one goes to Peter from Zambia. Sir, thank you so much for having the courage to open up my mind on a matter, of course, that I had posed to this house. But you went further and unpacked it so nicely, and you talk about the shambolic nature of information systems within our government. I want to put it through to you that the shambolic nature is indeed, and you're correct, both by design and by error. It's not all doom and gloom, folks. Yes, there is a fraudster out there who's out to get us, but you'll be surprised there's a whole lot more civil servants, government employees whose heart are in the right place and they want to do good work. So what are we saying to you as civil society? Please, advocate. Talk to your auditors generals. They have a duty to listen to you. Tell them, Auditor General, why are you not auditing the ballot? Why are you not auditing the what do you call those? Election data. I say this because it's happening in Finland. The Auditor General of Finland actually has a statutory requirement to look at election data. Why can't we do it back home? Yes, we can. Daniel, the tech guru. And thank you so much for opening up and being vulnerable by telling us that you're doing quite a lot. And of course, coming out to say, look, we can even do more. But your submission to me was just testimony and presentation that it can be done. Yes, it can be done. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. But maybe it's not the wheel that we want here in Africa. Maybe we want a jet engine. How do we get to the jet engine? We get to the jet engine by responding to Sansui. Sansui, you asked a very difficult question, and I'm glad my brother tried to answer it even better than I could have. And I just want to add on to what he said. And I add on by simply saying, know thyself. In your countries, you know the level of data penetration, you know the age of your assets, your legacy assets, you know them. It's different in Zambia from it is in South Africa. Fair enough, but know thyself. But what should you know? Try and know your political environment, your economic environment, your social environment, Mother Nature herself, and your legal environment before you can go and put up all these structures, because those structures will be challenged by those variables. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edmond, continuing to challenge us, but also encourage us as well. We had this last column. I sort of Fadwa's hand, yeah? Those Joshua, and then we'll go back to the far left, on my far left, the column on Ruben, and there was a lady behind who also had a question. So we take the 4 questions, and then we'll come back to plenary to conclude. Okay, we still have 2 questions. Okay, we hadn't taken that column, so I will allow that. but we will need to conclude in the next few. We have, I think, just 20 minutes left for this session, but I also wanted to give the organizers time to be able to give us any housekeeping that we need to have in mind as we conclude. So maybe if we can just take 10 minutes to do this last round of questions and then do the final responses from the panelists. But I'll start from the middle because I've neglected this column. So Tafadzwa, and then Joshua, and then Ruben, and the lady behind, and then these two. So if you can just keep to 1 point, please, just one point in your question or reflection, so that we can have enough time to get across the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. I have a specific question to the colleague who presented on beneficial ownership. In the case of Zimbabwe, we do have beneficial ownership register, but the law says this is only accessible to government institutions, and any other entity that would want to have access to it should actually go through some authority to access it, failure of which you have to go through the courts, give a justification, and then the courts would allow government to share that particular information. Could you kindly share with us the best practice and probably what obtains in some of the countries that you do the work? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Muteti from Transparency International, Kenya. I had a question on public audits and most focusing on the independence of the Supreme Audit Institution. From the experience, how the institution is set in place, how the auditors are appointed. Most of the time, we find that their independence in terms of being objective with their audits and all that, sometimes it's very, very compromised. And you find that they sanitize wastage in government. And it is seen mostly when they audit the government, they give recommendations. Next year, when you look at the next year report, you'll find it's a recycle of the previous year recommendations. So you can actually predict what next year recommendations will be by looking at this year's recommendations. So there is a very big gap in terms of actioning, in terms of these Auditor General reports or the control of budget reports, leading into action or something that can be able to lead into a more accountable public finance management structure. Onto open ownership and that beneficial ownership, we were struggling with this idea of interoperability. And in terms of registration, we are looking at the foreign companies. You see, like for instance, in Kenya, if I put in my identification number, I'm able to pull out the details of one person. But for instance, if a foreign national is coming, in terms of verifying that data, there is no way of verification through because they have to be registered using a passport or something. So that sort of system is not interoperable yet with individual country registries. It's something it's a question that we are still struggling with. We are looking at what are the best ways, because when I go to the airport, they're able to pull out my details. When I go to an airline to check in, they're able to pull out my details. So is that system accessible to these individual country registries so that they're able to verify some of this information that is being submitted for registration of some of foreign companies being registered in the countries?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Joshua. You've made me very, very corrupt because I said one idea per person, but I allowed you to, not because you're from Kenya, but because you're probably, I call him my last born. He's probably the youngest person in the room. So I allowed him for the purposes of allowing and enabling youth to be able to ask questions and advance their knowledge on anti-corruption. That's the only reason I allowed him to ask, not because he's from Kenya. So can we get Ruben? And then there was a lady behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. I was almost referring you to the colleagues dealing with anti-harassment. But just
don't.
the question I have is for Dr. Kaba. I agree with the points that you made on the challenges that civil society is facing. I wanted to ask about the capacity of civil society itself. Other than the dwindling, the shrinking civic space, we're also talking about the dwindling resources available to civil society. But also technology has brought new changes to the way civil society should operate. Now we're seeing a rise in digital advocacy, for instance, but also the communities that we work with and engage do have access to information. In the past, civil society was held as the source of information on key governance issues, etc. Are we seeing a transformation of civil society in the next number of years? And are we ready as civil society for that transition? Sheila, this is not corruption. I was just going to ask on verification of BO data. For instance, is Zambia able to verify the data? Have you come up with methods of verifying the data that is, the declarations that are made about beneficial owners? Thank you.
There's a lady at the back. I don't know where she is, but we can move to this last column.
Thank you, Sheila.
Okay.
I think through you, my two questions are related to sustainability
One question.
and security.
One question. You're taking advantage of me. One question.
All right.
Anti-harassment, where are you? One question, please, so that we can go around the room.
Yeah, as much as we talk about technology and transitioning to the use of it to help us work more efficiently and be transparent, I would like to ask the two panelists from their organization perspective and to the room as well, to what extent have they given thought of how are we going to sustain the use of technology throughout our journey throughout this transaction? And the other one is, how are we going to protect the information that we are putting out there throughout these frameworks and these collaborations? Because as much as we are using the data to fight corruption and for a good purpose, there are people out there who are on the look for this data to do quite the opposite.
Thank you, Sheila, and the panelists. My name is Felix from Alliance for Finance Monitoring, a political finance watchdog on money and politics. My question is one, and probably any of the panelists can attempt. It's more around speaking to leveraging technology within an authoritarian context. And I just want to know practical and feasible solutions on how do we sidestep or confront or survive within such contexts as we harness the power of technology.
And the last question, John has asked whether he can ask for the lady who had put up her hand. So I will indulge him.
Thanks so much, Sheila. I appreciate the flexibility. I just wanted to maybe add a couple of things from what Daniel was saying earlier, and maybe to then look at to what extent we can translate some of the programs that we have been developing in Europe in the last few years, namely Integrity Watch, which has this model of we take data that exists, we make it more easily accessible for civil society, for other journalists, and so on. And then we also collaborate with oversight institutions, anti-corruption agencies, law enforcement, and so on, to turn these red flagging tools as things that they can use. So this model is relatively developed in some of EU countries. It's also very developed in some Latin American countries. We have, for example, platforms like Cuentas Claras in Colombia, which was developed as a tool by civil society and then handed over to the EMB. So my question is, to what extent do you think there are opportunities in Africa for similar projects, for similar ideas where we as civil society start building tools oversight institutions see the value in it, maybe we do a transition of passing it on to them or passing on the knowledge at least. And if there's interest, then I'd be very interested to talk in the coffee breaks and in the sides if we can even put together like a project proposal and look at, you know, creating a project on this in Africa.
So back to the panelists, and I'll ask that as you respond, also make your final statements in regard to the topics that we have been addressing in the last hour or so. I hope you've gotten all the questions. Maybe just there's one question, I think it was by Felix, that Edmond wanted to just be repeated. I think Felix was asking, how do we leverage the use of technology, particularly in terms of sidestepping or surviving the different contexts and challenges that we face? Felix, am I right? Yeah, did you get that, Edmond, now? Okay, so if we can start with Dr. Kaba, you look ready. There's a question that was asked by Ruben, and then also make your final point, and then we come to Mutale and then Edmond.
Thanks very much for that question from my colleague, Ruben. Yeah, so on the issue of civil society and the changing dynamics, I think for me, the starting point is to recognize that the current sort of professional established NGOs, when we often refer to civil society, probably latecomers on the scene. When you look at the what drove the wind of change in the 80s and 90s, I think it was a different kind of civil society. Then I think countries were more reliant on things like student unions, trade unions, headmen, and some traditional leaders. So from that perspective, when I think there was a wind of change and we democratized, or sort of democratized, that created room for professional NGOs to come on board. And somehow these sort of elbowed out the or sort of diminish the voice of dissent from the traditional civil society countries when which were known around in countries. So what this tells us is that the NGOs, I think, shouldn't think that they're only civil society, and there are still others who are relevant in the sector, and we should be prepared to welcome them on board, especially now that through technology, I think they have means to get directly their messages across. That said, I think there's still value in protecting NGOs as we know them today, especially that they have professional, specialized and dedicated staff, and therefore they bring something which is more than the ad hoc advocacy of the traditional forms of civil society we have known. But the challenge of diminishing resources remains, and it is a difficulty to see how civil society will deal with that, because in many of our countries, this funding comes from Western donors, and our local NGOs haven't put together resources to be able to sustain themselves going forward if, for example, the funding was completely to dry out. So that gives all of us who work in the NGO sector a headache and something to seriously think about. And that said, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel discussion. And I strongly believe we have a duty to defend civic space, because it is a tool for holding government accountable. When civic space diminishes, it becomes difficult to hold government accountable. Thank you.
Well, so I'll start with the question around best practice as it relates to access. I think the question came from my brother from Zimbabwe. And the particular question was, what is the experience or what is obtained in other jurisdictions? So I'll start with our position as open ownership. So as open ownership, our position is that beneficial ownership registers should be publicly available, publicly accessible. given that I think this information is of public interest. And that there's no legitimate reason for restricting its access. Of course, there's been a wide debate around privacy issues. There was a ruling in Europe, in the European Union, by the Court of Justice of the EU that touched on privacy concerns for beneficial owners of companies. But I think that's a conversation for another day. What I'll focus on is our position, which is that registers should be publicly accessible. What is obtaining, so we see that the experience varies across different countries. In Zambia, for example, the beneficial ownership register is public, except for competent authorities, for law enforcement. They're able to access this information freely. For the general public, the information is accessible at a fee. So you pay a small fee and you're able to download beneficial ownership information on a company or entity of interest. In Botswana, for example, the commitment is to a public register. In Malawi, the register is said to be public, but similar to what you were describing, law enforcement competent authorities have access, unfettered really. The public would have to write to the corporate registry, so the registrar general, the head of the corporate registry, to basically seek permission to access beneficial ownership information. And we see a similar approach. In fact, in South Africa, the beneficial ownership register is outrightly meant for law enforcement competent authorities, and it's not public. So to answer your question, we see that the experience varies across different jurisdictions for different reasons. But largely, the demotivation for making the BO register public, I think, has hinged on privacy concerns. Whether those concerns are legitimate or not, like I said, I think is a conversation for another day. We could debate that all day. So in terms of Zimbabwe, I don't know how practical it would be to take on that approach, but it's disheartening to hear that sometimes requests have to go all the way to the courts for people who may have legitimate interest in this information to pursue whatever goes. So that's, I think, the simplest way of answering your question. Varied approaches, but for OO, the best way to go, best practice in terms of international standards, as has been set out by international standard setting bodies also, such as the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Financial Action Task Force, is that this information should be made publicly available and easily accessible, particularly to law enforcement. Verification of beneficial owners, Mr. Lifuka. So to answer your question simply, what PACRA verifies from our experience is the identity of the person that's disclosed as the BO. So simply looking at the document and saying, what is the NRC number of this individual? Is there a copy attached? Ideally, what should be verified, which is very difficult to do admittedly, is whether that interest in that company is indeed true and correct. So if the BO declaration says this particular individual has 25% voting rights, and therefore they have a beneficial ownership controlling interest in that company, does PACRA verify that? No. If an individual is said to be a shareholder holding 30% of the percentage ownership of shares, does PACRA verify that? No. So they simply verify information at face value. There's a document attached, there's an NRC or passport document. And so based on that assessment, the assumption is this individual exists, first of all, and that indeed they are a beneficial owner in that entity. But of course, verification is to go a step further, because we know that part of the challenge is fronting as well, right? You have individuals that are nowhere on the documentation of a company in terms of legal documents, but are ultimately the owner, ultimately the ones controlling the company, ultimately the ones drawing economic benefit from that company. And so that verification then becomes important. So we've done a lot of work with PACRA. We are still doing a lot of work in terms of building capacity to be able to support them to be able to do these things effectively. In fact, to start to do them, because to be honest, that's not happening currently. I don't know if there's a question that I missed. These are the ones I took note of.
The question asked by John on the opportunities for civil society to use tools, oversight institutions, and work with these institutions. I think in terms of using those tools, handing over even. I think
What is
right?
the opportunity to build tools or to use them?
Yeah.
Both for civil society to build tools and then for oversight institutions to either use these tools or take them over. And we have explored this model in other parts, like in Colombia, in Ukraine, so on and so forth. I wonder if there's any space also.
Well, simply put, yes, and I think that's what should happen. And for us as open ownership, in terms of the tier we provide to government, we've always been talking about strengthening the civil society voice, but also strengthening the civil society acumen, expertise to be able to do exactly what you talked about. So, collaborating with civil society to build these tools, to scale them, and to be able to use them efficiently. So to answer your question, simply, there's, I think, an opportunity for that. I think the ground is ripe for that. And so what's left really is to take action and move that forward. So simply put, yes. I don't know if I still need to close or that's enough for closing. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Felix and offense, the essence of your question seems to be in tandem, so I respond to it by saying, in addressing the vagaries of technology in a manner that is sustainable, supreme audit institutions are performing robust risk assessments, and they use different types of risk models to inform them on how to respond to the vagaries that are anticipated. But of course, just like any model, we do not know what we do not know, and we only know it when it manifests. That's the only weakness. To John, thank you so much for that extension of the hand invitation. Personally, Supreme Audit institutions as oversight institutions, we're somewhat evolving from the shy creature that we've been for so long. We really want to keep to ourselves, But now we've realized that independence should not be tantamount to isolation. We are seeking so much to work with civil society. Hence, you see me sitting here. Secretly, I always attend your meetings. Why? Because I'm still quoting TGN, Tax Justice Network, on their IFF's policy tracker. We want to see that tracker in the hands of size. And I hope if I keep coming here, one day we'll get a conversation. So please, thank you for opening that platform. We can talk. Lastly, Joshua, very tough question. And the answer to your question as to whether recommendations are being implemented, and of course, the Supreme Audit Institution independence is intact. Joshua, the answer to that is I do not know. If I knew that answer, yeah, things definitely would be different in Africa, because then we would know what to do with making sure that recommendations are followed up. But I do not know, and many people do not know. But maybe it's a time for us to have a conversation and ask ourselves, what is truly the value and benefits of Supreme Audit institutions? Should we go back and re-question their structure, their modus operandi? Are these creatures still fit for purpose? Or maybe they're now just white elephants put on a pedestal and delivering very little. But as far as I'm concerned, in closing, technology is power, and power is nothing without control. Let us get involved, because only practice will make perfect, folks. I thank you.
Thank you. Very well closed. A round of applause for the panelists. Yes, thank you very much for keeping us very engaged in the last 1 hour, 15 minutes. And I think we have gotten a lot of information in terms of how we can hold the civic space, defend the civic space to hold government accountable. Thank you very much, Dr. Kaba. And to Mutale and Edmond as well, just sharing experiences in terms of how we can leverage on technology to advance our regional advocacy work. And I imagine that we'll continue with these conversations in the rest of the sessions tomorrow. And for those who will be also having other conversations on Wednesday, I think technology is proving to be a very, very key platform and tool for us to be able to advance our work as a TI movement and as civil society actors. I want us to close there. Paul, you're putting me under a lot of pressure, but I have to take a picture because the other session set a good trend in terms of taking a picture with their panelists. So you will allow me this. as we close. Thank you. Where's our camera person? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think every panel that uses time the way that this panel is using time does get the opportunity to take a photo. What you may not know about this panel is that each one of them was informed that their session is tomorrow. So somewhere along the way, things changed, the agenda was adapted, and they've done an excellent job. Very flexible people. Thank you so much. The other thing, Sheila, about your panel is that it has another balance beyond gender balance. It had state actors, non-state actors in a very good mix. I am hoping that Dr. Kaba is still around because I want to understand from him, maybe tomorrow, I did not raise my hand, what exactly he means by ad hoc advocacy of the traditional type that we've seen from civil society. So I think that is a fundamental statement that I want to unpack a little bit. Maybe it will help reshape civil society work moving forward. So there is a question that is lingering in my mind about what are called asset declarations. This feature called asset declarations has been in the anti-corruption toolbox for decades. It wasn't started yesterday. It's been around. It's part of the ANCAC. It's part of the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption. We have all these things in all our jurisdictions. Some of them have very interesting color. You just fill a form, you declare your assets, no one reviews it, no one reads it. Are these things still valuable? What can we do with them? Those are questions that a gentleman who is distinguished in unpacking such things is going to unpack for us tomorrow, and that is Karam, right here. So a lot is waiting for us for tomorrow's session, but between now and that moment, we have some things. We still have to go for dinner. We need to know where to go. So you're going to allow me about 5 minutes to invite a few people who are going to tell us what's going to happen between now and listening to Karam. We're looking forward, Karam, to listening to you and your panel tomorrow. But I wish to, yes, if I could kindly take the opportunity to invite Yon to join us here. Invite Celsa. So these colleagues, these excellent colleagues are all from Daniel's team. Invite Eka. I saw Eka somewhere. Thank you very much. I am missing somebody. Invite His Excellency Jonathan as well. And then invite the person who invited all these people, Bright, if you're ready, sir, to tell us. You're all going to take like a minute. Please take seats. No. There are microphones somewhere next to you. Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. So these great people work tirelessly in the secretariat in Berlin. This is Daniel's team. They had found a way of sitting in the back end, and they've been doing all sorts of things in the back. And Bright has agreed that we can invite them here specifically to join him to help clarify what is going to happen with the different strands of work that they're doing. They're each going to take a minute or two. It won't take long. And Bright, over to you to tell us in which order we speak. Do you want to go first? Do you want, it's completely in your hands. Thank you.
I think I'll go last. Last is better. You can go first. Briefly, just about your event and when the event will be and who you're inviting to your event. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Jonathan Ochom. I come from a beautiful country called Uganda, but I work at the TI Secretariat in Berlin, where I live. I am the land governance thematic specialist at TI. I work more currently under the Land and Corruption in Africa project, which is in 8 countries in Africa. Uganda, not because I'm from Uganda, I found it there. Kenya, Madagascar, Ghana, Cameroon. Which one have I left out? Among others. So tomorrow we're planning, South Africa. Yes. Tomorrow we're planning to have a small discussion with colleagues from the LCA project, the Land and Corruption in Africa project, basically to just reflect on the opportunities that is presented by the recently passed AU land governance strategy. If you've got a chance to look at it, which I encourage you to do, it has quite interesting provisions that deal with anti-corruption in the land sector. And I think that is a useful tool for all of us in the continent to familiarize with. Unfortunately, I got on a small room, which has about 10 seats, so we can't unfortunately have many of you. But I can promise that if there's interest, we can organize an online engagement around this discussion, even if it means with the whole TI Africa movement. I'm happy to facilitate it. Thank you so much. And just the meeting is at the hall just opposite the entrance, Kafue Hall. So it's from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Thank you.
Just to confirm, Jonathan, so the small room of about 10, the people who are making interventions in there already know?
Yes, they already know.
And those who don't will be approaching you for further details. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Eka Rostomashvili, and I am a campaigner. I lead on global campaigns on corrupt money flows at Transparency International Secretariat. I'm here to promote REAP project meeting. It's on the third page of your agenda, and colleagues who have been involved in this project are already aware of this. But for those who may not be aware, it stands for Rallying Efforts to Accelerate Progress. It's an Africa Inequalities Initiative, which focuses specifically on illicit financial flows. There's actions at 3 levels: national, regional, and global. And during 4.5 hours on Wednesday from 8:30 to 1 p.m., we will be discussing new evidence that as part of this project we were able to uncover together with our African chapters in 9 countries, and discussing probably this is very relevant to those of you who were actively participating in this last session. We will be discussing our plans on beneficial ownership transparency in the region, which was something that our chapters kind of the idea for greater regional action on beneficial ownership transparency came from a similar meeting that we had in Johannesburg last year. I think that's about it. If you, I think we have around 30 participants. Unfortunately, I do not know which room we'll be using. I think we'll confirm tomorrow. This room, half of it. Okay, so this is where we're meeting. We'll have half of this room. We have around 30 participants, but if you're not on the list, if you haven't been invited, but you're interested to join, please approach me or Bright, and we'll make sure to make some space. Especially we're looking forward to getting input and contributions from external partners. So 9 chapters who have been involved are more or less aware, and of course they will be sharing their reflections as well. But chapters and external partners who haven't until now been part of these discussions are especially welcome. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot. I'll try to be very brief. I'm Jan Vrushi, thematic lead on political integrity at the TI Secretariat. What we're doing this year is that we are revising the TI standards on political finance, transparency, and gender equality. So the last standards we have are from 2009. About 15 years have passed since then. A lot of new forms of corruption have developed in financing political campaigns and so on. So we want to update the standards. And we decided we would do it initially from the regions. So 2 weeks ago, we did it in Bogota for Latin America. On Wednesday, we'll do it for Africa. Then we will continue with the other regions. And then the day before the IACC, on the 17th of June, we will organize a half-day event where we'll bring all the regions together. So first, let 1,000 flowers bloom from all the regions, and then select like the main ideas. So on Wednesday, we'll do the Africa regional consultation. We'll use this room, half of this room. We have about 15 chapters involved. The chapters are either that are already involved in projects that are relevant to elections, or that have elections this year, or some specific strategic reason that those chapters were chosen. But because we want to make sure that also chapters that are not part of this group can attend. We will do a voluntary dinner tomorrow, which means whoever wants to join can come. It's not invited, it's not paid, so it's up to you to join. I will be sitting between the piano and the swimming pool at the restaurant. So whoever would like to join and have an informal conversation about what are some of the key issues in terms of political finance, transparency and gender equality, and the main corruption risks, feel free to join me. Otherwise, I'll be sitting alone having that dinner. So we'll have this on Wednesday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. will be the formal sort of consultation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I already feel the pressure to be brief since I'm the last one to talk. I'm Celsa from TIS. I'm the project manager for a project called SIKIA, Stopping Impunity for Corruption Through Enhanced Accountability. We work with 15 chapters from TI in Africa, and the focus is holistic approach. So we support and build capacities for those 50, not all 15 chapters, but for chapters among those 15s in engaging with international accountability mechanisms. And at the regional and national level, we work with the chapters on evidence-based advocacy, and thus we have also technological component in it. So for today, it's actually an exclusive announcement only for the 15 chapters that we work with. And that's because we're gonna take a moment to celebrate all the efforts that they have been doing so far to make checkpoint on the projects. And following that, we're gonna have our networking dinner. We promise that the first session will be brief because it has been a very long day. And we're gonna meet by the pool. There is a room by the pool. It's in this building next to the pool. There is a room dedicated for us. I'll be waiting there as well. It's going to be a short session for 45 minutes. Then we're going to move for a private networking dinner together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. I just wanted to.
Please do go ahead, right?
Okay. Just a few housekeeping issues. This doesn't need to be streamed, does it? I'm not sure. Okay, it's just for the people who are checked in here at Holiday Inn, we have provided for your dinner at the place you had dinner last evening, if you did, at the Intercontinental Restaurant. And so you can go there for your dinner this evening. If you are not part of the CCIA exclusive event, so it means you need to have dinner there. That's for those who have checked in here at Holiday Inn. And then for the local delegates, those who are from Zambia that are still around, you can go outside in Kafue side room for your logistics in terms of refunds. That applies also to the members of TIZ, as well as the media people who are still around. Then lastly, for everyone who is, again, coming from outside, we have arranged transportation for you to be dropped off to the airport, but we need to verify. And so outside at the registration desk starting tomorrow in the morning, we'll put your flight information there, but we need you to come through and just verify. If you are missing, your name is not there, you can simply add yourself and indicate when you are going to go, when you need to be dropped off to the airport, so we can make the arrangements. Okay, thank you. So dinner starts from 6 up to 10 p.m. And Sikia dinner is 6:30? Okay, the session is 6:30, yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we release, so we know that John is by the pool side, between the piano and the pool, or tomorrow. So we know where to find John tomorrow. Yon tomorrow. Anybody else that we need to figure? That's where you also be, between the piano and the pool. By the pool. By the pool. Okay. Bright. Everybody knows where to find TIZ in the event that we need you. So far, all that is clear. So I think then what we're also going to do, this panel has also kept time And we want to thank them with an applause. And we can allow them to take a photo opportunity together. One last check though is that tomorrow, I think you've not mentioned this, Bright, so let me mention it for you. Tomorrow morning, we are kicking off with an update of today. So before we get into the first session, which is going to be a Karam-led session, figuring out all these dynamics, we will have a brief 30-minute session at 8:30. Today we've kicked off at 9, but tomorrow between 8:30 and 9, we'll get a reflection back of what today has looked like. We invite you, and that will be led by the head of comms, head of communications at TIA Zambia. We invite ourselves to be back here at 8:30. I think there being no other business, allow me to borrow the words of Edward R. Murrow and say good night and good luck.